Well, the 40-second try clock changed the sport in a couple of ways. I don't want to say it made the game quicker because the athletes make the game quicker, but it forces you to score at a quicker pace. If you remember wheelchair rugby back in the old days, teams used to hold on to the ball for long periods of time before they would score. Another thing that I found is it really allowed teams the opportunity to come back in games. Back when I started playing, which was a long time ago, if you had a 5-goal lead, 5-try lead, that was almost insurmountable. But now you can see comebacks simply because teams are forced to score. So a couple of positive changes for sure.
Ball's back into Letourneau, finds his way around the BC defenders. Hirschfield with a big hit, but Letourneau's able to get it off to JP. Perger pushed against Samard here. Samard doing a great job forcing him into a corner. Ball gets up to Ewart. Works through the middle, gets over half. Rasico's giving chase. Goes down on the play and Ewart scores.
Yeah, I think BC might have to look at changing their transition here on offense. They certainly don't want their highest point player being nullified by Quebec's 1-5 the rest of this game.
So how important is it to look for mismatches in wheelchair rugby?
It's depending on I guess your offensive strategy, but I think it's very important. That's how you create turnovers or create advantages on offense when you have a mismatch, as you know in this sport. Based on the classification system, if you have a player that's faster or more functional against a player that's slower and less functional, you're probably going to have success.
Nice throw over the top from JP to Samard. I think Quebec's going to use that leak out quite a bit. It's really interesting because you'll see BC try and do that with Trevor Hirschfield a lot, so you'll see that play from both sides over the course of the day. Nice long inbound from Hirschfield to Ewart. He's got phenomenal range for a Class 1. Nice little pop, Ewart to Perger. And BC, we like to call those two the Bash Bros. They've got a good connection on and off the court. Just bros being bros.
Nice try there by BC to make the score 7-6.
Rasico into Cote Nadon. Working his way up the court. Ewart's working for that angle, gets there. But JP's able to offload to Samard, who takes it in for another try.
Quebec seems to be scoring quite a few uncontested tries here. BC's going to have to find a way to find those players leaking out.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, if BC's going to stick with this lineup all the way through, or if they might go to a more balanced approach with the speed of Cody Forney off the bench. And that pass gets away from Ewart there, just puts a little bit too much heat on it. Hirschfield unable to track it down.
Good attempt by BC, but they certainly had lots of time and probably chalk that down to an unforced error.
Letourneau working his way up. And again, it's Letourneau to JP. You can hear Yannick Rasico calling out for deny. Quebec is trying to switch their defense a little bit. Unsuccessful with the deny. Ball gets to Perger, who offloads to Ewart. Ewart's looking for somebody. Finds Hirschfield deep. Trevor's just going to be patient there, wait for Joel, gets it off to him. Joel's pushing.
We have our first penalty of the game coming up here. Looked like a reach by Cote Nadon.
Yep, and that is an illegal use of hands play on Cote Nadon. For those of you watching who are new to wheelchair rugby, while chair-to-chair contact is completely allowed and in fact quite encouraged, body-to-body contact is not. So JP is going to be in the box for either a minute or until BC scores. So, Adam, why was Trevor Hirschfield setting up in front of the penalty box?
We call that an inbounder trap, and it's to either force that person to have to call inbounder, so you get them off the court to try to give yourself an advantage on defense, or if he comes on the court, then you've got him nullified and he's not available to get the ball.
So Quebec had some really good ball movement on that last play. Got multiple players involved, passed that ball around, and made it through the BC defense. And on balance lines, it's true that you'll often see a bit more ball movement. Oh, Joel Ewert forced to call a timeout. Yannick Ressico doing a great job tying him up there.
Well, that is one of the advantages of balanced lines. You have 3 offensive chairs out there usually, and 3 players usually capable of carrying the ball, moving the ball. So yes, you might see a little bit more ball movement, but on the high-low, we see a lot of the low pointer leaking out and perhaps more long passes to that deep guy. So once again, Quebec is doing a great job here, I think, of really using their low point chairs or their defensive chairs to stop the BC high pointers from being able to carry the ball. So they're going to have to either transition a little bit differently or continue to look for Hirschfield or Green on those deep plays, spread that defense out.
Okay, so we're back. Hirschfield inbounds to Ewert. Looks like Quebec's dropped back into the key on defense. So we're going to see what BC can do on offense here. Quebec with a snake eyes approach. That means they have 2 players up pressuring the ball handler and his buddy. Doing a really good job putting pressure on. They've got shot try clock down to 9. BC might have to burn a timeout here. No, Byron Green gets the corner. Ewert gets in. Great play by Byron Green there to open up that corner. That's what we call a corner seal.
Nice job by Ewert to recognize that it was there and find it.
Ewert chasing Tony there. Gets to him, slows it down.
So we're down to about a minute to go in this quarter, so you might find that the teams start to manage the clock to give themselves the opportunity to score last goal.
So Quebec scores at the 52-second mark, which is right around where they want to be to have a chance for that last goal. Now, Adam, when you talk about last try or last goal, we'll get back to that. Little fight for the ball. Purdue's able to come up with it. Offloads to Hirschfield. Back to Ewert. BC's going to set up a play here. Purdue comes up, cracks Tony. Ewert's still not able to get around them. Quebec's got a nice little mini wall here between Letourneau and Simard. Ewert finds Purdue, 5 on this try clock. BC calls a timeout.
So I don't know if that was a set play for them to use a timeout here, but when you use a timeout with less than 15 seconds left on the try clock, it does reset to 15 seconds. So BC will be able to attempt to score with as little time left in the game clock as they want, if they're able to.
And now, as we were trying to get into briefly, what is the advantage of getting last try?
Well, as we talked about before, turnovers are big in the game. And if you score last goal and it's your ball to start the quarter, it's the same as creating a turnover.
Oh, great grab by Purdue there. Looks to Green. Not able to get his hands on it, and that's a tough one for BC. Burned a timeout and did not get the last try.
Yeah, it was there for Green. He might have been a little bit too close to Brandon, which forced a difficult pass, and BC not able to score that last goal, and Quebec's going to have the last possession here and a 1-goal lead heading into the end of the first quarter, or 1-try lead, excuse me.
Well, that was a pretty good first quarter, 10-9, back and forth. Quebec with a slight advantage. What do you see as the key to the start of this game?
Well, I think Quebec's defense against BC so far has been the key to this game. I think BC's struggling to get the ball. I don't want to say over half, but they're struggling against Quebec's low point players, and that's not allowing them to run the plays that they want. And of course, we've seen Quebec get back in the key quite a bit. And BC struggling to score against that as well. They're going to have to find a way to change that if they want to have success in this game. And from Quebec's point of view, I think they're going to be happy with the defense they're playing, as I just discussed, and their goals seem to be coming a little bit easier. You know, they're finding people leaking out and scoring breakaway goals.
So you mentioned Quebec's low point players. One of those low point players is Patrice Simard. He's been a member of the Canadian national team for a very long time, been in multiple Paralympics. I think he was actually a teammate of yours for a little bit back in the day.
Pat and I were part of the national team when he first started, yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what makes Pat such an effective player?
Back in those days when I played against him, it was his intensity. I loved playing against him. You know, he was one of those guys that wouldn't take any guff from you, so to speak, and then just his calmness on the court. He's always been such a steady player, right? Quick for his class and very reliable. You knew that he would always kind of do his job. So.
And over on court 2, if you're watching at home, we have a bonus feed where the host team, New Brunswick, is taking on the undefeated Ontario Suns in Division 2. We'd like to take this time to thank a few of our sponsors: 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco Wheelchairs, Tango Medical, and of course the City of Moncton, who's been a fabulous host for this event. Looks like BC's made some substitutions. Can you talk us through those, Adam, as we start the second quarter?
Yeah, well, BC's coming out with a 2-5-2-2-1 lineup. So the advantage to this is Quebec may not be able to find those defensive matchups that they were looking for before, because now there's three quicker threats on the court for BC. So we'll see if they're able to take advantage of that.
And that's Max Arsenault with the try. New Brunswick born and raised, but living out in BC and studying at UBC these days. He's really improved his game a lot this season.
Two offensive players for Quebec against 3 defensive players for BC, and they're still able to find that outlet. So BC is going to have to start cleaning up their defense a bit still.
We have an over and back call. Cody Forney gets hit on the line and sent back into the back court. In wheelchair rugby, similar to wheelchair basketball or able-bodied basketball, once you cross half, you can't go back the other way.
And another reasonably easy goal for Quebec. Try for Quebec, excuse me.
We got a give and go play here from Trevor Hirschfield to Cody Forney. Cody's got a lot of speed. He's going to work his way up the sideline. Runs into a pile. Looking for an outlet. Finds Ewert, who goes deep to Max Arsenault for another try. He's been in the game less than a minute, and he's already got 2 scores.
Bit better job of BC there to spread out the court. Find an open man.
Letourneau taking on Hirschfield. Gets around him. Ewert's going to have to switch over to him now. Tony blast into the key, pushes into Max, and offloads to Simard for another try. And the Quebec offense has been silky smooth this morning.
They're doing a good job, that's for sure.
I'm trying not to be biased, but for those of you at home, I am a BC player on BC2, so I'm going to try and keep my rooting interest down a little bit, but definitely hoping BC can get a win here. Ooh, Hirschfield with a score. All right, Yannick's looking for an inbound here. BC doing a really good job on a deny, trying to keep Quebec out of his range. Not successful as JP gets down low. Doing a really good job containing him here. Forces the ball to Yannick. And we have a BC turnover. Hirschfield recovers the ball, gets it back to Joel Ewert, the number 1 on this lineup.
That pass to Yannick, just a little bit behind him, and he's not able to pick it up. Led to that turnover.
It's like Trevor might. BC trying to find their way to the key. That Quebec defense have been real strong today. And Arsenault gets another one on the board. He's playing really calm right now. Tony's able to get by him though. Puts on the jets, looks for the pass.
BC just looks a little bit slow on their defensive transition to me, and not able to stop Quebec from getting the ball into its best player.
You were working his way up the sideline. Gets stopped. Throws another deep bomb over to Arsenault. And he gets another score on the board. He's wasted no time having an impact on this game. Rustico looking for JP, finds him. Ewert's on him, Ewert's all over him. Finds Yannick as a pick, gets around him, now he's battling Hirschfield. And we might have a turnover here. It's a mad dash, there's a fumble. Tony's able to track it down and save that try for Quebec.
Nice job by Tony to get that ball picked up against his wheel and score the try.
Great speed, great fight. Oh, and we have another turnover as that pass just slips through Max's grasp. Tough break for the kid there.
It's unfortunate. You don't really want to see those kind of mistakes at this level.
Yeah. Oh, and we have another mistake at the other end. JP leaves the court before having possession of the ball. Can you explain that one for us a little bit, Frosty?
Yeah, so there's no touchdowns in wheelchair rugby. You have to have possession of the ball before you cross the try line for it to count as a goal, and JP must have been out of bounds before he got the ball.
Nice. Oh, BC going back to their high-low now. Brandon Perger and Byron Green back on court for Max Arsenault and Cody Forney. Perger gets it up to Hirschfield, who gives it back to Perger. Swings it over to Ewert. Ewert's taking on Samard. Gets around him. Now tries to find a gap through Tony. Not able to get there, but he's able to offload to Perge. And he's in for another score. All tied up at 15. Tony working his way up. Gets a seal from Patrice, gets around the sideline there and goes middle. Off goes to JP again.
Nice job by Tony to carry that ball up the court, and was wide open to get the ball when the ball came in. And I think BC really needs to do a better job of trying to not let him get that ball first.
Ewert offloads to Perger. BC gets the ball over half. Now they're gonna set things up and try and break this Quebec defense down in the half court. Ewert to Hirschfield, able to reach for it, and we're tied up again.
Nice grab by Trevor to score that try for Black. It's our first equipment timeout of the game, Nathan.
Looks like it, and we've got Quebec's equipment manager Eric Trottier coming out to replace JP's wheel. Teams have a minute on equipment timeouts to make the changes they need. Otherwise, they'll need to make a substitution. We really could not play this sport without the equipment staff on the benches. So shout out to Eric, and shout out to all the equipment staff there. I'm hoping we'll get to see maybe a Brian Ho or a Bernie Hesmert appearance for BC.
I'm sure they're hoping that they don't have to come out and fix anything.
Oh, of course. Shout out to Miho, though. He's my roommate. Ball's in a Perger. Gets it up to Ewert. Joel Ewert started playing wheelchair rugby quite young. I believe you coached him for a while.
I did coach Joe when he was 16 years old and started the sport. Turnover there by BC. Oh, they might get it back.
Oh, we got a lot of chaos here. They're able to get it up to Samard. Offloads to Cote. And Don looking for Simard again. And it's another try for Patrice Simard.
So that turnover was obviously another difficult pass between Ewert and Hirschfield, but before that happened, you know, I thought Green could have been wide open deep and decided to come back and not be available. So,
oh, Ewert's able to get an open space. And that'll be one of BC's easiest tries of the day. Quebec's doing a really good job making them work for everything.
Yeah, they are. Well, you know, that's definitely Quebec's strength is their defensive game we've seen so far. And they're scoring at much easier tries than BC is.
Hirschfield into Ewert. Ewert working his way up the sideline, taking on Tony. Gets over half, gets around him and resets. Hirschfield comes in. Berger's now over half. Ewert looking for a way in. 20 seconds on the try clock. Finds Berger.
BC able to score a reasonably easy try there because Quebec wasn't quite set up in their key to play their usual solid defense.
Hirschfield doing a really good job putting pressure on Cote-Nadon, but he's able to get around him. And passes up to Tony. We got a small fumble. He's able to recover it. And it's with Torno to Cote-Nadon once again in that corner. Hirschfield to Perger. Perger's locked up. Yannick Rasiko applying a lot of pressure there. You got a 1-5 on a 3-5. And BC's forced to burn a timeout. Quebec's pressure.
Nice.
I believe that's their third floor timeout of the game. Teams have 4 floor timeouts.
I think that's their second 30 timeout of the game. If the...
Oh, no. The clock is changing. It's their third.
Third?
Yep.
Okay.
It's their third.
Once again, great pressure by Quebec's defense there, getting the matchups they want. And if BC's not able to beat those one-on-ones, they're going to continue to struggle the rest of this game.
So, can you talk to us a little bit about what the role of timeouts are in the game of wheelchair rugby?
There's 2 types of timeouts in wheelchair rugby, a 30-second timeout, which is almost always called by players on the court. That's to stop turnovers from happening. And then there are 60-second timeouts, which are coach timeouts, and those are called by the coach during dead balls, usually to discuss tactics, but can be used for recovery and sometimes to help their teams reset when they're in difficult situations, such as the inbounder trap in the penalty box that we saw earlier on in the game.
Fantastic. And BC is able to just slice through Quebec's key on the first play out of that timeout. Clearly talk some things over in the huddle there. Trevor and Byron probably giving a lot of direction. And it's back to a 1-point game, but Tony puts on the Jets again, gets up court, and again finds Cote-Nadon. I feel like we're repeating ourselves on a lot of Quebec offensive plays.
Yeah, Tony did fall onto the ground there. Is that contact by Green that made that happen? Close to a violation.
Looked like Green might have been arguing for a hold call there if when Letourneau went down, if he made any contact with Byron Green in his chair, that would be a holding penalty, and that would have probably resulted in a turnover, but doesn't appear like he gets the call, and Quebec will get the try. Hirschfield to Ewert again. Ewert working his way up court. Gets stopped by Letourneau. Finds a pick from Green. Gets his way over half court. Has open space. And throws to Hirschfield.
Nice job by Ewert to find Hirschfield on the try line there. Ball comes into Tony again.
Tony's working his way over half. Gets it. Ewert takes him on. Hirschfield's on the back. Latorno again to JP. And it's another Latorno to JP try. This mid-low is actually working quite well for Quebec. Ewert working his way around. You know, Joel's not the fastest player out there, but he really uses his deeks and his turning ability quite well.
Well, when you're not the fastest player out there, you certainly need to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And good job by him.
Finds Green in the corner. 0.5 on the board. Tony just working, gets his way over half, working his way up the court, being patient with the ball.
Down to 15 seconds to go in the quarter or half here, so obviously Quebec is taking their time, trying to score last goal here.
I think he might have taken a little bit too long to start this play.
Absolutely a little bit too casual by Letourneau there.
Yeah.
Probably could have scored much earlier if he'd wanted to, and ends up costing his team at the final try of the half.
And that's a big break for BC, because not only do they stop the last try, but they also have the ball coming in the third quarter.
They will be able to attempt to tie this game up. They're able to score the first try.
Yeah. All right, well, it's halftime, so we'd like to take some time to thank all of our sponsors again. 49 Bespoke, who is also sponsoring Wheelchair Rugby Canada's auction. With all the proceeds going to nationals, you can find the auction on the Wheelchair Rugby Canada link tree on Instagram. We're auctioning off a Baytech Mini 2 provided by 49 Bespoke. That auction is starting at $4,000, which is significantly less than retail price. So definitely go check that out. It's a great piece of equipment. And then we are also auctioning off an equipment management kit provided by fellow tournament sponsor Vesco Wheelchairs. Those bids start at $350, so definitely go and check that out. In addition to the two above mentioned sponsors, we'd also like to thank Han House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Tango Medical, and of course the City of Moncton. So, Adam, really close games so far. What do you think the key to the second half will be for both these teams?
So from BC's perspective, I think that they need to find a way to get the ball into the hands of JP a little bit more, coming off Quebec's inbounds. Quebec has 3 players who have been part of the national team program for a lot of years and are very experienced, whereas JP is probably the most inexperienced player at this level. So they need to find a way to take advantage of that. And then Quebec really needs to just keep doing what it's doing, forcing mismatch, or not mismatches, but tough situations for BC on offense, and then continuing to find the open man deep and scoring easy tries.
Yeah, so we've got 2:50 left in this halftime. Thank you so much for tuning in on CBC Sports and Wheelchair Rugby Canada's YouTube channel. You got time for a short body break at home, and then we'll be back with the second half. Adam and I, of course, will continue chatting during this time. And if you have any questions, please leave them in the live chat, and we will try to answer them on air. So both these teams missed the podium in 2021, so they're both real hungry to get back in the win column, get back onto that podium, and are really fighting it out today for a spot in tomorrow's bronze medal game. Both teams sitting at 0-2 right now. So I'm expecting a real physical second half. Really, the season's on the line. Also, a big shout out to all the volunteers helping out this weekend, filling in on a variety of roles, table officials, food services, all of that jazz. We couldn't host events like national championships without them, and we appreciate their help so much. If you're watching this and you want to find out how to get involved with your local wheelchair rugby team, head over to wheelchairrugby.ca and check out the Find a Club section on our website. Learn more, because it's a great game and it's a great community to be part of.
So Nathan, one of the newer things at this year's Nationals is the Player of the Game Award. I know that we have no say in who the Player of the Game is so far, but who would your vote be based on what you've seen in the first half?
I think from what I've seen in the first half, it would have to be either Anthony Gutorno or Patrice Simard. Tony's just been doing a phenomenal job carrying that ball for Quebec and just putting a ton of pressure on BC's defense.
And yeah, Pat has obviously been playing very solid defense against some of BC's higher point players, and which has led to a lot of the turnovers we've seen.
So I'm sorry, we were incorrect. We thought it was going to be a BC ball coming in, but it was in fact Quebec. So it's 23-21 Quebec to start the third quarter. And appears like the arrow has now shifted. Rasico into Letourneau. He gets stopped, looks for JP. Oh, BC's got a lot of pressure on here. JP's able to get it up to Yannick. Rasico's now looking for an outlet.
So this
Finds
is
Tony.
This is the first appearance we've seen for Will McCrae from Team BC.
Steamboat Willie. For those of you watching at home, Will is identifiable by his majestic mustache and incredible mullet. I'm sure he's got plenty of family and friends watching back in Kamloops, and yeah, he's really, since starting the game a few years ago, he's really come on strong and just loves the sport. Ewart looking for a pass, gets a pick from McCrae, finds Hirschfield. He's battling JP. Hirschfield's able to get it back to Ewart. And Quebec's going to drop back into the key again. BC looking, BC probing. Oh, and we get a whistle. Four in the key. Frosty, can you explain that for us, please?
So when you are on defense, you are only ever allowed to have 3 athletes in the key at once. And if 4 go in there, it's either a penalty try, or in this case, you spend 60 seconds in the penalty box. And for the offense's perspective, you're only ever allowed to stay in the key for 10 seconds before it's a violation.
Okay. And if it is a violation in that circumstance, it would be a turnover, correct?
Turnover. Almost all penalties when you're on offense are turnovers.
Okay. The more you know at home, folks, the more you know. This has been Wheelchair Rugby 101 with Adam Frost.
That's right. Was this a timeout called by Quebec? I have to admit, I was looking at you and not the play, so didn't see what happened.
Yeah, it looks like they might have called a bench timeout here. Or a
One of the advantages that BC may have if they're going to come back in this game is that it seems like Quebec is running the same 4 athletes the whole game, so that fatigue may become a factor, whereas BC has used more of its bench so far.
And now, at a national championship, especially in the Division I level, where you've got athletes who are training all of the time, how fatiguing is it to play like 5 games in a weekend with no bench?
At my age, no, I know. Yeah, it's. I mean, these guys can all play full games, of course, but there may be. You're looking for small advantages, and it may be a small advantage for BC as fatigue becomes, if fatigue becomes a factor.
And Quebec does have, they do have a super sub available on their bench. They do have Melanie Gobel, who's a 1.0 female player, so she can essentially play as a 0.5. I know it's an addition to the team totals. But with the lineup they have this year, it's just a tough fit on the court right now. But when she's out there, she definitely brings a lot of defensive intensity and a lot of skills to the forefront. But in a tight game like this, you might want to stick with your starters.
Yeah, well, Quebec is already running less than ideal points on the court, and bringing Mel out does reduce that number, which isn't always the benefit to the team. And we've seen our first turnover of the second half here as BC, Perger put himself in a pretty tough spot at that center line and wasn't able to find Hirschfield with the pass.
Perger finds Ewert. Oh, bit of a quick pass there, and it's picked off by JP.
More unforced errors by BC, which is going to make it tough for them to come back in this game if they're going to.
They're digging themselves a little bit of a hole here, but I trust the boys. I feel like they can dig themselves out of it, but it's credit to Quebec right now. They are really playing very well defensively, and BC calls a bench to talk it over and halt the momentum.
Yeah, need to just reset and refocus, perhaps.
Now, when you were a coach, how did you, or I guess you still are a coach in some circumstances, but how do you approach your bench timeouts?
Well, it really depends. So if I was calling a bench timeout here, I'd probably just be reminding the guys that, we have lots of time and lots of timeout, or at least with another timeout still. So try to take care of the ball and make good passes.
It's funny how often that make better passes, comes up in a timeout after turnovers. And if only it was that simple.
If only it was that simple. Play better.
Yeah. And it's interesting because to fans at home, Wiltshire Rugby, it probably looks like a really simple game. You go from one end to the other, but there actually is so much strategy and coordination and skill involved in a lot of this. And BC getting into their key offense. It's going to be Ewert working Cody Forney. Cody's got a lot of speed, and Trevor's in for a night. Oh, Hirschfield's unable to get his hands on that one.
Sure, Trevor will be disappointed with himself on that play. That was a very catchable ball for him.
Oh, absolutely. And for those of you who don't know Trevor, he's probably one of the most competitive people on the planet. So.
Nice job by Fournier to recover there and stop the turnover, force him to turn back.
Ball's into Patrice Demart's hand, looks for the corner, doesn't get it. JP's fighting for it now. Joel's backing in on him, applying great pressure, forces him out of the key. And Quebec burns a timeout. That was some big boy ball from Joel Ewert right there.
Nice job to stop the two players from getting into the corner, and smart timeout by Quebec. They've obviously got this 4-try lead and don't want to give one back to BC, let them back into this game.
So, obviously BC, we're seeing a lot of key defense in this game, a lot of key offense. What's the biggest keys to a strong key defense?
First off, the reason I think Quebec is playing so much key defense is because of their lack of bench here, and it allows them to get back and perhaps rest. And then you really want to try to put offense into tough situations. Like we just saw here on this play, Cote Nadon got the ball in the corner, and he'd been in the key for quite a few seconds. And when you're in the, when time is running down and you have to make quick decisions, that's when mistakes tend to happen. So you really want to disrupt offense from what they're trying to do. Because if offense runs the play that they're looking for, they'll usually score a try.
Nice pass up court from Ewart to Arsenault there. BC's all over half, trying to find a way through Quebec's defense. Max Arsenault offloads it to Joel Ewart. BC's balance line working hard out here to try and get in. Time's running out on the try clock though. 3. Oh, nice last second score there by Cody Forney. Ewart gets the pass right into his hands.
No panic by Joel Ewart there. He knew exactly how much time he had.
No panic at all. Oh, and Hirschfield hits the deck. And they're gonna blow that play dead. Real quick on that whistle there from Kevin Caldwell, but the play did turn back, which means play goes dead.
Referees are always looking out for the safety of the athletes first, and as long as the play is moving up the court, they don't generally blow that whistle, but like you pointed out.
Small turn back. That's why often when a player hits the floor, you'll hear the team with the ball yelling at their players to don't turn back. Score. And JP now with the ball. BC's got it where they want it, but Tony's free deep.
Nice pass and vision by JP there to find Letourneau, who had leaked out after freeing himself from that double team.
Tony Letourneau, he's great. And Max offloads to Ewart. Cody's streaking up the sideline, getting around Samard. Needs to give a better window. Ewart finds Arsenault deep. Real nice pass there from Joel.
We've seen quite a few of those goals by Arsenault when he's been on the court. He must be watching Quebec from the bench.
Yeah. No, his spacing's been really good coming off the bench for BC.
Yeah, Max is a bit of an up-and-comer. We'll see how he does with his high-performance career, if that's what he chooses.
Yeah, he's an engineering student right now, so he's a real busy, studious guy. He's one of my club teammates, so it's been great to see all of Max's improvements this past season. It's his second year in Div 1, and yeah, he's made real big strides. Really doesn't seem overwhelmed in the moment anymore. And just as I say that, gets a really nice deep pass off to Cody. Takes his time, takes a breath, and helps BC get another point on the board. It's 26-30. We're just gonna. And JP's going up untacked.
Another reasonably easy goal for Quebec there. However, BC is getting the ball into the hands of the person they probably want carrying it.
You know, sometimes you got to take those small wins. It's like you were saying earlier, it's a really offensive sport. Teams score 90% of the time. But when you do have those opportunities for a turnover, you really got to take them. It sounds so simple and so cliched, but it's true. And there's Arsenault with another catch deep from a pass from Joel Ewart.
Good job by him. He's really using his minutes effectively when he's out there.
Yeah, no, Max actually, you know, he grew up in Rothesay, New Brunswick, and started out with Team New Brunswick, so this Nationals is a little bit of a homecoming for him. And Samard again with an easy over-the-top score. Forney with the inbound to Ewart. Yannick applying a ton of pressure. Rasico's all over him. And Ewart looks for Hirschfield. It gets picked off by Cote Nadon. Man, he was like a free safety, just kind of baiting that pass there.
Yeah, I mean, Joel had a tough matchup there against Yannick. Wasn't able to beat that one-on-one. And then, once again,
ball comes into Max. Looks for Cody. Oof. Just not enough zip on that one.
Yeah, that's back-to-back turnovers by BC, falling further behind here as we get towards the end of the third quarter.
Third quarter. Yeah, so BC's switching lines back. They're going back to their starting high-low. Perger and Green on for Arsenal and Forney. And, yeah, it's going to be tough to come back. It's not impossible, but it's going to be quite difficult unless something changes.
Well, the way they're playing, it's going to be quite impossible.
So now you've got Quebec attacking the BC key. Letourneau looking for a way in. Big Brando's fighting hard in that corner, but not able to get to him.
Nice.
Savard with a great seal.
Nice seal by Pat to allow Tony to wheel into that corner.
You were working his way up court. Samar's on him, applying a ton of pressure with JP. Tony, sorry. Perger now looking for a way up. Yannick gets a pick in. Throws deep to Ewart, and it's picked off again.
Yeah, I think BC's starting to feel the pressure a little bit as they fall further behind, and that's just leading to more and more mistakes.
So we got an 8-point deficit. We got 35 seconds on the clock in the third quarter. Now, when you're down, are you still thinking like this? Are you still thinking last goal, or are you thinking score as many possessions as possible?
I think because it's my possession or BC's possession, I would still be trying to score last goal here because that does give me the +1 situation.
All right, and they score with 12 on the clock. They get a nice little pass to Hirschfield in the corner. Yannick Racicot with a big bump deep. And Quebec's able to take advantage of the transition and score with 8 on the clock.
Yeah, well, great job by JP and Yannick to connect there and score with 4 seconds to go.
And another turnover.
And did Quebec use a timeout there?
They did, yes.
A timeout by Quebec. They obviously wanted to really try hard to score another try here before the end of the quarter.
So it looks like Quebec is dropping players into the key. What's the strategy here? Oh, Hirschfield's able to pop it loose. Joel's got 4 seconds, but Quebec ties him up. Big third quarter from Quebec. Yeah, so we have it's an 8-point game, end of the third. Quebec's up 36-28. Really feel like their defense has been the story today.
Say that again?
I said Quebec's up 8, end of the third. It really seems like their defense has been the story in today's game.
It's been, it's been 2 things. It's been Quebec's defense for sure, and then I think it's been also unforced errors by BC. We've seen quite a few of those, especially on that Ewart pass to Hirschfield. So, as you mentioned before, one of the gaps to BC's game is their overall top-end speed. And when your top, your highest point players are being nullified by the other team's lowest point players, it's difficult for any team to have success in that situation.
Yeah, so we got 52. We're heading into the fourth. Thank you so much for tuning in on CBC Sports and Wheelchair Rugby Canada's YouTube page. Again, please check out Wheelchair Rugby Canada's auction. You can find it on the link tree in their Instagram. We're auctioning off a Baytech Mini 2 and a Vesco Wheelchair Rugby Equipment Manager kit. Will McCrate back in the game for BC. My guy Willie.
Well, BC's ball to start the fourth quarter here, down by 8. See if they can at least win this last quarter. Something positive, I guess, for them.
Hirschfield inbounds to Ewart. Ewart finds Perger. Nice easy key offense for BC there. Samard inbounds down to Letourneau. He's got a nice burst of speed. Oh, we might go all the way here. Might go coast to coast. Purger's able to get there, but Tony finds Samard again.
Nice grab there by Samard to bring that ball in and score the try for Quebec.
And Ewart's able to go for a nice easy score there for BC.
Yeah, a couple of quick tries here, 3 tries in the first 40 seconds of this quarter.
Offense is finally starting to come a little bit easier for BC, but it might be a little bit too late. JP with a pass up to Samard. Purger's hunting him down. Not quite able to get there.
Trying to recollect what I think the biggest fourth quarter comeback is I've ever seen in the shot clock era. I can remember 9. Once.
Yeah, maybe. I think the largest one I've seen was like Paralympics in 2012 when the U.S. came back in that fourth quarter. They ultimately, you know, I think that one was 7. So it's not impossible. You know, there's still a chance, as that famous movie quote goes. You're telling me there's a chance. But especially with Quebec, you know, dropping into a key defense, it's going to kill a lot of time off the clock and really lower the number of possessions in this game. You know, usually in the D1 games we've seen so far this year at Nationals, scores have been in the 50s and 60s. Definitely both teams in the 40s at the end of the third quarter. We ended this one at 36-28. So
yeah, low scoring game. BC forced to use their final 30-second timeout. So can't save them for next game, but won't have any more get out of jail free cards if they're in trouble.
Might as well use them. Ball's to Ewart. Yannick pushes up. BC's got 15 to score on this key. It's down to 8 seconds. Ewart to Purger. Nice grab.
Nice job to get the ball over top of JP in that corner there. I thought that he was going to intercept it, but Purger able to come up with it.
Yeah, really good connection from the Bash Bros on that play as Ewart goes in trying to get a turnover, and they do. You know, Tony's not able to get a hand on it. Flips it out of bounds. BC ball. Is the comeback on, folks?
I think it's a little bit early to say that the comeback is on, but definitely a step in the right direction if you're cheering for BC.
You know what, Adam? I'd rather be early than late. I won't hear the end of it if I turn on them early. So, no. But no, really, like, hats off to Quebec. They've played outstanding this game and have really executed their game plan to perfection.
Yeah, they're full credit for the lead so far.
JP with a nice pass up to Tony. Oh, no one's going to stop him now.
And that's what Quebec wants from here on in. Easy tries, and then, you know, try to force BC to take as long to score as possible. And the less time that they have on the clock.
Hirschfield to Ewart, looking for a pick from Will. Quebec does a really good job denying that. Has to get the ball up to Purger, who then finds Hirschfield. He's going to wait, look for his high pointer, gets the ball back to Purger, and looks like Quebec's going to not drop entirely. They got a really active kind of low press going on here.
And in my experience, if you're going to drop back in the key, then you need to drop back in the key. What we saw from Quebec there with a couple guys in and a couple of guys out, never is successful. Everybody's got to be kind of on this, doing the same thing.
Communication is key. Especially in the key. Especially in the key.
Another quick try by Quebec and managing to maintain this gap of 7 tries.
Hirschfield into Purger. Purger up to Ewart. Quebec's doing a really good job here, putting a ton of pressure on, and they get another turnover. Samard recovers the ball. And it's It's going to be Cote Nadal with another try. Field into Ewart. Ewart against Letourneau. Rassico's in there now, trying to get all over Ewart. Will's doing a good job keeping him off of him. Ewart with a long bomb to Hirschfield. Gets it in, thinks about taking on JP, decides against it, flips it back to Ewart. Hirschfield's got the corner for a purge, and Joel sneaks in the opposite corner.
Yeah, nice job for him to squeeze through there, and he had Purger open on the far side of the key if he'd chosen to make that play as well.
Gauthier Nanon coming up the court with some pace. Gets a dribble in, throws it up to Tony. He's great, and he gets another one.
You know, I'm not tracking it, obviously, but it feels to me like Quebec is scoring within 15 seconds almost every time they have possession of the ball.
It's definitely been a lot easier for them to score today than for BC. They've been getting a lot of, like, really, I'm tempted to call it fast break scores.
Yeah, for sure. So no over and back call there, as Quebec didn't have possession of the ball before it crossed half, even though they touched it last.
Yeah, and then we got a nice deep ball from Cote Nadon to Patrice Simard.
Feels like the wind has come out of BC's sails now. They're going to go to their bench and see if these players can come on and
kind of save it a little bit, bring some energy, bring some intensity, and just shorten the gap. And we're going to get the first appearance of Melanie Globel for Quebec. She's going to come on the court now and get a few minutes here. We'll see what she's able to do as a picker and as a defensive player. Very smart, very driven. Was the co-captain of Team Canada at the recent Women's Cup in Paris.
Big advocate for the sport. Is really trying to drive wheelchair rugby in Canada behind the scenes.
Yeah.
There's a big credit to her.
Does a really phenomenal job at trying to move the sport forward. And it's important that we have athletes who are willing to do that, not only play for themselves and play for their team, but think about how can they make the sport better for everyone involved.
Yeah, it's love to work with people like that. And she's not the only one, but great for her to do that.
All right, Simard into JP. BC's running there 3.5, 2.5.
Another quick and easy try for Quebec.
Forney into Arsenault. Melon Tony put the pressure on him, gets the ball up to Purger, who finds Forney, who's going to take it in for another score. It's JP with another one.
Yeah, JP has had a pretty solid game, I think.
Yeah, I know at halftime we were talking about Letourneau and Simard as players of the game, but really any of the four Quebec starters could make a legitimate case just on the way they've played today. There's been no real weak link.
No, you'd have to be awfully picky to pick apart any of their games. I mean, there were a couple of turnovers by White. Certainly not as many as Black.
And yeah, because I know like Yannick, who's sitting on the bench right now, maybe not an offensive superstar, but you look at some of the defense he's been able to play today. Holding Purger, holding Ewart, and really opening up the rest of the floor for Quebec. It's also been a really strong game.
Well, you know, that is what's led to the long passes the BC's had to make, which ultimately has led to a lot of the unforced errors that they've made, right? It's, you know.
Perger finds Forney in the corner. BC doing their best here to go out swinging. Samard to Latorno. Forney applying some pressure on the two of them there. Goes with Samard, and Latorno just takes off.
Quicker and quicker.
Yeah. Speed versus speed. Forney on the inbound, up to Arsenault. Nice high inbound, ball comes in high. And Byron's working for a pick, not quite able to get it. Arsenault throws it up and recovers it himself. Oh, maybe not. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Way to go, Max.
Well, lucky to get the ball back there. That was pass square in the back of Fournier.
So how important is it for players to create passing angles to receive the ball?
Well, a lot of these athletes don't have a lot of core or trunk muscles, and you can't just rotate in your chair. So if you've got to lead the player, lead passes in order for them to have the opportunity to catch it most of the time. It's one of the biggest challenges I think that Joel's had is coming from wheelchair basketball, where athletes have the ability to sort of turn and catch that ball a little bit differently and being forced to make those lead passes. And I'm not saying that's why he's made some of the errors he made today, but I know earlier on in his career it was one of the reasons for sure.
No, and basketball, wheelchair basketball to wheelchair rugby is quite a common transition. It's one that the sport seems to enjoy. But there definitely are challenges for basketball players who come into the sport. It's not always just, oh, I'm fast, so I'm going to dominate. There's a lot that players have to learn.
Yeah, it's, you know, a lot of the skills are similar because you're pushing and dribbling, but just the way that the game is played and the way that the players behave, it's quite different.
I know for me, that was one of my biggest adjustments. It was coming from basketball where I was like a number 5 who never touched a ball ever. And all of a sudden people were throwing all sorts of balls at me. And I'm like, what is going on here? So, yeah, it's interesting. And
what's this little white ball instead of the big orange one?
Quebec's just going to kill out the clock here. They've got the win here. It's going to end at 47-39. Yeah. Really tough break for my BC boys. Was really hoping they get this one, but hats off to Quebec.
Yeah, full credit to Quebec. They had a solid game plan and it worked, and wasn't really ever in doubt, was it?
I mean, we had a tight first quarter. It was a really good first quarter, pretty tight first half, and then I think once those timeouts were burned, it's difficult to come back from.
Yeah.
So, thank you for joining us here. We're going to stick with coverage until the player of the game is announced. And then our next game on court 1 is, it's going to be a D2 game, I believe. And it is between...
It's a Div 1 game.
Oh, it's a Div 1 game, my apologies. So the Div 1 game we have coming up next here on court 1 is the Ontario Lightning and the Alberta Roughnecks.
Should be a great game.
Should be a great game. And there it is, Anthony Latorno, player of the game. Very well deserved.
Very well deserved, and like you said, could have really been any of the starters for Quebec. They all had pretty solid games, so congratulations, Tony.
I feel like whenever a player of the game is really in doubt, you kind of got to go with the number 1. And Tony was the number 1 guy for them today. You know, real catalyst. And, you know, it's been great to see how Tony's played this week. You know, with Quebec's high pointer, Fabien Lavoie, not here, he's really to step up and take on more of a ball handling role.
Yeah.
I think he's done pretty well with it.
Yeah. Quebec, I don't think will be disappointed with the tournament they've had so far, given what you just said. And they'll be playing for a medal, it looks like, on tomorrow, unless something unforeseen happens.
Yeah. As for BC, you know, they got one more game left, and I mean, they could create that unforeseen situation. You know, if they do get a win, there is always a possibility of of tie-break procedures being used. You know, based on some of the scores so far, it would be real tough for them, but yeah. You're telling me there's a chance. I'm telling you there's a chance, folks. I'm telling you there's a chance. Thanks for joining us. I'm Nate Bragg, this is Adam Frost, and I got a game to play.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster of 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Let's go eat it up. Woo-hoo. Lightweight. There we go. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
Okay. Well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences, and yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics, and yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent. Obviously, transitioning back into my role as a performance services manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between Wheelchair Rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With Wheelchair Rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster of 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Go eat it up. Woo-hoo.
Lightweight.
There we go. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
Okay. Well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences, and yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics, and yeah, hopefully see you there.
best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for having us.
Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do. And I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent. Obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name is Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it, is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. So my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus is quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with their recovery for the session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from the practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So I started as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today, and some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada and others throughout the Gibson network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So, given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background as my grad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with and learning the athletes and really involving the athletes in the process and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention, is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? This one.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth.
You like that?
Large looking house.
Good dog. Do you like that?
Say hello, my little friend.
Say hello to my little.
line or quote. I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington said. Wilson! Wilson! Well done!
Change it. The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody put in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it! Before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on, streaking!
Pat!
We're going streaking! Yes!
Favorite movie line. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Buddy, hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. Nope. Rocky 4, no pain, no pain.
No pain. No pain.
Alright. Probably something funny. Oh yeah. Lots of room for activities.
Look at all this sports. So many aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote. It's in the box.
Because I envy life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap
it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Give it a little tappy.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty Dancing.
I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Sally Gove, and I'm a national team athletic therapist. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible in acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapy and medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seeing injuries, something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Integration and collaboration that happens between the IS very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical, and that encompasses and requires us to meetings where we do health intakes or we're making rehab programs which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning, certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for overall physical well-being. Specifically with Wheelchair Rugby community, I love the environment that I walk in and decentralized with the team. I think it really we want to be here, want to work the staff. The medical team's game day routine, some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need for different varying issues, whether it's injuries or health, making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether game day. Whereas some days things are slow and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the team. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound, he will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching and or any type of muscle activation. We will also, some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as helping with any other equipment that is required. By providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwich bars to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need in all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll be observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, new wounds, or providing any type of assistance, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags to recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things: massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see modality as well as normatech modality, which basically are healing. Specifically with high performance sport, the use of athletic therapy tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance. I chose athletic therapy because sport has a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I've different disciplines, and it was a huge impact, and I always knew I wanted to work with high performance athletes. It took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in general to get involved in parasport. It has a level of complexity that parasport has brought into my life, is knowing that I'm always going to be learning and be open to trying new things and utilizing gameplay and I don't know how I started. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
Differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from body rugby. We got our roster when we go to events, and on court, we play our game as 4 on
34, 35. Hey! 35 seconds. Go eat it up.
Lightweight. There we go. Let's go.
So you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with the trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptable. So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting, just as versus putting it towards the bench press. So
well, just from everyone here, for you guys coming out, it's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities, and yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics. Yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of 2 aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student, and I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do. And I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the performance services manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent. Obviously, transitioned back into my role as a performance services manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high-performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter, Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, that this been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include, but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, And then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is work together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations, how we can apply it to the sport itself. So my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition, hydration, and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competition and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling, hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to, within strength and conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today, and some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada and others throughout the Copson network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself. And so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in a sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with and learning the athletes and really involving the athletes in the process and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, you can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
You like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows. Get Dax. Do you like Dax? Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington said. Wilson!
Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
First rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it. Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll back.
Go on, streak it! Bring your hat!
We're good! Streaky!
Favorite movie line. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Rocket 4, baby. No pain. No pain. Rock 4. No pain. No pain.
No pain. No pain. No pain. Not a big movie guy. Probably funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
About sports space. So much aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote? What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, baby.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
done.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing? I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals responsible for emergency and acute care, for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with wheelchair rugby is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST, that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all, and that encompasses and requires us to one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes or we follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve a physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that is the community. I love the environment that I want today when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it provides an environment that makes me want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wait 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues or health and illnesses. Busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet, I wake up and just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to the gym. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of muscling. We will also help with transfers, helping move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up with any other equipment that is required. We help with providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have what they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. The game starts, you'll see us all on the sideline observing and writing assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches, athletes with assisted stretching, we'll make ice packs and ice bags. Athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see what's happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done. You'll also see a game-ready modality as well as a normatech modality. Basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high-performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay and
good afternoon and welcome to the 40th National Championships here in beautiful Moncton. My name is Byron Green and I'm joined by Mel LaBelle, and we're happy to be providing commentary for today's match between the Ontario Lightning and Alberta Roughneecks.
Hello, Byron Green. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Mel. How about yourself?
I'm really good. I was just chatting on the live feed saying that if you guys ask questions, Byron and I could always answer them if there's a dead time.
So Mel, what are you expecting from this matchup today?
Well, our team has played Alberta yesterday and definitely has played as a high-low. It depends on how many assets they need to control Zach, but they also need to take the lead out with Corey being able to take that ball down the line as well. So if they can do that, Ontario should be good.
Yeah, Ontario Lightning here is running a really strong balance for national team players. Matt Debley, Pico Desjardins, Ben Perkins, and Cody Caldwell.
Exactly. So it's harder for Hilo to control 3 ball carriers, and if I may say so, Patrice Dagenet, Pico, is quite a ball carrier himself too. So there's like 4 of them for Ontario.
Yeah, Pico has so much experience playing the game, and he's such a strong player. So he's definitely going to be a key part of Ontario's team today.
Yes. When you can use all 4 players on that court, it's always an asset.
So on Alberta, we have Zach Mandel at 3.5, Corey Harrower 3.0, playing as a 2.5. Ashley Monroe is on the court, and Dave Diary.
So for Alberta, as Ashley and Corey are on court, we can definitely see that the team is allowed 9 points on court.
That's correct. So there's since wheelchair rugby is a co-ed sport, and the idea is to encourage women to play the game, it was decided that if you have a female player on the court, you're allowed to go half a point over the 8-point limit. So yeah, just one of those measures to try to promote women in the sport.
Yeah, also trying to balance the, I would say, power or size of limbs and stuff like that. So there's already a first turnover here. Will Ontario take it home?
That's that's a really interesting point. Oftentimes in wheelchair rugby, you'll see a turnover, and then the team will turn it right back over. So converting on turnovers is a really important part of the game.
Yeah, I call it chaos. You have to control the chaos.
So Zach's forced inbound here. This could be a tough moment for Alberta.
Pico is denying the give and go here, and they're trying to trap Zach down low. It's a good control. He's able to get free, and they are using number 2, low pointer, to try and go score.
That was a really good effort from Corey earlier on in this play to get open versus 2 defenders, 2 really tough defenders. So great hustle by Corey.
Yes,
and
keeping the space, that was key. Quick inbound here from Ben to Pico.
Ben's going to use Pico to try to advance up court. And look at this, 3 on 2. Well played from Alberta, right? To
yes.
stop that easy goal.
Look at Zach. So
and
Zach
Ben,
was never forced to make a decision between Matt and Ben. And then as soon as Ben released that ball, he was a liability, and Zach used it.
Yeah, and then I think Corey managed to hit Ben Perkins out of bounds there to force a turnover. So great job by Alberta. They're definitely right in this match. Oh, lucky bounce.
Pico's arms are everywhere.
Nice burst of speed from Zach to get across path there.
So definitely not a player you want to be allowed to carry his speed.
Yeah, controlling Zach going to be a really key part of Ontario's defensive schemes for this game.
Forcing him to pass, forcing him to turn.
This attack up court from Matt Debley. Matt's fresh off playing down in the U.S., the U.S. National Championships. He was a key member of the Detroit team that came in second. In the Div 1 tournament.
I think he's not over it yet.
Yeah. Talking to him earlier this weekend, he definitely would like to have that game back.
So he's trapped in the key here. Let's see how this low pointer gets. Oh, Zach.
Nice work from Zach there. Yes. So Dave had the ball, and he was stuck. He couldn't click across the line. Zach saw that. He saw the back of Pico's chair, and his eyes got big and just eased Pico out of bounds there. Wow, nice play from Ben Perkins to intercept that pass. I think he had to call a timeout. He was probably worried about going out of bounds and just turning the ball right back over to Alberta. This is going to be tough.
That use of time, would you say it's a way to control the chaos?
Yeah, yes, and you'll often see that. And great job from Ontario to score shorthanded.
Yes.
So they only had 2 players on the court to get the ball in there. But Cody, who's a really, really great player, managed to stay open, get that ball in, and the rest was fairly straightforward. Ben's got to be careful. If he gets hit out of bounds here, it could be a penalty goal, and that means Ontario would remain shorthanded.
He goes back on court.
Ball comes into Matt. He's going to drag with Corey. Look at that hand speed, eh?
So fast. Zach didn't attempt it. I think Troutman would have attempted it.
So I saw this yesterday from Alberta in their first game, that they'll switch between Corey inbounding and having Dave Gyrey inbound. When Corey inbounds, it really gives them quite a different look. It gives a lot of range on that inbound, and let Zach stay quite a bit higher up on the court.
Yeah. What I like about it is that the defense has to reorganize every time, and they really have to keep their heads up and look at what's going on, who's inbounding, and what their matchup is going to look like. And that play off the rolls is key for Alberta.
Yeah. That being said, Ontario did manage to adjust and force a turnover, so they're going to look to score this try here and go up by 2.
Capitalizing. Then Perkins is stuck in corner by Ashley Monroe. Forcing that ball, little pointer. Will Cody Caldwell catch up? Yes. Timeout before the low pointer is forced off the court with the ball.
Yeah, Cody did a great job of hitting Dave Gyrey and getting him closer to the line, and Ben came in and was looking to finish the job. And then Dave wisely used that timeout call to prevent the turnover.
So 4 minutes in the first quarter, and both teams have used one timeout.
We'll take a moment here to thank sponsors: 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco Custom Metalcraft, Tango Medical, and the of Moncton. Thank you guys so much for your contributions in helping make the 40th Canadian National Championships as a big success. Ontario's working on a deny defense here. Dave's got pretty good range, and Zach, I think, is well within it.
So far in the last 4 minutes, it's a game with many turnovers. It's not an error-less game yet.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Alberta's had a couple, and Ontario's had at least one.
Let's see that key offense.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Dave Gyrey was held within key for 10 seconds.
That's what I was going to say. All three players were in the key already, but Zach wasn't attacking it.
Yeah, so in wheelchair rugby, when you're on offense, you can only be within the key area, which is the rectangle in front of the goal, for 10 seconds. And the defense is only allowed 3 of their 4 athletes within that key area.
Yeah, that 10 seconds forces the team to work together, and it's like really a synchronicity effort that you can't just go in the key without anybody else attacking it.
Yeah, so key offense is something that teams will work on quite a bit throughout the year. It's a set play, and timing, attacking together, everybody knowing their job is important for a team to have success attacking the key.
Yeah. For first-time viewers, it could be compared to the key in basketball, like 3 seconds in the key in basketball.
Yes, totally. Yeah, and often in basketball, you'll see teams drop into that kind of zone defense within the key. So you're looking at about here for Alberta. Running a give and go with BJ.
Deadly trying to kill that give and go, going under the pile. And
nice
ball going long, but I think Matt Debley is going to get there before the low player. And there's a turnover for Ontario.
A great effort for Debley there. You saw him pressuring the ball down low on the give and go, and he hustles all the way back and recovers and manages to intercept that long pass.
Well, he was out of position under the pile, so he knew he had to do something else. And I think his vision said that's where the pass is going to be. Another interception. Timeout timeout called from Cody Caldwell. You cannot hit the floor with the ball in your hand or else it's a turnover. So Caldwell used his timeout well there, or else he would have lost that turnover opportunity.
So Wheeled Rugby Canada is having an auction. 49 Bespoke has donated a Baytech Mini, and Vesco Metalcraft has donated a equipment management kit. If you want to put in a bid, go to Wheelchair Rugby's page and the link tree. The starting bid for the Baytech Mini is $4,000, and the starting bid for the equipment kit is $350. All the proceeds goes towards national championships. You can also just donate directly to Wheelchair Rugby Canada on wheelchairrugbycanada.ca, and donations will go to improve our next national championships and other programming.
Key offense from Ontario here to try to turn that turnover into a score. That try is scored. So it's 11-6 for Ontario already in the first quarter.
Yeah, we're seeing the lead start to stretch. Ontario's defense is really starting to get what they want, and they're having a lot of success. Oh, Pico, playing his angle so well.
They are working the give and go. They know it's a give and go that's going to happen now. So they have adjusted to that. They are working the give and go, and they are capitalizing on knowing that that pass is going to go long, and they have a man deep. It can be anyone. It was definitely the last turnover. Now it was Pico, so it could be anyone catching that ball deep.
Corey's got a bit of space to attack with this play. Finds Zach. Back to Corey. Oh, nice hustle from Pico Desjardins, and nice strip.
So Desjardins here knew which caster to hit to turn Corey's chair, and that's experience talking right there.
Corey attacking up the court.
I would say it's a 2-on-1. Both high pointers against Pico right there.
Yeah.
What will he do? How would you get out of there?
I would
transition.
Try to force a pass and then transition to offense for sure.
He was there for the give and go with any.
Ontario's really using their passing range and their three ball carriers to their advantage, and that's what they have to do against a high low. They're going to have a mismatch somewhere in points, so
use it.
Yeah, so the right decision is just identifying where that mismatch is and getting the ball to that person. Zach's really putting a lot of pressure on Debley here.
9 seconds left for Ontario to score that try. And B. Caldwell just backs up around Corey.
No panic in Caldwell's game.
Never any. Was there?
No. I think they just inbounded the ball a little too quickly. They're going to reset the play here.
Okay, give and go from BJ to Corey. Corey finding Zach right away. Zach matching up against Debley.
There's only 25 seconds left in the first quarter. For sure, Alberta's going to hold up, try to score last goal here. Yeah. Ontario drops into their key defense.
So let's see how Ontario does in defense.
So Mel, why is last goal so important in wheelchair rugby?
So on a tied game, with the possession of every quarter, if you win every last goal and you score every of your goal, you could win that game by 2.
Yeah, so if you score the last goal and have possession on the next quarter, it could end up in a 2-point swing in your favor.
So exactly. So if you score all the goal and win every last goal, you could win the game by 2. So wheelchair rugby is a game of no mistakes, and you have to be very disciplined. So every turnover counts. And on tie games internationally, that's where we see it. That the ball has so much value. Every turnover is so difficult to go get back. Getting that last goal advantage is one tactic that every team has to go for.
Yeah, and you even see teams use timeouts to try to ensure that they have last possession. In the last 2 minutes of quarters, you'll often see teams starting to score at very particular times on the clock. Like a lot of teams will try to score around 52 seconds to ensure that they'll have last possession. And teams aren't shy about using timeouts to try to get that. And like you were saying earlier, at high levels of rugby, turnovers are so valuable that strategy is a very effective strategy to try to win games.
Yeah, timeouts could be used as time management cards and assets, and so using them early on in the game means that you won't have them at the end of the game. If it's a tight game, you might need it to control that last goal scenario or that timing scenario. Yeah. So, Byron, you've been here a while. It's the 40th anniversary of Nationals. You have fun facts for us. What was your first experience like?
So my first experience at Canadian Nationals was in 2006. That was the first time that Canadian Nationals was held on the East Coast in Halifax. And that was a great experience for myself. Actually, Patrice Desjardins and I won Rookie of the Year, and we split the award that year. So all these years, and this is only my second time on the East Coast, and I've been really enjoying the experience and enjoying the city of Moncton.
Yeah, that's crazy. So we had Zach Medell showing up to our table. He said, tell Brendan I say hi. So, Chowdy, Zach says hi.
Yeah, I think a lot of the athletes here are missing Brendan Troutman.
Yeah.
He was a big part of Alberta's team for the last couple of years, and
exactly.
Unfortunately, he couldn't be here this year.
It's the smile for me. The smile did it. He looks so happy playing. We miss you, Trouty.
Oh, nice work from Dave Gyrey, and using those long arms to good effect to haul in that ball.
What a catch from Crowry. Way to go.
Nice little give and go from Ontario. Cody's going to slowly advance up court using his pick. Nice little shoulder dip.
Again, no stress shown from Cody Caldwell. So calm on this.
Yeah, it's really a testament to his confidence and his skills as an athlete that he's just so cool and collected.
So Ontario's banking on give and go execution here. Kurt and Corey weren't able to execute the give and go well, and the ball went fouled.
Ontario's defense is really looking to force that give and go. They're not trying to deny it from happening. They're really banking on forcing Alberta to use a give and go.
Yes.
And then they're tacking down and putting a lot of pressure on it.
Well, the ball's going to come in so low that you have more time to contain it than to direct where you want it to go. Right here, there's no one stopping the flow. So Corey Harrow is able to cross that middle line.
Not a bad defense from Ontario there. Alberta managed to get across half fairly easily, but Ontario always kept players on top, and they at least got into a key defense. So Ontario will see that as a win, and they'll be quite happy to continue having those looks as this game goes on. If you can burn some time off the clock and then force your team to run against your key, eventually you're going to start seeing some benefits from that.
And it's also energy managed a little bit.
Yeah, I believe Ontario's got one more game today.
Yes. So in other sports, you'd call it like full court or half court press. Dropping to the key is kind of an energy management technique as well.
Yeah, just a little bit too rushed of a deep pass there. Dave wasn't quite in yet, and Zach bombed it. Unfortunately, Dave just didn't have the speed to close the pass.
So, Byron, if we're talking to someone that's not watching wheelchair rugby a lot, Would you say that the game is played between the whistles?
Yes. Between the whistles is a really important part of the game. Each team is really, you never stop moving. You're always trying to find an advantage. So transition, as we like to call it, is a critical part of the game, and the team that can transition the best will often end up winning the game.
Exactly, because you're looking for those mismatches, right? You want to create or carve the game the way is advantageous for your team.
Yeah, so when the team has to inbound the ball, they only have 3 players on the court versus 4 defense. So it can be quite a stressful time trying to get the ball in. And throughout the year, teams will work hard on their set plays to create windows to get the ball in.
Yes.
So on defense, if you're working hard in transition, you're trying to take the team out of their set plays and force them to improvise.
Yeah.
And if you can do that successfully, you're going to be putting teams in stressful positions to get the ball in. And even if they do manage to get the ball in, they're going to be out of sequence. Maybe their spacing won't be great, so they'll have a tough time to advance the ball across half.
So transition from Ontario here is to dome around the inbounder.
Ball comes in, but you manage to keep the ball in the corner and force Corey to pass it out.
Yes. So if you're watching at home, I would suggest that you, on the inbounds, do not look at the ball. Look at what other players are doing and how they divide their assets.
So once the ball is in, a team only has 12 seconds to advance over the half court. And once they gain the front court, they're not allowed to go back into the back court. And so it's very similar to basketball in that regard. So you'll often see teams put a lot of pressure as a team is trying to cross the half court line. And if they manage to hit a person as they're crossing over the line, it can often result in a turnover.
So very good use of vertical of the court here by Alberta. So there was a pass down from Zach to Corey. And Corey saw the low pointer very, very high, so the vertical space was key here in passing and scoring that try.
Yeah, for Alberta's offense, if Zach managed to draw 2 players, it should leave a numbers advantage somewhere else on the court.
Yeah.
So if Zach's able to successfully draw 2 defenders and then get the ball to whoever has that 2-on-1, Alberta should have success.
So right here, he's drawing 2 players, 3 players on him. Oh, I think that's holding. Will he call it? Will he not call it? Yeah, so.
At that point, Deb Lee's on the ground and he's quite near the action, so the refs decide to blow the play down just due to player safety. It will remain Alberta's ball. They'll just have to inbound.
So, to be honest, like Debly's chair was touching Zach's chair. Technically, Debly's body wasn't touching Zach, but Zach couldn't move freely. So.
Yeah, the refs decided not to call it.
Yeah.
But that judgment call could have gone either way for sure.
Another try for Dave.
Ontario with the ball, looking to score this try. If they do, they're going to go up to 22. They're working with a 9-point advantage here. Nice done by Dave. He's scoring quite a few tries for Alberta.
Exactly.
Definitely a key piece of.
Caldwell is spacing well here to get the ball from Matt Debly, who was pushed out of bounds.
Yeah, Debly drew a lot of attention. He had both Zach and Corey on him. Managed to get that ball out and into Cody's hands. So well done from Matt.
He kind of knew that if I had 2 big guys, one of my guys got to be free somewhere.
Oh, exactly. But is one thing to say that and know that, but it's
Yes.
another thing to execute.
To really have the pressure and deliver, yes.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure.
Alberta with another, or sorry, Ontario causes another turnover, and they're looking to convert, and Ben cruises in.
We will see another inbound here from Alberta. Double give and go racing.
Great pressure from Matt. He kind of splits the give and go.
Exactly, and the ball's trapped down low, and Zach has a lot of pressure on him, but he's free. He's got chair position on the guys. Pico can do no matchup against Zach.
I mean, by the time Zach got the ball, they only had 4 seconds to get over half for that 12 count. And it's just a testament to Zach's speed that he managed the problem. And Zach, as a 3.5 athlete, you know, he's expected to have that speed and to be able to carry that sort of load for his team. So in wheelchair rugby, athletes are classified anywhere from a 0.5 to a 3.5. A 3.5 having the most function for a wheelchair rugby athlete, and 0.5 being on the bottom end of the function scale. So anybody with impairment to their upper body and lower body could be classifiable for wheelchair rugby. So if you know somebody or have a friend or family member that has a disability and are interested in giving wheelchair rugby a try, I would encourage you to go to wheelchairrugby.ca, and there's a feature on there called Find a Club, and it will tell you the closest club to you and provide you contact information.
We have a few new players here this weekend. I saw a few players that it's their first nationals, and what a blast that they're having, how much fun they're having, and the community they're getting. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, wheelchair rugby has really changed my life, and I would
change mine.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible the power of sport and the effect that it can have on your life. So it's always puts a smile on my face when I see new athletes experiencing their first national championships and just getting to play and meet all the other amazing athletes across Canada. It's a pretty special community that we have, and we work hard to continue to see it grow.
We're entering the last minute and a half of that quarter, so we're going to see a little bit of time management coming.
So Ontario scores with 1:29 on the clock. Alberta gets all in. We'll see if they try to score, you know, around 55 seconds here, or if they just decide to score right away. Oh, unfortunate there. I think it's going to stay Alberta's ball. 1:17 on the clock. 28 seconds on the shot clock. It's setting them up pretty well to score around 55, 57, and ensure that they have last possession.
Trying to trap Zach down low. 3 guys on Zach, so one of them is going to be free for Alberta.
And that free person is Corey Harrower. Definitely not an athlete you want to leave free like that. She'll make you pay. So they score at 1:07. A little surprised that they didn't run the clock down a little bit more than that, but you know, at this point they're down by a fair amount. They could just be trying to create turnovers as much as they can, and, and you know, they probably don't want to burn too much time off the clock. They want to give themselves every opportunity that they can to
put them on the board,
to force turnovers. Ontario scores at 53 seconds. So
to look at this setup, Dave is already gone for that long ball. Pico's following him. Zach and Corey are spacing. Zach's trying to flow for Corey. Corey was hit on that middle line and released the ball so quickly that she wasn't called in backcourt.
Yeah, that was pretty touch and go there.
She got rid of it.
Yeah, Ontario really funneled the ball and Zach right into that sideline, half-court line area. Ontario looking to get the ball across half. Pretty sure they're going to pull up here and look to score last goal.
So,
last try.
If I may say so, fun fact, in the last 15 seconds, I think Alberta's cheer, I don't know if it's still that, but I think it's the best cheer I've ever heard.
Do you remember what it is?
Yeah. It sounds like Zach. It sounds like Zach and Trouty, actually. All
right, 1 second left. Ontario for Alberta just gets the ball in, and that's it. We've reached halftime. Score 29 for the Ontario Lightning and 20 for the Alberta Bighorns, or Roughnecks, sorry. The Bighorns is our Div 2 team.
Thank you for that correction, Byron. We can thank our sponsors once again, I think.
Yeah, so big thank you goes to 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Custom Metal Craft, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton.
Talking about the City of Moncton, have you tried any restaurant downtown?
Yeah, so here a few days earlier this year, so I got to try seafood restaurant, which was really probably had the best mussels I've ever had there.
Oh.
And then also got to try out a local brew pub, which was top notch.
Yeah, I want to try one tonight. So let me try mimic Zach's voice here for a second.
All right.
I want to Alberta cheer.
All right, I'm waiting.
Are you ready, guys? Okay, fun on three. 1, 2, 3. Fun.
Well done.
Is that my good Zach voice?
Any talents, Bell. She's only a phenomenal wheelchair rugby athlete.
I'm an actress.
She's a voice actress. So Mel, how long have you been playing wheelchair rugby?
I started 6 months after my injury, and it changed. It just made me want to execute trans, and before that, I was just stuck in my chair. Like my day chair, if you put me in my day chair, I was stuck in my day chair. And when I went to my first test, then I saw all the guys being so independent. I was like, oh, I want that.
I had a very similar experience in wheelchair rugby. I remember it was really empowering to athletes with a very similar level of function to me, what they were able to do. It really opened up my mind to what was possible. So I can't thank wheelchair rugby enough for all the freedom and improvements that it's made to my life.
Now.
Oh my goodness, well, I my neck in 2001, so
wow.
Going on 22.
And you were of the roster of the Golden Pan Ams, right?
So 2015, it was my first Para Pan Am Games, getting to compete with Team Canada. It was in Toronto. That's actually one of my fun from my national team career, playing inside a home crowd, and it was a really intense against the USA. And we were actually down at halftime. We managed a big comeback to win and secure our place in the 2016 Paralympics Games.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was. I'll always remember that moment. It was a wild night.
We had like a golden era comeback for the Women's Cup in Paris. We got to wear you guys' jerseys, and I could just take it in. Like that moment, that gold moment, I was like, they must have lived like the time of their lives. It must have been so much fun. It was really an honor to wear those jerseys.
Yeah, I remember waking up next morning and just feeling like it was a dream, you know what I mean? Like thinking back to the previous evening and just everything that happened, it was like almost surreal.
Blink of an eye, it passes. It goes like so fast.
Yeah, so to our viewers at home, Mel was part of our very first Canadian women's team that got to compete earlier this year in Paris. The Women's Cup?
Yes, Paris Women's Cup in 2023 in March.
Yeah, I mean, I had a ton of fun watching you guys and cheering for you guys at home. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that experience and just what it meant to you and your teammates?
First of all, like Nathan Lederer, comms guy here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada, did an amazing job at just like relaying what was happening over there, because there was we created a synergy with the team, with the girls, and it's something that stays close to us if nobody shares it. But he was able to capture that and give you guys a glimpse of it at home, and I feel like he did a tremendous job at that. So congrats to him. But really, it was every game we were building, and we created bonds, and we secured the team's goals and individual goals. So everything was of value to us, and I think that was just a moment that I will cherish for my whole life. Like, seriously, like you.
Yeah, watching you guys win the bronze medal was awesome. And
yeah.
You can see the smiles on your guys' faces, and you know the fun that you guys were having, but also watching you guys get better as the tournament went on, and see that growth was awesome.
I think seriously, like the whole crowd over in Paris, like took on our journey with us. They were seeing us like evolve, and they shared that medal with us as well. So, it's third quarter starting. Zach with the ball, attacking the key.
He's got Corey, Ashley Monroe, and Dave Barry with him. And for Ontario, we saw Matt Debley, Cody Caldwell, Ben Perkins, and Pico Deschanel.
Good use of the space there. Zach knows he draws players, and Corey was just in the middle there, waiting for the ball to arrive on her lap and cross that line.
Yeah, really well executed key offense from Alberta. And again, nice offense. They spread the court and force Zach to make a decision, and Ben has a nice long bomb to Matt Debley. Oof. So, quick hands from Debley, gets a strip and finds Cody.
So here we had like two choices for the give and go. She chose Dave, but there was a little bit of momentum missing. Debley was able to put his hand on the ball.
Yeah, Debley like right between Dave and Corey, and just put that pressure on and managed to create that turnover. I think at some point in this second half of the game, we'll probably see some subs from Ontario. So far, Alberta's been rotating their low points in and out of the game.
Good patience from Dave here, not getting too close to that middle lane, knowing that he didn't want to do a backcourt.
Just a little bit too short on that pass. Yes. Cody, with his long arms, was able to snag it.
He's not going to show you how long his arms are before you make that pass, is he?
No, and that's another, a little wirely move. If you stick your arms up, you're kind of giving your opponent a target to get over. So you keep your arms down and you just snap up.
Ashley creating flow here for Corey to pass. Just one hit will kick you out that court.
Yeah, so Zach Ford spun out of bounds there, and they call that a penalty goal. And penalty goals are a bit of the ref's discretion. If a player is close to scoring and the other team does something illegal, the refs will just decide to call a penalty goal, and that's to just increase the speed of the game.
Yeah, if I can use Zach's voice again, I'll say, across that line, you will. So we saw Zach's up speed for the first time in this game.
That's an interesting point. I know that with the national team that we've been doing a little bit of research, and they put little speedometers on our chairs, and we're measuring our speed during a game, and the results were that athletes were only at their top speed for about 5% of the game.
Yeah.
So wheelchair rugby is a sport not necessarily about your top speed, but how quickly you can get there, because there's a lot of stop-starting, and it's all about acceleration and agility. So the players that are able to do that the best will generally have a lot of success.
And keep that energy. How many times can you stop-start? Keep that speed, right?
Yeah, so
it's a lot of energy to start that chair.
Power endurance is definitely the name of the game for a wheelchair rugby athlete.
And anybody who tries to get and sit in that chair and power it, they're going to be sore the next day for sure.
Oh yeah, your shoulders, your wrists and arms, elbows, everything.
Tendons are not used to do this. elbows, wrists. Yeah. And it's a tight fit. It's a tight fit.
Yes, yes. I mean, generally you want your wheelchair rugby chair to fit as snug as possible to make it one with your body. It is very similar to an ice hockey skate where you want it to almost be too small, and so it's really connected.
Yes, exactly. Oh yeah, we're getting a lot of heat, but again, using that vertical space from Alberta, able to send that pass to Dave and cross. Benny's quick and bounce Cody Caldwell alone. He didn't hit that target, so he did. There we go.
And the fact that Cody got that inbound and he was only about 3 feet away from the half-court line, it was really impressive. I mean, when you get the ball in that high, you only have such a short distance to go to get across half. It's really setting up your offense to perform at a high level. Oh, nice recovery speed from Pico Dejanay. Stops an easy try from Alberta. But with a little bit of work, they
by now they know. They know that Dave's going to be there to catch that ball.
Yeah.
So they're not going to let him do it every time.
Nice little give and go between Ben Perkins and Cody Caldwell. Attacking it up the court, 3 wide.
Have a couple ball carrier is an asset.
And moving that ball well.
So we were talking about the importance of equipment, but Vesco is definitely a sponsor of this Nationals, and definitely look it up.
Many of the athletes here today are playing in Vesco wheelchairs. They make a really high quality product that will last with all these high impacts.
They also offer a kit that's sponsored by Vesco in the auction. The auctions start at $350 for the kits, the equipment management kit, and it's in the link tree on the Instagram of Wheelchair Rugby Canada. There is also a Baytech Mini 2 sponsored by 49 Bespoke, starting at $4,000, and all the proceeds go to Nationals. And if you donate, you can improve Nationals and the program. So I encourage you to go to that link tree and find those.
Yeah, that $4,000 bid for Baytech Mini is well below retail price. I believe they go for about 11,000 Canadian.
They do.
So definitely you could get a bit of a steal of a deal.
Exactly, and having that in front of your wheelchair when you're traveling and covering that distance to CSC or to visit or to just go outside your home, save a ton of energy and makes the travel a completely different experience.
Oh, 100%. I got my first front drive about 1.5 years ago, and it's been amazing the things that it's allowed me to do. Definitely a game changer. Getting close to that 2-minute mark here in the third quarter. Both teams kind of going back and forth. Alberta just created a turnover earlier. Trailing by 9 points at this point. You know, they've kind of stopped the bleeding. They're kind of hanging around in this game. They're going to have to look to put a little bit more pressure on Ontario if they want to try to cause a few more turnovers and get right back in this game.
Yeah, I think Ontario's pretty comfortable with this advance. I think they're probably managing energy for the next game as well. What do you think?
Yeah, they definitely, you know, they're pushing hard and working hard, but they're a little bit in cruise control mode. They're really playing well and running their offense well. So definitely looking just to keep up kind of the flow of the game. They're not really looking to amp up the pressure too much, just kind of keep things flowing.
They are keeping the bench short, though. They have played the same players for the whole game.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I kind of expected to see some subs. You know, with a 10-point lead, you could take this opportunity to to use your bench and rest some of your guys and just make sure that everybody's in the best position for this afternoon's game.
On that bench there, Garrett Hickling.
A long-time Wheelchair Rugby Canada member.
Oh! Wait, we have to go back to the ball here. There was this major stuff by Zach. He went so high that he also got on Ben Perkins' lap.
Yeah, big hit from Ben Perkins. You don't often see Zach go over front ways like that. Ben's got a big smile on his face. He must be pretty proud of himself to be able to put Zach on his lap like that.
You're proud to be stuffed, but you're proud to put Zach on your lap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Garrett Hickley, pretty much a legend in Canadian wheelchair rugby. He was a top player for Canada for so many years, multiple World MVP, huge part of Wheelchair Rugby Canada's legacy. And it's great to see him still playing and coaching, and he's a big part of Ontario's team. And near the beginning of my career, I was fortunate enough to play a lot with Garrett. Garrett was living in BC at the time. He was born in Kelowna, BC, and he was living in Vancouver at the time when I started. And he taught me a lot about the sport. And I'm very fortunate for players like Garrett and you know, players and coaches like that are a big reason why I coach now. I love to try to pass on the knowledge that they gave me to newer athletes and help grow our wonderful sport.
You are passing it on. You were one of my mentors, maybe.
Oh, thank you, Mel. I remember meeting you for the first time at depuis Sportif.
You showed me how to transfer. And then
I remember you complaining about your short arms at the time. You were convinced that you'd never be a good transfer.
I still do. My transfers are technique only. They're not power.
Watching you transfer now is pretty impressive, I have to say. I'm pretty proud of you. Short arms and all. Short arms and all.
I could tell you stories.
Oh, nice turnover from Ontario there. Stretching their lead to 12. Zach putting that speed to get good use and explodes up the left side.
Just wanted to make sure he told Maddie that he had the line. Hey, Maddie, I'm going to go there. I'll go pass.
Yeah, Cody, you can really see Cody Caldwell is pretty much a quarterback on this Ontario team for the offense. He loves to get first touch, and he's so patient with the ball, and his core vision is top notch. And you can really see that Ontario's offense really flows through Cody.
We're gonna watch it again. Another inbound. Cody's got a matchup, turns. He knows he's gonna get the ball. He's patient to let Benny and let two options run up court, and now he decides which option is best to receive that ball.
Exactly. He doesn't attack up right away. He lets his teammates get up to speed and fill those lanes before he makes his attack. And then he has his choice. You either pass it or push.
He doesn't even have to look. He knows what's happening, what player's doing what. And if you're a player playing with Cody and you're not doing what you're supposed to, you will be told. You are supposed to do what I think you will do.
And wheelchair rugby being a team sport, it's really important that everybody plays their role. For a team to have success and go on to win games, it's really important that everybody trusts in their teammates to do their job and doesn't try to help. And that's it, you know, as teams play together more and more and that chemistry grows and that trust grows, it's pretty cool. It's a special feeling when you're playing on a team like that. When things are clicking, it feels really awesome.
Yeah, so it's like the flow state. You can see when team reach that maturity.
And it's one thing to do that in an individual sport. the mental strength that individual athletes have is really incredible. But it's something else when it's a team effort, and to have that flow state with others, it's really cool.
It's because nobody's going to peak at the same time, but to reach flow as a team, it's a pretty special moment.
Yeah.
Any team sport enthusiasts out there that have played with many teams can confirm.
All right, we just finished up the third quarter. Ontario scores last try. We're going into the fourth quarter with a score of 46 for the Ontario Lightning and 34 for the Alberta Roughnecks.
I'm just going to go on the Instagram. I'm going to go on Instagram and see.
Let's see if there's any questions for us.
Auction action.
Yeah, we'll take this moment
I just made that up.
to thank our sponsors, 49 Bespoke, Gahan House, Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco Custom Metalcraft, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton.
Sorry, we were just asked a question. So, I'm on the link tree of the Instagram. There's WRC websites, the National Championship Guide, the stream, and national auctions.
Oh, she found it.
I found it.
She figured out the treasure hunt.
I think there's like upwards of 20-something items.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I thought there was only the 2, but that's pretty cool. And again, if you're looking to donate to Rugby Canada, the proceeds will go to improving the next national championships and other programming. And you can do that by going to rugbycanada.ca, and there's a donate option on the website.
The Wi-Fi is not good enough, I'm sorry. I am seeing your comments though. If you chat to us on the comments, we can answer.
Yeah, I'm sure if you ask nicely enough, Mel will tell one of her famous stories.
Of transfers? No, but actually, Mika's an engineer, and I was getting frustrated not being able to get out of my couch, and obviously strength or function didn't work. So we had to science it, saying where the loads are. And he basically said, if your head is heavier than your behind, things should lift.
A little bit of a counterbalance there.
Exactly. But there had to be, like, my feet had to be at a certain place for me not to, like, to really use that momentum or that force, that science.
And, you know, being disabled, using a wheelchair to get around, you really do have to be a problem solver to figure out certain situations. I think one of the key attributes is staying positive and just having an open mind and be willing to try, no matter how many times you fail.
I had to, I often tell that story, but I had to keep my kids' mind on because kids are so resilient and their brain adjusts. So if you adjust by playing, things will come naturally. If you adjust by being confronted, then you might not see that you are growing and changing. So I just had to accept that I was paralyzed and really play it out, see where I could go. Nice work by Corey and Zach there. So it's an 11-point game right now for Ontario still. So now Cody's going to do the 2-on-1 against Zach. As soon as Zach commits to him, he passes to Ben.
And we see Patrice Deschanel out of the game, and in is Peter Langenecker, or as everybody knows him fondly as Moose. So Moose getting his first action in this game, and he is notorious for being a strong picker.
I always forget.
If he sinks that his pick bar into between your wheel, good luck on getting out of that.
I got stuck a couple of times last game.
Nightmares. Players will often have nightmares of
may have
Moose
said a couple
hunting
worse.
around.
Yes. Maddie going around, just swinging by, cruising. Seeing Cody. Now Cody's going to play a little bit fake. Zach committed to Benny, and then Cody passed.
And we see Kurt in for the Alberta team. Kurt, I think this is his second shift of the game. Kurt is a newer player for Alberta, and he was at his first Team Canada confirmation camp early in April of this year. And he had a really good showing, and we'll look to see great things from Kurt in the future with Team Canada.
He was a Rookie of the Year last year, and first confirmation camp this year, and I like the vibe that he brought.
Again,
he's a funny guy.
Just like Moose, if he gets that pick in you, he is a strong dude.
Oh, he's a heavy dude.
One of my teammates...
6'7" or something, is he?
Oh, he's a big guy, yeah.
He's a big guy.
One of my teammates, Nathan, when we were playing earlier this year in the Calgary Invitational, Kurt kept getting him, and Nathan was struggling to get off, and I swear that night Nathan had nightmares of Kurt.
Yeah, I do too. I have nightmares. Rob McIsaac showed up on the feed. Hey Rob, how are you doing?
We missed you, Rob. Rob's missing out on nationals this year. He's a long-time Calgary athlete. Oh, sorry, I think actually Rob he's close to Edmonton.
Yes, but he would be on that court right now.
Yes. Yeah, about 5 minutes, 30 seconds left in our fourth quarter of this game.
Good job on Ashley to open up that corner for Zach.
Yeah.
What a good play.
Ontario's just looking to close this game out, and I'm pretty sure they're 2-0 right now, looking to improve their record to 3-0, which will ensure that they'll be in the finals. And I believe the way that this tournament is shaping up, it's going to be an Ontario versus Ontario finals for the gold medal tomorrow.
Rob says he's from Edmonton.
Ah, nice. I was correct.
A give and go between Corey and Kurt. Corey's running up court. Ontario's containing their yes.
Yeah, she showed some patience there and was trying to use her pick, but just couldn't protect the ball. These Ontario athletes have so much experience. And
yeah. Well, they were containing until they stopped the flow on that dangerous midline, and Maddie was able to swipe the ball off Corey's lap. So Zach?
You don't see this too often, a low point carrying the ball up court, but it works out for him.
Zach was stuck. He says he knows that the ball is going to draw some attention, so get the ball away and go get the ball back.
A little bit unorthodox, but it worked out.
Fun on three.
Zach trying to apply pressure to Ben Perkins. Ben Perkins does well to get the ball out. Receives the pass back and scores a try on the right side of the court.
Oh, we're seeing a bench timeout called.
I believe it was Ontario that's using that bench timeout. So teams have 4 on-court timeouts and 2 bench timeouts. So the 4 on-court timeouts can be used at any time, even during the play of the game. Your bench timeouts can only be used between whistles. Your on-court timeouts are 30 seconds in length, and your 2 bench timeouts are 1 minute in length. So coaches will often use the bench timeouts to change up their strategy and have a moment to reset their team. The 4 on-court timeouts are often used as a little get-out-of-jail-free card. You'll often see a team, if they're struggling to get across half in that 12 seconds, they'll use that timeout instead of turning the ball over.
Yeah, we're seeing Hickling on court, and we could see him talk to his players, how invested he is with the guys, even though he spent that game on the line. He is invested, he's coaching, he's mentoring. So now we're going to see him play for the first time in this game, and I can't wait to see the action from Hickling.
Yeah, so Ontario brought out their high-low lineup, and we'll see how it can match up against Alberta's high-low.
Matchup, Garrett versus Zach.
Canada's old 3-5 versus Canada's new 3-5. Looks like Zach came out on top,
Yeah, I think,
which is to be expected.
Garrett took his hands off of his wheel, I think, for 2 seconds. Garrett, you just came out of the bench. Why are you going back on the bench?
Garrett spent a lot of time in that penalty box over the years.
I want to mess with him right now. Why would you do this? Corey needing help. You were talking about the pick from Moose. He just showed it.
Yeah, it almost doesn't matter where he makes contact with your chair.
No,
you can just suck
he's
you right
sticky,
in.
Yeah. I was trying to go around and I got stuck.
You won't be the first. You were definitely not the first, and you will not be the last person when that happens to.
Oh, Garrett.
Oh, long bomb. Matt sneaks into that passing lane and gets the turnover.
It's a good for the defense players to know their range of the inbounder. Just sit there and wait for that ball, because you're gonna make the toughest pass happen, and sometimes execution is good.
Yeah, I'll tell my athletes this quite often. When you're on defense, you're trying to force the other team to pass the ball. We all have impairment to our arms and hands, so anytime you force somebody to pass the ball in wheelchair rugby, good things may happen for you. Pico carrying the ball for Ontario and pops it up to Matt.
He's a very good ball carrier.
But when he plays for his club team, the Ottawa Stingers, Pico will often carry the ball.
Talk to me about the low point game now. Pico and Trevor being the number 1 on there.
Yeah, so
with Samart as well.
Yeah, so with wheelchair rugby, you're allowed 8 points on the court. With a low point rugby, you're only allowed 3.5 points, and your highest point player can only be a 1.5. So in wheelchair rugby, low points are often relegated to a picking role. We don't really get to handle the ball all too much.
No.
But low point rugby really frees us up to run the offense, handle the ball, and make things happen. So it's a ton of fun to play.
Yes.
And I can't recommend it enough for low point athletes.
Completely different strategy as well.
Yeah, you really have to understand it's a great education in what the high pointers have to understand to play wheelchair rugby.
Byron, I saw the same thing with playing with women. Sometimes, most of the time, with the deduction of 0.5, a 3 point will end up being a 2.5, or 3.5 will end up being a 3. They're not often the number 1 on that court, and so playing women, they had to become that number 1 and gain that confidence in their ability to control the ball under pressure. And I've seen them grow so much, and I was so proud of our high pointers. And some of them were yours. Some of them are athletes that you mentor, Julia.
Yeah, Julia, Tiana, and Jessica.
Yeah.
It was really awesome to watch them compete with a Canadian jersey on and have some success against international competition. And in particular, watching Julia, she really grew as the tournament went on and really stepped into that number 1 role, and she had a lot of success.
That's what I was anxious to see. I wanted them to be able to succeed, and I mean, watching Pico, Trevor, and Pat playing that number 1 role and having so much fun, I knew that she was going to be able to do it as well. She just had to test it out and see that,
Yeah, it's really awesome to see athletes like Julia have fun and get that international experience. For those that don't know, Julia is studying to become a doctor. Actually, she's past the studying stage.
Yeah, she's resident in physiatry.
Yeah, so it's incredible to see her be such a high achiever off the court, but also on the court. And players like Jessica Kruger, who runs her own business as a baker, putting in those long hours in the kitchen and still kicking butt on the rugby court. It's really cool to see our community be great people outside of the sport as well as inside the sport.
Yeah, we're missing Brianna Annecy as well, who's a dual athlete in para canoe, kayak, and wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, she had a great performance in Tokyo, and in canoe kayak, and is looking to carry that forward into Paris in 2024.
She's definitely part of our community.
Ball into Garrett, who's surrounded by 3 Alberta players, but still manages to secure that ball and get it out to Matt Deputy.
I think it was a soft 3. They wanted the pickers to get Garrett, and then Corey could leave, but the pickers weren't able to keep him.
Using some of that craftiness that he's used for years.
No illegal move is there.
Nope.
Never. Yeah, make her score. Zach, throw the ball to Ash.
Minute 51 left in this game. Ontario with a comfortable lead. Looking just to take it all the way and get ready for their next game. Mel, who are you guys playing this afternoon?
Ontario, the Mike Whitehead team.
The Thunder.
Yes.
Ontario Thunder. Corey is sent to the penalty box for illegal use of hands. So in wheelchair rugby, you're allowed to try to strip the ball off of an opposing player's lap, but if you make contact with them or their chair, the refs will call you for it, and you'll spend a minute in that penalty box.
Patrice Desgenais just showed great range on the bump here, and the accuracy of the bump of the low pointers is you get a pretty good bump too. It's a lot of practice.
It does take a lot of practice, and Pico has been able to do that bump under the highest stress situation I've ever seen. In 2014, we were at World Championships in Denmark. We were in the semifinal games against the US in overtime, and we were shorthanded, inbounding the ball. Pico calls the inbounder from the corner, bumps it over top of the US defense to Zach, streaking to the goal to secure us a win in that game, and we advanced the finals. And
wow.
What a moment.
The best bump I've seen with accuracy.
That bump will live forever.
But yeah, one of the guys who was able to bump with accuracy and the range that he had was Martin Mengy from Quebec. I don't know if you've ever seen his bump.
Yes, Martin. I played with Martin. I think we were down in Mexico together with the Canadian team. And I remember us practicing our bumps during halftime. And he is definitely very impressive with that.
Crazy impressive. Jan Rasco has a good one as well.
Yeah, Jan's pump has really gotten very good. He used it against us just this morning, so Mel and I played against each other this morning. And Quebec came out on top, and
yes.
Jan had a great bump in that game.
Are you over that game, or you're still mad?
Oh, I'll be simmering on it for I think the rest of the day.
You played well. I was only allowed to play if you guys were losing, so I'm just happy you guys were losing. Oh, so Patrice Desgenais was on his back there for a little bit. He's getting picked up by
Dave Caldwell. Big shout out to all the equipment managers here today. Wheelchair rugby would not be possible without our amazing volunteers that donate their time and their expertise. Being an equipment manager, it's a tough job. You have to have a lot of skills. You got to be able to change it flat as fast as possible. A variety of other mechanical tasks are needed to keep our rugby wheelchairs in working order.
Yeah.
Very special people. Can't thank them enough for donating their time.
That's why we say family.
Wheelchair rugby is a family.
So 62-point game, 60 points. Normally we'd see a game of 50-something points. 60 is a lot, so which means that Ontario is scoring very, very quick.
Yeah, so combined score of 109 points. Oftentimes, like high-scoring game in wheelchair rugby, 55 to 54. So, 109, we're already right at that mark. And 18 seconds left. I think, this is definitely a high-scoring game, a really fast-paced offense, and team scoring quickly. In a game like this, it's not uncommon to see a team score a try, in 4 or 5 seconds.
Yes.
Which, when you think about it, is pretty impressive.
Well, with Zach's speed and Matt's speed.
Yeah, and just their passing range too, right? It's yeah.
That pass from Zach, he knew that Curry was got to be there.
Yeah, and you know, he felt all the defensive pressure around him, and you know, did some simple math and figured out, hey, if there's 4 athletes all right around me, it means there's nobody else guarding Corey, so I can really just put that pass anywhere. Matt cruises in with what's likely to be the last try of this game.
1 second left, 63-48. Zach wants to inbound it.
Putting his final stamp on this game, Zach Mindell.
Element of surprise is gone.
Gets you right to Moose, and that's the game. All right, once more, we're going to thank our sponsors, 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco Custom Metalcraft, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton.
We are streaming on CBC Gem. Thank you, Byron, for accompanying me into commentary this game.
Oh, thank you, Mel. This was a lot of fun. And
yeah, it was.
I hope everyone enjoys the rest of Canadian Nationals, and make sure you tune in for these afternoon games and the finals tomorrow.
Who's your pick for MVP this game?
Oh, I think player of the game is going to go to Patrice Desjardins.
I'd give it to him or Caldwell.
Yeah. This player of the game presentation taking quite a bit longer than than I expected.
Me too. I thought he was just gonna say it, so I was letting him say it.
Yeah, up to this point, you know, they've maybe taken about 10-15 seconds, but I'm curious about what's being said. Oh, I'm Matt Deadly, so we were both wrong, and I mean, Matt played amazing and really hard, so. Definitely not a surprise.
We are biased because we are low pointers, so we see all the the intricate work that goes from the low point game as well. So we are biased.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the 40th Canadian National Championships.
Bye.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like. So I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster 12 when we go to events, and on court we play our game as 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Speed it up.
Lightweight. There we go. Let's go.
So usually you just go straight back in the right chair.
Yeah. So when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of it's fighting just this balance versus putting it towards the bench press. So.
Right. Well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. Look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics. And
good luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site. Manager on-site is just making sure that all of the logistics is staffed so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on. So what is team management? It's making sure that our getting covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, transportation getting from the hotel to the venue, have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys, and that they're set up with the IST so that their responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. And priority management are probably my top two to keep in mind when it comes to team management. Ensure that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into implement. Being flexible, but also being nimble, been given in order to support the players and the staff. Off with a volunteer opportunity with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and I had finished my program at SFU as a Canadian, and I wanted to seek more experience with working with those, and this was something that I had the opportunity off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver, and from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national. From there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. Amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that position as the performance services manager, and that rose. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. Been an amazing experience being a new parent, transitioning back into my role as a performance services manager. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has done, from the exciting news of being pregnant and ready. So it's been a fine balance, have time with my family, making sure my goals as a performance service manager. Couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with my family. We are being forward-thinking parents like myself in making sure that supported but also seen, and I, for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, in making sure that I have and that I can continue on and perform my best during the team in a high performance environment, but also being to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they provided an excellent example of what it looks like, and I feel that as a new parent, that's been a really important step for me, but also the policies that me and future parents in our organization. I've had women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is it with that leadership and forward thinking? And I encourage any out there to really speak with the organization and provide that same support. And I have the most for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name is Melissa Lacroix, where I go by Mel. First mistake. With the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. T stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with where we have a wide range of IST involved, and the IST is there to support the program, the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, therapists, or physicians, sports medicine staff, and mental performance coaches, strength conditioning coach, sports analytics. So we really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. What that means is essentially the staff as a whole is collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's needs, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes. So sports science, the way I see it is that concepts are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of an innovation and being able to analyze and test how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information we collect really comes through that relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations, apply it to the sport itself. So my daily routine as a physiologist with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and report. What that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare the best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their chin and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training, focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the so that again goes to the physical prep side of living and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role at competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following training, the main focus is quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athlete for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with my evening data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity of conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to help mentors and leaders challenge me and help me develop the practitioner and leader I am today, and some of those are within the Rugby Canada and others throughout the Copson network that I know of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration and supports the innovation within sports science medicine. So, given that there isn't a whole lot of for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great other experts that continue to help me grow and push me up as an athlete. I was always really interested into college. I went into athletic training as my background as my undergrad, so I had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return. And from there, I think that training side was even more intrigued on just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to sports science lab at Canadian Sports to Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology and really on the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd share coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest coming in and learning the sport that you're working with, and really involving the athletes in the process and the coaches. Any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention, learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have skills. So, not only having your small area of expertise, but understanding, what all of the other areas of sports science. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Choice 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Movie line would be, you can't handle the truth. You know the truth. You like Dex?
Lark's looking after cows.
Good job. Say hello to my little friend.
Hello to my little friend! Favorite movie line or quote? I don't know. Something Denzel Washington. Wilson! Wilson!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of fights, don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
I got it. Take a bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake. Shake it! Before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Bring your hat. We're good. Yeah.
Bye, but hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain. Rocky 4. No pain. No pain. No pain.
Not a big guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of refreshments.
Look at all this horse space. We do aerobics in here. Activities.
Favorite line quote. What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is mine.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap it in. Happy deal.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give me tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie. Have you seen Dirty Dancing? I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier. I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from approach, making sure that We work together to address their nutrition. The physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses and was to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes. We're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail strength and conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility, just to improve physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, so you don't see, is the community. I love and that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to hit with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses. Making a busy morning before heading, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine, heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of that motivation. We will also help with transfers, helping some from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with me by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jams, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds, providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs, hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help benches and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. In the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tapping done on the table. You'll also see a game-ready modality as well, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high-performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because it has always been a central point and aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I knew I wanted to work with high-performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took prize. I would encourage any woman in sport, athletic therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and that's a weird sentence too. Okay. And I don't know how it's sentenced. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster of 12 when we go to events, and on court, we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Let's go eat it up. Lightweight. There we go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just find an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, Stuff like this is like, most of it's fighting just to stay back versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the Paralympics. And yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Long, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Performance Service Management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One remote work and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff. They're logistically supported to do their roles and do their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. My routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, and that the players have access to right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys, water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to management, ensuring that that you have solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high performance environment. Being flexible but also being nimble and to work with what you've been given in order to support staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished mine at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver Club. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team, and from there I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager, and that was over a decade ago. So here I am, start a volunteer position and into a role imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's a really fun roller coaster ride this last 2 years, and an amazing experience being a new parent. Obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager. I've had a wonderful support network. My mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance servicer, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents in making sure that we feel but also seen, and I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and team in a high performance environment, but also being the best I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, this has been a really important step for me, but policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our relation. I've had many other women in the sport approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what they do to provide that same support. And I have respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm thankful.
It's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is ICT and lead physiologist. ICT stands for in team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST support the program, the athletes, and the staff in all areas in sports medicine. So, that it could include, but doesn't limit us, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that is essentially, the staff as a whole is working together, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform. And so sports science, the way I see it is that we're concepts are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of innovation and being able to analyze and test if proving as a team, as athletes, and why we're where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible. I also realize that data is just numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the athlete. Within Wheelchair Rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations, apply it to the sport itself. Right, so my daily routine as a physiologist and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means before training sessions and my routine before practice would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible. That could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technical sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads, competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within so that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling. Given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury, impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within is to help with cooling strategies. Following competition or training, focus is quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches in for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different, starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have mentors and leaders challenge me and help me develop and grow in a leader I am today, and Some of those are within the program in Canada and others throughout the Copston network that I've been. Have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within and supports the innovation within sports science and medicine. So, given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and can push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some researchers and other experts that continue to help me grow and pushing up as an athlete. I was always really interested in college. I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So I've gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy is to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport work. There, I think that training side was even more intriguing. The injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with physiology and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in this lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I had that applied side of physiology and really loved the challenge of constant and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming in physiology, I think the biggest thing is the sport that you're working with and learning the athletes and really involved in the process and the coaches in the process of any testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport, that relationship piece. And then I also think it's important to have a wide range of skills. So only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth.
Dex.
Large looking cows.
Dex. Do you like Dex? Hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend.
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington. Wilson!
Wilson! Well done!
You have to change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
I got it.
Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby! Shake and bake.
Shake it
before you bake it.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on streaking!
We're going streaking! Yes!
Favorite movie line? Bye, buddy. Hope you find dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Rocky 4, baby. No pain. No pain. Rocky 4. No pain. No pain.
No pain. I'm a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all this sports space. Aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote? What's in the box?
envy your normal life. It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap.
I'm trying to think. Movie is
Dirty
done.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing?
I was not even born.
Hi, I'm Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapy and other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists at the time of injury, something that you don't see behind the scenes working with is the amount of integration and collaboration that IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken, and that encompasses and requires us to plan meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with stability just to improve their overall physical well-being. Wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me here want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for issues, whether it's injuries or health and illness. Making a busy morning before heading over to the gym practice or game day. Whereas some days things are quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some of them on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, or any type of that muscle activation. We will also helping some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair. We will be tying at belts and helping with any other equipments. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's new wounds or providing any type of assistant adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, the benches, and then provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. You'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soften on the table. You'll also see a game-ready modality, which basically are machines that help specifically with high-performance sport. The use of athletic therapy has tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been an aspect in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sport disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high-performance athletes. Sport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any athletic therapist in general to get involved. It's an untapped area. It has a level of complexity, is super unique, Something that parasport has brought into my life that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay and yeah, too. Okay. And I don't know how I started that. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
To see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from rugby. We got our roster is 12 points, and on court we play our game is 4-on-4.
35. Hey, 35 seconds. Go eat it up. Let's go. So usually you just in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have the core, stuff like this is most of just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So.
Right. Well, just from everyone, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport, your similarities and differences, and yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on and going towards the Paralympics, and yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Get it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management. Ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that become in.
And Alberta Bighorns. A little Div 2 action, some hard-hitting rugby. This match is brought to you today by our sponsors, 49 Bespoke, Gahan, House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco Metalcraft, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton.
So far, Moncton's been an awesome host and had a lot of fun here. And I don't know what they call Moncton. Maybe there's a special name for it, but had a lot of fun in this city. And
the lobster capital of Canada.
Yeah, the unofficial lobster capital of Canada, as recently anointed by Zach and Joel here on the mic.
All right, Joel, how you feeling about this match? What do you, who are you taking as a favorite on this one? I think we got a pretty close one coming up, but I could be biased considering these are my my fellow Alberta teammates.
Yeah, I think we got a close one of two teams here in search of their first win.
Ooh, and Reese Keller, Manitoba boy, with the ball. Nice defense there by Alberta, making them turn back. Ooh.
And Kettler finds a hole there, and he's able to score the first try of the game here for New Brunswick.
Ooh, Cody Krebs with the inbound to Jeff. Why can't I not think of Jeff's last name? Sorry, Jeff. You're doing great.
Doing great, Jeff. With
Oh,
him.
he's flying too. Look at
Yeah.
Jeffrey is moving. He's a big fella, but you give him some space, and he can move that chair for sure.
Can get chugging for sure.
That's a strong Alberta.
Oh, and we got
Ooh.
a turnover here off the inbound potentially.
Oh, great grab by Jeff. Nice hands there. Well, unfortunate miscommunication, I think, on the inbound. Kettler wasn't looking for the ball, and Hal Merrill, the legend from New Brunswick, unfortunately, threw that one away, and Alberta manages to convert.
Yeah, that's a very important part of rugby is not only getting the turnover, but converting the turnover into a goal, because I think often we see teams kind of just turn the ball right back over. So.
Fun matchup here, actually. We got a player from Manitoba competing on both teams. We have number 21 in Alberta, Johnny, and Reese Kettler. What number are we? Number
15.
Number 15 for New Brunswick, also from Manitoba. So a couple teammates going head-to-head here.
Yeah, the Battle of the Buffaloes. And it looks like we got an equipment timeout here for number 5 on Alberta. But he's all good to go. Mike, the Alberta equipment guy, good guy, takes care of him pretty quick there.
Great guy.
Great guy.
It's Cody Krebs' wheel back on. Cody Krebs, a brand new two-pointer from Alberta. Fresh out of rehab, actually. He was coming to his first rugby practice. He's getting day passes to leave the hospital to come and join us for... Oh, great pass by Hal.
Oh, and it's called a goal. A tight one there on the line, but you know, you just play what the referee tells you, and that one's a goal.
Referee
so,
seems confident.
Whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
don't touch it, Cody.
Whoa.
Again, another unfortunate inbound there. Seems like Jeff was just not quite ready for that ball.
Yeah, I think 10 seconds is a long time, and sometimes we can underestimate just how long that is, but...
There's some nerves, some excitement going on here.
Yep, so New Brunswick gets that turnover right back, and they look to score to take the lead here.
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
Looks like Alberta got a piece of that pass. Hal Merrill to the rescue. Hal Merrill has been competing at national championships in wheelchair rugby since 1981. So I don't know if that was, we're having the 40th anniversary of Canadian national championships this year. I don't know if that was the first national championships, but he's been doing this for a little while now.
I think I was like double not born back in 1981.
He's been playing for twice as long as Joel's been alive.
Yep. And there he is, right on cue. Hal scores the goal to put New Brunswick up 3-2 here.
A little fist bump to celebrate that one too. I like it. Little theatrics to get the home fans fired up.
Yeah, we need some end zone dances, just like the NFL.
Ooh, Jeffrey looking to pass. Some big defense from Austin McClellan, number 8 on New Brunswick. Cody gets a piece of that one. Unfortunately, he tips it out of bounds. Nice hustle there by Johnny to try and save it, but couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, good defense here for New Brunswick.
Sorry, folks. I realize I got a roster right in front of me. I can figure out people's last names here. That's a over and back call on New Brunswick.
Those are the wrong rosters.
These are not Div 2 rosters. I lied, folks. I am.
Yep.
Oh, flip it over. Found Div 2. Too easy.
Turns out printers can be double-sided sometimes.
There are 2 sides to every page. All right. Ball in for Alberta. And, a lovely pass by Jeff. Cody Krebs manages to reel it in, and he makes the pass backdoor to Casey Aiello, number 24. Casey, one of the members of our women's national teams that went to the Paris Women's World Cup back in March. Casey does a little bit of everything. I played basketball with her before both of us even played rugby, and then she spent a little bit of time with the national hand cycling team, and down to rugby. She's been playing for several years now, but she's quite into that.
And a good pick there right on cue of Kettler as Jeff brings it across the timeline.
Great pass, and Johnny takes it to the goal line. Nice aggression there.
Oh, and here's Hal in the open court. It looks like Jeffy's going to chase him down, but We have Austin McClellan, the New Brunswick high pointer here, coming in late, and he picks up the ball and is going to score the try for New Brunswick to put them back up 1.
Nice patience from number 10, Hal Merrill there. You can see that experience coming in. Once he got the ball over half, slowed it down, got his dribble, and looked for his high pointer to come and help. Oh, great defensive play there by Austin McClellan.
Yeah, I think he was kind of baiting that pass to happen and then jumped on it right when it did.
Timed that well. Use that speed and those long arms of his. There we go. A little more successful inbound from Alberta to Johnny Berziuk from Manitoba. Helping out the Alberta Bighorns here this weekend because Manitoba does not have a team here represented. Tough one. Jeff Dow there with a ball bouncing off of his bumper, unfortunately. Otherwise, I think he had an easy lane to the goal.
Yeah, he was in the open ocean out here in New Brunswick. But, stung by a jellyfish and it went off his bumper. Oh, they got him trapped in the corner here. Good defense from Alberta.
Reese Keller managed to sneak out there. He's got options moving up the court. Kristen Cameron from PEI with a nice pick, and he opens the court up for Reese to score.
Kristen Cameron, another one of those experienced athletes on the New Brunswick team.
Very experienced, very smart player.
Yes. Yeah.
High-level hockey coach back in her able-bodied days.
Yeah, so it looks like we got our first timeout of the game here. I didn't see if it was probably a bench timeout from
I believe so.
one of the teams, but each team gets 2 bench timeouts, and they have the ability to use them when the play is stopped to, catch a drink, talk about stuff, or reset the shot clock if they have to.
Looks like Clifford Wooden, the head coach for Team Alberta, is taking the 60 seconds to just make some adjustments. Maybe they're working on how to get that ball in a little bit safer, not having the New Brunswick players intercepting that pass.
Yeah, so we'll see. It looks like Alberta is sticking with the same line out there, and this seems like a long bench timeout.
Oh, and Hal Merrill goes to the New Brunswick bench to catch his breath a little bit, and Courtney Keenan comes in for him.
Oh, we got 5 players in the court. Looks like Kristen Cameron is off, so New Brunswick switches things up as well.
And we have Willith Hare subbing into the game for New Brunswick as well here, number 7.
Oh, and there goes Jeffy, chugging just as we said he can in the open court.
Great push, gets his dribble in once he's over half. He's got to be a little bit careful here. He's getting close to that sideline. Oh, and he makes, the smart play, and he throws that ball right off of the forehead of number 11, Courtney Keenan, into the lap of Casey Ayala and Cody Krebs with the try.
As the kids say, that's just how they drew it up. Yeah.
Is that what they say these days?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm getting old now, too. So I don't even know what the kids say.
I mean, if you said it, you're still the kid on the team.
Yeah, I guess.
So you're not wrong.
I will educate myself on the things coming up to date. It would be better for my next broadcast.
The young hip lingo.
Yeah, because I think that's a good thing to share with all our listeners.
Gotta stay relevant,
Yeah.
Oh, Casey Ayala leaking out, doing what she does best. Jeff Dow with the pass. It's a little bit behind her. She's got to get over half here. And Austin McClellan helps her with that, gives her a little nudge.
Oh, a little ball fake. She's able to get it in the hands of the high corner, Jeff.
There we go. Jeff Dow looking to push with it. I know he definitely likes to pass first. That's his bread and butter, but able to do both. And unfortunately, Johnny unable to corral that pass. Just a little too much heat on it for him.
Yeah, those bounce passes close to the chair can be tough.
Maybe a little bit of rust there as well. This is Johnny's first national championship since 2017.
Oh.
Manitoba, unfortunately, has not had a team for the last few years. But we got a couple young new players coming out of there. Hopefully
there's Jeffy showing his strength, able to stop 2 New Brunswick players, but they do get the ball out of trouble, and Austin with it now. Surprises Reed with a pass. Back to Austin.
Had to get that ball over half. We were at 29 in the shot clock, and we only have 12 seconds to progress over half. A couple great passes there from number 8, Austin McClellan.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there as far as the shot clock goes.
Oh, no. Jeff Dow supposed to make a pass, and Austin took a piece of that ball from behind him using that height.
Yeah, that's the old behind the back strip. It's pretty effective because, you know, you're not always thinking about the people behind you when you have the ball.
I don't even know if Jeff knew he was back there.
Yeah, that's never happened to me before.
Not once in your life.
In the last 5 minutes.
Not since you got off the court from your last game.
No,
eh?
yeah.
Oh, a little 2-on-1 opportunity. Johnny elects to push it in instead of making the pass. And nice play there from Alberta at Bighorns. Ball comes in. Reese Kettler looking to push with it. Another fairly new player. He's emerged onto the scene. Made an appearance at a few Team Canada development camps. And showing why he gets invited to those camps. A little bit of speed from number 15.
Yeah, definitely a lot of potential there for Kettler as he scores the try.
Has a great build for the sport. You can tell that it's a rather strong individual. Great push by KCL to get over half. She gets her dribble and is going to wait for a little bit of help from her high pointers. Great play by Casey.
She does get some help in the form of Jeff here as he beats the low pointer and looks to pass.
Oh, a little pump fake to Jeff. Oh no, and he faked himself out and that ball went off his bumper out of bounds. Successful fake, that's not how we wanted it to turn out.
He faked everybody, including himself, I think. The ball comes at the court here, number 11 for New Brunswick.
Local politician Courtney Keenan gets the ball over half.
Makes the politically correct play to Austin McClellan, and Reese is able to score the try.
I don't know that he's actually actively involved in politics, but I know at one point he was a...
Well, Zach's had me up there.
Well, I mean, you rolled with it. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to feed some fun facts to the fans, you know? Oh, Cody with a smart play, turning back before half. Uh-oh. Looks like we got a little too much heat on that one from Jeff. I think we could take our time once we get that over half. No need to rush. Had plenty of time for his dribble and plenty of time on the shot clock there.
Yeah, it's easy to say you got plenty of time when you're up here, but I know from personal experience that it always seems like you don't have as much time as you do. That's part of what makes some of the athletes who they are, and the patience is a big part of the game.
And Jeff gets it back here. Oh no, Casey could have got that ball, I believe, and instead decided to pass it right back to Brunswick.
And Austin McClellan's able to score the try, number 8.
A little bit of pinball there at half court with the ball.
Number 8, Austin McClellan, was my teammate on the Canadian under-23 wheelchair basketball team.
Great kick by referee Cam. Oh, another one. There we go.
Is this soccer or rugby?
We got a little Vaseline on that ball, it looks like.
Even referees can smile every once in a while. I can see Cam smiling.
They do have personalities, it turns out. Sometimes you can get some very serious referees that... Oh, no. We have a ball trickling out of bounds here. Cody Krebs with a great save. A little bit of trouble in the corner. Some defensive pressure from McClellan.
Might be a time to use the timeout here, and yeah, that's a great call by Mr. Krebs.
Smart use of the timeout there to get out of a sticky situation. Just a little photo, please. Bear with us, folks. We got a little photo shoot between Joel and I at the media booth here.
Oh, we're doing it again.
Take 2. Thank you very much. Nathan Lederer to the rescue with his great photography skills.
That guy can sure take a photo. Yeah, so we got Alberta decided to use their timeout, talk some things over, and now coming over to the corner to inbound here. 15 seconds here. Jeffy's able to sneak through and score a try for the Alberta team, and they're happy to see that one go across the try line. 25 seconds left in our first quarter, and we got a fumble, but Austin McClellan able to recover and toss it to Reese Kettler.
Great hustle here from Cody Krebs,
and Reese Kettler's going to score there. There's now 15 seconds on the game clock.
Reese Kettler a little bit too sturdy for Cody to move. He just bounced right off him.
Yeah, that as you mentioned, he's got a build for the sports and very strong athlete. And New Brunswick's got Alberta in some trouble here.
Ball coming to Casey behind her. I don't know if she knew that one was coming. I think there was a lack of communication on that.
2-1.
Oh, and unable to score at the last second.
Yep.
That concludes the first quarter of rugby here, folks. We have New Brunswick with quite a hefty lead, 14-7 after 8 minutes of play.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of good things in that quarter from both teams. Alberta's going to look to clean some things up here, and for New Brunswick, you know, both teams are in search of their first win, so I don't think this is the time that, you know, you really take your foot off the gas when you're in search of your first win. You're going to kind of do anything at all costs to get it. So
you betcha. Well, we've got a couple of minutes here, folks. Let's give a shout out to our sponsors.
Yeah, so our sponsors, 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco, Tango Medical, and the city of Moncton, the lobster capital of, did we say the world or Canada? Or just the city
maybe
of
New
lobster?
Brunswick. Maybe the world. You never know. There's some good lobster coming out of here. I feel like I will vouch for scientifically proven that this is the lobster capital of
Me and Zach will complete a study and we'll get back to you the listeners.
Don't take anything we say factually, though. Don't quote us on that.
Yeah.
We're just here to entertain, not because we know things.
Do not cite us. Yeah, so end of the first quarter here. The referee's talking, the players talking, everybody talking.
A whole lot of talking out here. Everybody but us out here talking.
Yeah, it's one of the best things about the wheelchair rugby community and national championships. You know, it brings everybody that loves the sport so much together, and you know, you're able to bond over a great sport, and you know, you see a lot of smiling faces. You know, no matter the score, no matter how a team's playing, and it's one of the awesome parts about the sport.
Not just here to play rugby. We're here to have fun and chit chat every once in a while as well. I mean, even when I'm on the court, I feel like I spend as much time talking as I do pushing my wheelchair sometimes. Take advantage of those times we can catch up. It's not often we get to see each other.
Communication also a big part of the sport, so talking is encouraged. And we got Jeff here hitting Andrew Chung, fine too.
Andrew Chung subbing in for Team Alberta. He is giving Cody Krebs a little bit of a break there. And great little touch pass, one-handed pass from Austin McClellan, deep to Hal Merrill, who has scored thousands, if not tens of thousands of tries in his career. He's been doing it for so long.
I think that's his 10,000th try. Right there.
Right there. That was number 10,000, folks. Oh. Wow. Jeff Dow, big, strong Alberta boy, just about pulled Reese Kettler out of his chair, but Reese able to hold on and forcing a jump ball.
Yeah, that was a lot of muscle mass coming together to get that jump ball.
Very strong individual. Not many people can move other players on the court like Mr. Dow.
And we got New Brunswick inbound. As it was New Brunswick's possession on the arrow. And Kettler coming around here to the corner.
Oh, a little fake there, and he creates an opening.
Able to score there for New Brunswick, putting up 16-7. And a good push here from number 21.
Sorry, Joel, you're doing all the heavy lifting here. I'm trying to
no, it's okay.
share the stream on the social medias. You're doing great, though.
I can lift heavy things and put them back down.
Put those backpack straps on and carry the team here.
Oh, and we got a penalty. It looked like a illegal use of hands call.
Oh, I believe this is also his 10,000th penalty in his career. for Mr. Hal Merrill.
Look at that, just a game full of milestones for number 10 Hal Merrill, and just really happy we could be here to see that.
Breaking all sorts of Canadian records here today.
Oh, New Brunswick able to get the short-handed turnover on the inbound.
New Brunswick getting some hands in there. A little bit of a risky play, but they get away with it.
Yeah, not something you see often, the short-handed turnover, but New Brunswick able to execute, and now they're trying to kill off the whole penalty here. It is a minute penalty for illegal use of the hands.
No, it's not often that you see a player serve the full 60 seconds, because when the opposing team scores, there we go, Hal Merrill returning to play.
You jinxed it. You jinxed it.
What did we say? It takes a lot of very strong defense to kill that full minute. Not like hockey where it's common that you kill the entire penalty. Hal Merrill going all the way, paving a pathway for Austin to score the try.
Paved the pathway for the sport here in New Brunswick, and still paving pathways on the court.
Paving pathways. A true trailblazer in our sport, Hal Merrill. Oh.
Nice hands there from number 21.
A little dicey there. Bounced off a couple knees, couple hands, but he managed to hang on to it. Ooh. Nice hit from Austin McClellan. Now, sometimes the hits sound a lot worse than they actually are. You don't feel a whole lot. The chair takes most of the impact there, but it does sound a little violent here live at the Coliseum in New Brunswick.
But you do feel the floor if you fall down.
True. These floors, we have a concrete foundation underneath of this sport court that's laid down, so not a lot of bounce, not a lot of give to it. Hal Merrill directing Austin McClellan, telling him to draw his defenders deep. And he makes the nice short pass to, Reese Kettler.
And a little give and go there between Kettler and McClellan, and Kettler's going to score the try.
Smart play there. Once he saw that his defenders were focused on the ball, Reese leaking out and was left wide open by the Alberta defense. Oh no. Another big defensive possession from number 8.
Yeah,
he's 4-pointer from New Brunswick, Austin McClellan.
Yeah, he's getting his hands in there, and number 8 able to cause some issues here for Alberta offensively getting the ball in.
Great patience from Casey, waiting until her high pointer comes to grab the ball from her. And now doing a great job picking as well, opening a path for Jeffrey Dow. Some more road work going on here, paving a lane, and unfortunately, that ball is tipped off of Alberta, and he runs the ball.
Yeah, that was a good play there from Kettler. Kind of knew he wasn't going to be able to get his hands on it, but was able to bounce it off the chair of
long pass to the wide open Hal, who catches it with his ear, and it's a great reception, and gets the assist on that one.
Yeah, Kristen Cameron laughing about one, the ear catch from Hal Merrill. Maybe I think that's the 17th ear catch in school.
Signature move.
Unofficial stats here at the booth, of course.
We'll start calling that one the Mad Dog. He gained that nickname. Apparently somebody reached on him, he told me last night, many years ago, and their forearm ended up in his mouth, and he can neither confirm nor deny whether he clamped down and left teeth marks, but he earned himself a nickname at Mad Dog.
Cool.
True story. That one's true, folks. You did tell me that last night.
Well, we'll take your word for it, Zach. You're a stand-up individual, so we'll take your word for it. And yeah, we got 5:21 here remaining in the second quarter. We got New Brunswick 22 now. They just seem like they fixed the score. New Brunswick 22, Alberta 8, and we got a timeout happening as both teams are going over their plans.
New Brunswick running away with us a little bit. Well, we've got a minute here. If you guys are interested, head on over to the link in Wheelchair Rugby Canada's bio. We have an auction going on with all proceeds going towards supporting nationals. We have a Baytech Mini, current bid of $4,000, and it is valued at $4,000 as well. But I mean, if you want to support Wheelchair Rugby Canada and get yourself a shiny new Baytech, go ahead. As well as a Vesco equipment management kit. Some very, very good looking Wheelchair Rugby Canada branded Vesco equipment bags. current bid of $425. However, that is a steal of a deal. They are valued regular price at $500 US. So if you want to head on over to the link in the Wheelchair Rugby Canada bio and get your hands on a shiny new complete Vesco equipment management kit, now's your chance.
Yeah, it's awesome to have people supporting nationals, and as we see a swipe, but the ball's going to stay the same direction.
Good to see some people bidding on the auction. Yesterday, Tony Letourneau and I were running the commentary, and when I checked in, both of those were at $0. So we're making some progress, and hopefully making some money for national championships to improve the quality of our tournaments in the future.
Yeah, and we see number 11, Kyle Rivat, checking into the game for Alberta.
Fellow Alberta amputee.
Also a great beard.
Great beard. Maybe the best beard here. Mind you, yours isn't looking too shabby today yourself, Joel.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. But I have to agree with you. I think Kyle takes the beard cake. And Alberta just able to score there as the shot clock expires. And they're going to count it to make it 22-9. And Hal is having a discussion with the referee.
I wonder what they're talking about over there. Maybe just complimenting him, telling the referee that was a great call.
Maybe he's telling him the Mad Dog story.
You never know.
You never know.
Hal, known for his sportsmanship and complimenting the refs on their flawless officiating.
As we see Reese Kettler attack with some speed.
Cody Kepps coming in for the big hit. Oh, we have a huge collision there.
Yeah.
Both players lifting up in the air.
Kettler tried to go for the fake, but I don't think there was any bite.
Cody did not bite, and he even got a hand on that ball, but Kettler was able to hang on to it.
And New Brunswick's able to convert the try.
Was that 10,001 for Hal Merrill?
Yeah, 10,001.
I've lost count.
On to the next 10,000 for Mr. Hal Merrill.
Oh,
and we got
a
little tip.
A little tip, and Cody got hit so hard that his wheel has fallen off. Will he? There we go. Alberta gets the ball, and Cody calls equipment.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. The chairs were not designed to have the wheels fall off.
They are designed to have two wheels on them. It is much more successful.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to move. Once again, Mike taking care of business.
Mike did a great job. So Cody does not have to sit there and rip some donuts on the court. Having two wheels.
Yep. Like a one-legged duck.
Pretty effective, you know.
Like a one-legged duck who's going in circles. Yeah. As Alberta's going to attempt to attack the key here of New Brunswick.
All right. We have a Johnny Berziak running the point, directing his Alberta teammates, trying to get something going here in the key. Unfortunately, not a lot of movement from the Alberta offense. The stagnant offense is tough to create opportunity to score.
Yeah, one of the keys to key offense is keeping that, being dynamic and everybody kind of moving.
Ooh, unable to make that pass over the wingspan of Hal Merrill.
And McClellan's able to convert.
Kyle Riva with a little frustration attempted spin there. Fortunately, Austin used his core strength to stay upright and avoid catastrophe. Oh, another
big hit.
Another near disaster from McClellan, but able to stay upright again. Ooh. Johnny with a nice little move there to get through the defense.
Pretty much coast to coast there from number 21, Johnny. As Kettler goes to the sideline, decides to turn back.
Wonder if we can track down some stats here for this tournament. It'd be interesting to. I'm a numbers guy. Keep the people informed on how many tries we have, how many penalties. See who leads the league in both categories. Oh, great play from Kristen Cameron.
Yeah, Kristen Cameron able to convert there. As a low point player, doesn't score a lot of goals. So
first try of the game, I believe, for Kristen Cameron.
Yeah,
that is one stat that I can.
Yeah, that is one official stat here.
That one, pretty sure is factual.
Yeah.
Again, don't quote me on any of this.
No, don't even quote us on our official stats. Yeah.
Factual stats still not necessarily accurate.
And looks like they're working on Cody's wheel again, but he's able to get it back on. And we got a barking dog.
We have a dog somewhere in the house.
I do not know where. It looks like it's to my left.
It could be Hal Merrill, the Mad Dog himself, letting his presence known. You never know. Big hit on Johnny Berziak. Needs to get over hat here.
It's a spirit animal of Hal Merrill there.
Kristen Cameron in the right place at the right time, but unfortunately too light, and Johnny was able to push through her half court. We have an equipment called, well, in a little bit of a dangerous spot from Johnny, so he gets out of trouble.
And that's one of those conveniently timed equipments.
I don't know that any. Oh, what is going on here? Mike came onto the court. Mike has left the court. I'm not sure he actually did anything to Johnny's chair. He just.
And is this?
He just called equipment. Oh, the referee gave the ball back into the hands of Johnny. I don't know what happened. I don't think I've ever seen that on a rugby court.
Yeah, I don't actually know the rule.
Great pass. Great pass from the referee, though.
I assumed there was a penalty or something if there was no equipment. You've seen that before? Hal Merrill's probably seen that 17 times. We'll ask him about it after the game.
He's received many passes from the referees in his career.
Yeah. So that was a weird one.
Little discussion going on over at the score table.
I believe what happened is Johnny called equipment, but there was no.
There appeared to be no issues with his chair. I wonder if he meant to call a timeout, but just used the wrong signal. He touched his shoulders there instead of calling a timeout.
Yeah.
That is the universal sign for equipment in wheelchair rugby.
And the universal sign for a timeout is the T.
Yeah, that one is the same in every language. I've played internationally, and even if I don't speak the language locally, you can always communicate with the refs.
They know the T.
The old-fashioned rugby sign language.
This ball comes into Johnny here.
Lots of defense on him. Hal Merrill trying to tickle his ear there, I looked like. Blocking his vision with his hand.
The Mad Dog up to his old tricks. But we're there, we'll get the ball out here. Cody Krebs able to beat McClellan and fire it over to Kyle. But
unfortunately, Kyle Riva, with limited wingspan as a double arm amputee, unable to get his stumps on the ball.
As we got Hal Merrill inbounding here. Oh, and New Brunswick is completing some substitutions here. And Kristen Cameron. Friska's come off the court and.
I thought we had 5 players on the court, but Chris Camera exiting the court from the opposite side of the bench. Hopefully everything's okay there. And a great deep pass from Austin McClellan. Kyle Riva coming up behind him and decides to let off on that hit. Smart play by Kyle. We don't need to be hurting people out here when they're on breakaways.
Yeah.
Good sportsmanship shown by number 11.
Yeah, and that pass there from McClellan, one of the more difficult ones where you kind of got to throw it over the person and let it bounce into them. But they were able to execute that to perfection. And,
a little bit.
Team Alberta in some trouble here, but able to get the ball out to Cody Krebs.
Great push by Cody Krebs. Huffing and puffing up the court, but he makes it work. Kyle Riva going to the key. Oh, and Cody got a little bit excited there and threw that ball to the open court where there was not an Alberta receiver.
It was a bold pass, and we got another bold pass.
Oh my goodness, we just about converted that, but Casey with a great defensive play, and Cody collects New Brunswick's ball.
Cody here looking for a passing option.
You have to get it over half here.
Get it over half.
Close to 12. Oh, he almost called another equipment there, but I think he was trying to call a timeout, and the ref gives him the timeout instead of passing the ball to him again. I wonder if Cliff will inform him on the bench here that that is not the signal for timeout. A little discussion going on from the referees here at half court.
As both teams now, once again, huddling up, and just want to take another chance to thank our sponsors, 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Pub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco, 2 to Tango Medical, just kidding, just Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton, the unofficial official capital of the world of lobster. I think that's how
the lobster capital of the world, I believe, is the official made-up term that we came up with.
I wonder if the lobsters agree. If it's the lobster
I don't know that they love that. I think they prefer staying in the ocean.
Yeah. The ocean. It's good for your skin.
It's good for lobster skin.
It's better than the boiling pot, that's for sure. And we got.
They much prefer the cool Atlantic water. Ooh,
and Andrew
Chung, wide open, number 23 for Alberta.
And that's an underrated skill there, being able to have the patience to let the ball bounce and kind of read it and let it come to you. And
timed that very well and managed to get under that ball with a full head of steam.
As we got New Brunswick here with the ball.
Austin with a little pump fake, catches the Alberta defenders looking up court and snuck around them and makes a great pass to Reese Keller.
Yeah, Reese Keller able to convert. And that's a connection we've seen a lot of already today. Austin McClellan to Reese Keller and vice versa.
Ball in low to Jeff Dow. Back in the game for Alberta. Jeff in a little bit of trouble. Makes a great pass off the head of Andrew Chung to Cody Krebs, who cannot hang on to it. Willis Hare with a great pickup. Gets it to Austin. Oh no, 2 New Brunswick players. It appears there that Reese thought that Courtney was going to catch it. Courtney thought Reese was going to catch it, and the lack of communication leads to a turnover for Alberta.
Nobody able to track that down, and you know, you talk about players that have been playing for a while. Willis on New Brunswick has also played for many national championships.
Many decades, I believe.
Many decades.
Willis has been doing this for quite some time now, and he has nothing but stories from his time in the rugby community.
The quarter's going to end here with the score 26 for New Brunswick, 11 for Alberta. And yeah, I think if you're New Brunswick, you got to be pretty happy with how you played to this point.
I would think so. They have a rather comfortable lead here after the first half. I would expect to see maybe some different personnel coming in from the New Brunswick bench and giving some of their starting players a little bit of a breather. Conserve their energy for the remainder of the tournament. Very important in wheelchair rugby, trying to manage the entire tournament, not just a game.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's actually a few sprints. Number 8. There's no numbers on the rosters, unfortunately.
Legendary referee Gilles Briere here at the table, studying his notes, who will be doing the commentary tomorrow for the medal games alongside head coach Patrick Cote.
Say Zach doing something in the final, you won't be there.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, Gilles Briere with a little bit of trash talk here.
We're just trying to call a game here, have a nice day, and Joe's in hitting.
Hey man, even if we're in the bronze medal match, it's still to be decided by our match this afternoon between myself and Joel, actually, Team BC and Team Alberta in Division 1 coming up next. But Gilles will be running the commentary tomorrow, so one of us will be in that bronze medal match. And Jill will probably be trash talking tomorrow as well.
Yes, that's for sure.
You can confirm Jill will be talking to smack.
Number 8
maybe in
Brunswick
French and English.
Austin McClellan. Austin McClellan.
He's a 4, huh?
Yes, he's playing as a 4-point athlete at this tournament.
So it's bad to name him as a player of the game, no? It's bad because he's a 4.
Yeah. I'll leave that up to you. We're unbiased here. We're just here to inform the people.
Find someone, but I don't want to 15 because he got it once.
Change it up. Hal Merrill has been scoring some tries out here today. I mean, he's got my vote, I think, at this point in the game. Number 10, Hal Merrill, the legend from New Brunswick.
Yeah, his unofficial 10,000th try in this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He's been scoring tries out there. "42 years, Hal Merrill competing at the national championships."
Did it take you that long to do the math?
I've been doing this since the first quarter.
Okay,
I just came to that conclusion.
Yeah.
That one also, I believe, will maybe.
Did you find a calculator, or did you do that all natural?
I may have to call in some backup for this one.
Where's Max? Max on my team. He's an engineer.
Can't count that one on my fingers.
He can do math for you. Oh, that's a funny joke.
Oh man, I'll get you laughing at that.
Yeah, I get enough CP jokes, so
I mean,
finger jokes are fun.
we can't laugh at ourselves. What are we doing here?
We're doing something. We're broadcasting the game.
Someone's got to laugh at our jokes. I don't know. We can't see the expressions of our viewers. Hopefully, you guys are appreciating a little bit of this commentary as well.
We got Mike over there still working hard on the bill of Cody Krebs.
Seem to have all kinds of issues with that. Given a good tug, I'm sure it'll stay secure this time. Cody Krebs as well has a whole cheering section. His father, his wife flew. This is his first national championships, so he brought a crew. I believe his mother is in attendance as well.
My mother is also in attendance. Shout out, Mom.
Hey, thanks for all the mothers out there. A lot of us would be able to do what we do without your support.
Mother's Day coming up next weekend. Here's your reminder, everybody, to go out and get your mom something nice.
After this game, hop on over to Amazon, make sure you order something nice, have it ready for next weekend.
Don't forget, and don't get it from the gas station. Learn that one the hard way.
You buy your mother a Mother's Day gift from the gas station?
You bet.
You mind?
It was a nice gas station. It was close.
Nice gas station, nice gift. You
Yeah.
mind sharing with us what kind of gift you would buy your mother at a gas station?
Beef jerky. She likes some jerky.
You know what?
Yeah.
If I was a mother,
Some
I think I'd be
Jack
okay
Links.
receiving some beef jerky.
Yeah, jerky prices these days, you can't.
True.
That's basically like buying 3 sets of flours, a good bag of jerky.
Jerky ain't cheap. And I live in Alberta, where most of our jerky beef comes from.
Well, we're just facts all over the place here. Jerky beef comes from Alberta.
More unofficial facts.
I see some cows in BC. I'm sure they get in there too.
A few cows.
A couple cows. Up in the Great North, where I'm from, Prince George. Shout out Prince George.
Dairy cows in your area, or mostly cattle for beef? Unsure.
Oh,
we can neither confirm nor deny.
I
We're
didn't
not
know
going to continue to misinform
I didn't
you
know there
on
was a
that.
difference. I'm learning on air with everybody here.
On a bovine.
The,
well, it's tough to milk a cow after you've turned it into beef, so.
That's a good point. Yeah. Getting educated on beef by the Albertan. Who would have thought?
Kind of what we do. We got a lot of beef, a lot of oil. That's about all I know. And even then, I'm still making up most of what I know.
And plays back underway here. We got some new lineups for New Brunswick. Is number 13, Tim
Burlock. Tim Burlock, number 13, checking in for New Brunswick, giving Austin McClellan a much-needed rest after some hard work in that first half. Willis Hare trying to get back into the play.
Oh, and Jeffy getting those hands in there. Kyle being aggressive with his chair.
Great defensive pressure from number
Shot
11,
clock's
Kyle
running
Reba
down here in
on
New Brunswick.
New Brunswick, number 11, Courtney Keenan, and he forces a turnover. Hal Merrill, got a little bit excited there. Andrew Chung just about throwing that ball away, but Alberta, oh no, still trouble. Kyle runs the ball over, still on top of the ball. I don't think that's what he was trying to do, folks. I believe he could have let that ball roll. Jeff Dow was coming up behind him with a much longer reach and could have picked that ball up. Unfortunately, Kyle, with his limb limitations, unable to reach that ball when it is on the floor.
And Mike back at work here. It's been a hard-working game for Mike.
Kyle riding that one out for 8 seconds, managed to stay upright, and I believe that will be a jump ball.
If he rides it out for 8 seconds, that's a ride on for bull riding, right?
We did that once. We had a ball ball. Changed the armor. We did that with the whole chair.
I think that was in the Rio Paralympics, a last second right to
Jill still firing shots here at
Jill
Jack in the
Bruyere.
broadcast booth.
bringing up some old stories of me trying to intentionally call a jump ball by running it over.
I think that's happened to everybody before in this sport, and if they say no, I think they're lying.
Hey, I was trying for it. You never know what the refs will call. I don't think even the refs know what the refs will call some days.
Yeah.
I mean, if we got the referees trash talking us, we got to poke a little bit of fun back in, right? You got to be ready to take it if you're going to dish it out.
It's a two-way river.
Speaking of dishing it out, Hal Merrill trying to dish out a little bit of punishment there, reaching for the ball, but unfortunately gets burned by Jeff Dow. Oh, Tim Burlock in the corner with the ball. It's a great pass over top to Hal Merrill.
Nice pass to Hal Merrill.
Andrew Chung getting with his hands in the cookie jar. Gets back on defense. stopping. Oh, Courtney Keane right before half. And a little bobble there. Alberta gets the ball. Andrew Chung throwing in reverse.
Able to make a great dish to Kyle to score the try. And Alberta getting a couple turnovers here to start the third quarter.
Oh no, we have a, oh yikes. Little Red Bull spillage here. Unfortunately does not land on any of the electrical equipment here. Oh, big hit from Kyle Riva. But Tim blows right past him. Oh no. Quick hand from Jeff Dow. Just about got that ball out. New Brunswick able to convert. Jeff Dow making some moves here. Finds the open Andrew Chung, back door, unable to score. Hal Merrill gets there in time. Back to Jeff Dow, less than 10 seconds on the shot clock.
And
back to Andrew Chung, who fumbles the ball on the goal line, and it is trickling onto the other court. Referee Cam unaware that the ball is on the field of play, but on the wrong field of play.
Back-to-back fields of play here at the Moncton Coliseum.
Great save from Quebec equipment manager Eric.
Hal Merrill inbounding the ball. Swiped off, but it will stay the same way as we'll basically get to do this all over again.
That is New Brunswick inbounding here in the corner. Oh, nice little bump pass over top into the lap of Courtney Keenan. Great bump from Hal Merrill. Looks like he's done that once or twice before. I don't know if he could have placed that pass much better. Ball into Jeffrey Dow. Long pass up to Kyle Riva, who unable to catch that one, unfortunately. Oh, and he tries to get it back. Big hit from Kyle Riva, forcing a timeout. I like that Alberta didn't give up on that play. They continued playing hard defense.
Yeah. Yeah, Alberta showing some fight here in the third quarter, as they've been able to create a couple turnovers here from the New Brunswick team, and it looks like New Brunswick's going to complete some subs here, as Reese Kettler and Austin McClellan come back into the game along with Kristen Cameron, and we have a new athlete checking in here for the first time in the game, number 18. Unfortunately, we don't have numbers to line up with the names here on the roster, but I'm sure we can figure it out eventually. We're pretty smart guys, and I think we'll figure it out soon.
Some people around here can do math. I might not be one of them, but ooh.
Yeah, if Zach can do math, it'll just take him another half of rugby to figure it out. So.
I'll have that one figured out by the next game, don't worry.
So what you're saying is when you're on the court, I was going to ask you a math question. And then
freeze right up.
And then all you're thinking about is math.
Won't be able to focus until the end of the game. Little behind the back pass from Austin to Reese Kettler.
Kettler able to score the try.
Jeff Dow getting a big option there, drawing some attention, but we get the ball into Andrew Chung. Back to Johnny Berziuk. He bends that ball up court. Jeff has to get it over half, and he does to the hands of Andrew Chung, KCAO, with a great pick there to open the court up.
Yeah, it's a great play there by Casey. Somebody had to get the ball and somebody had to pick, and
very smart player.
Her and Mr. Chung were able to do that effectively.
Able to do both. She can be a great receiver, or she can pick for her teammates. And I think there's a little too much heat on this. Oh, Reese Keller with some nice hustle. He threw into 5th gear there and managed to catch that ball before it went out of bounds.
Yeah, great catch there from Reese. It's always nice when they give you lots of room on the baselines after you catch those goals.
Oh, you can say that again.
When you're going that fast, you can forget to stop.
I don't like making the decision on whether I want to catch the ball or save my head. Run into a wall at that speed does not feel very good.
Thankfully, we got lots of room here at the Moncton Coliseum, and we got a wheel pickup and a little
a spin there, but Reese Keller gets a hand on his wheel to keep him upright, and the refs let them keep playing. You do have to, there we go, you get this dribble in. It'll be in a few seconds. You only have 10 seconds before you have to either dribble or pass the ball in wheelchair rugby.
Johnny able to execute, and brings it up to 32-16 here for the New Brunswick team. And it looks like we got another equipment.
Mike Costello working hard this game, making sure all of the chairs are running smooth.
I don't even think he's had a chance to sit down and take a sip of water. I think he's been doing something nonstop.
That's his job, is to make sure everybody else gets a sip of water.
Yeah.
When the team comes over, he is the first one there, water in hand, keeping the Alberta athletes hydrated.
The equipment managers, selfless individuals, and we definitely couldn't do our sport without them. So awesome work there from Mike and all the other equipment managers here at National Championships, as Kettler was able to catch a long pass and take it in for the try. Didn't have to push as hard for that one. I'm sure he likes that. You don't want to have to be doing wind sprints every time you go up and down the floor.
At this point in the game, it's nice to conserve some energy, catch your breath every once in a while. Oh, Reese Kettler, though. Turn on the afterburners. This play he's pushing. Gets back in on defense, but a little 2-on-1, and some Alberta teamwork helps them for that try.
Good execution there from Team Alberta of the 2-on-1.
Hey, don't get Red Bull on this one now, too, Joel. We have a limited number of cheat sheets here in front of us to read off of.
I'll keep this over by you. I'm just going to read it.
Keep it on the dry half of the table.
Read it from long range.
Oh, fastball there from Oz McClellan to Reese Kettler, who blows through the Alberta defenders and goes all the way.
Yeah, Kettler's really been able to showcase some of his speed here in this game, and with McClellan's passing ability, they've really been able to spread the floor out and make the long passes.
Oh, a little shake and bake from Johnny, gets past the defender, and Austin flips that one off his lap.
But it looks like it's going to stay Team Alberta possession. And some substitutions coming in.
More subs coming in. This is Joey Boudreau, I believe, for New Brunswick, subbing in for... we still have 5 players on the court. I'm not sure who he's subbing. Number 18, who we have not discussed yet. We don't have numbers on our cheat sheet. By process of elimination, I believe that is number 18, David Provost, in his first wheelchair rugby tournament this weekend, I was informed.
First tournament, not just nationals, first tournament.
I was told that his first game happened this weekend.
Awesome. Well, no better way to learn than at the highest level. And Alberta trying to score here before the shot clock goes down, and they...
Luckily, that buzzer was not very loud, and I think they may have scored after the clock hit 0. But
yeah, but I didn't hear a buzzer, and you know.
But what do we know?
As your coaches always say, play to the buzzer, play to the whistle, and that's exactly what Alberta did there, and they were able to convert. McClellan with the ball, and a nice little strip there from Cody Krebs.
Did not get it over the long arms of the Alberta defender.
But he's getting harassed here by both.
But Austin wants that ball back. Gets a piece of it, but Alberta maintains possession.
Yeah, good pressure there from McClellan, trying to get that turnover back, but...
Austin with some very long arms, able to get his hands on a lot of balls out here.
Yeah, you know...
we have almost a 4 on the key from New Brunswick.
And we see Alberta attacking the key here. Number 21 able to go through everybody and score the try. Nice try there from Johnny. And Reese Kettler.
Nice try as in nice effort or nice goal? Both?
Can you You could have both.
Why not both?
Yeah.
You know what? We'll give them
I
that.
think most goals are also a nice effort. So
True.
both, as we see Kettler able to push through everybody and score the try rather easily. Cody Krebs looking inbound.
Ooh, not a lot of spacing here from the Alberta offense. They're all tucked in one corner.
Kind of looking like
No
a flying.
options over half.
Kind of looking like a flying V.
We may have a 12-second violation here, and they called a timeout before 12 seconds has elapsed.
Yeah, those timeouts handy to have in your back pocket.
Appears they'll take it to the bench. Cliff Wooden might have a few words for them. We have some Alberta substitutions coming in as well.
Those timeouts, pretty handy get out of jail free cards. If you, a rule in wheelchair rugby is that you only have 12 seconds to get the ball across half, and yeah, and so you're able to use those timeouts to. You're able to use those timeouts to bail yourself out of trouble, just as Alberta did there.
Do whatever you want with them, really. Once you get to the bench, we great opportunity to hydrate. Hopefully, coach has some feedback for you. Our bench earlier today had some Skittles on it, so often at timeouts we were trying to get some sugar in us and boost those energy levels.
Did you ever take any timeouts specifically for Skittles, or?
Ooh, I have not. I mean, I did get pretty hungry that game, but the thought never crossed my mind. Oh, a bit too much on that pass for Kyle Riva.
Well, if you're hungry, I suggest something a little more.
A little hardier.
A little hardier than Skittles.
There's a lot of Skittles.
Maybe a Snickers.
No Snickers on the bench.
Because I know you when you get angry, Zach.
We might not have that same BC
Very
budget
scary.
to afford Snickers to be on our bench.
And a nice force of the timeout there from Alberta. We had Casey and Jeff able to lock down Austin McClellan in the corner, and he was forced to use a timeout. And that's how he decided to use his timeout, but he did not go to the bench for Skittles. As McClellan is pushing full speed here and able to go by everybody.
Great speed shown from McClellan. Oh, Kyle Riva with a late hit. Austin able to stay in his chair, but just barely. Looks a little shaken up after that one, but appears to be able to continue playing.
And I think the referee giving Riva a little warning there, but
a little bit of a slap on the metaphorical wrist, if you will.
And the inbound to Casey, she's able to tap it back to the inbounder. A nice wheel pickup. But it is going to be a turnover, and McClellan's going to score the goal here for Team New Brunswick. The score now 37-19 for New Brunswick.
Long bomb from Jeff Dow. Kyle Riva able to almost catch. I think he had it in his lap, and it appeared to pop out of there.
Yeah, I think he heard the footsteps coming of the New Brunswick defenders, and
I thought maybe a New Brunswick defender got a piece of that, but it appears that it just fell off his lap and is New Brunswick ball.
New Brunswick looking to score here with
50 seconds on the clock. So if they play their cards right, they should be able to score the last goal of the quarter. And those first and last goals in each rugby quarter in a close game can make the difference between winning or losing. Nice pick from Casey Allo. Jeff Dow needs to move, needs to do something with that ball. He gets it over half.
Right on cue, I think he was listening to you.
Oh, and I think that was to Johnny, but unfortunately he couldn't reach it. And Kyle Riva to the rescue.
Yeah, a fortuitous bounce right into the lap of Kyle Riva. Right place, right time.
Great word.
Yeah, fortuitous.
Word of the day right there, I think. I'll give you that one.
Word of the day.
Oh, big hit from Kettler. Takes the impact, makes the pass, and New Brunswick, fortunately, able to keep possession. Oh, a little pump fake from Reese.
A pump fake to number 11, but he knew his plan all along and he's able to get the ball to McClellan. Austin McClellan with the ball, number 8, just waiting for his partner in crime, Reese Kettler, to score a goal. And man, if Reese keeps scoring goals at this rate, he's gonna be challenging he's going to be challenging Hal for 10,000 tries in no time.
He's going to be hitting 10,000 here before the end of the weekend at this rate.
I think he's got about 40 years left. But yeah, no, Reese is a pretty strong guy in pretty good shape. It wouldn't surprise me if he's still out here pushing his wheelchair long into the 2090s. And that's the end of our third quarter here. We have New Brunswick 39, Alberta 20. Just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors for the Wheelchair Rugby National Championships here in Moncton, New Brunswick. We have 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Painting, Macron, Ontario, Besco, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton, who's been awesome host to this point.
Thank you for your generous support. We wouldn't be able to be hosting tournaments like this without some very generous sponsors.
Yeah, and this Nationals, extra special one. It's the 40th anniversary of the Canadian Wheelchair Rugby National Championships, and only the second time in the Maritimes.
And what a great turnout we have here. The hometown crowd really coming out for the New Brunswick Wheelchair Rugby team. We have bleachers on either side of us, and there are not a lot of empty seats available.
Yeah, it's always awesome to see new people coming out to watch the sport, and I think, you know, especially in a place like New Brunswick where people might not be able to always get a chance to watch their athletes and their friends and family play. They've shown up in droves here for Team New Brunswick, and looking like they're well on their way to their first win of the tournament.
And a little bit of an update here on the Wheelchair Rugby Canada auction over on the Wheelchair Rugby Canada Instagram page. We have the Baytech Mini still sitting at $4,000 Canadian, and the complete Vesco equipment management kit sitting at $425 Canadian. Still a steal of a deal. Those go for much more than that full price. So if you are looking to buy an equipment bag with all the tools you need to work on a rugby chair, head on over to Wheelchair Rugby Canada's Instagram and put in your bid. Sitting at $425.
You need lots of tools to work on a rugby chair. Just ask Mike, who's been very busy over there, getting deep into his toolkit.
I think Mike has gone through most of the tools that you would find in one of those kits in this game alone.
And look at
a little bit of everything.
Mike's actually able to sit down. I don't know if we've seen that yet this game.
Mike catching his breath, working as hard as any of the Alberta athletes.
He might need a sub. As the ball comes in here to Andrew Chung, able to pop the ball to number 14, Jeff.
He does have a little bit of support over Jeff Dow, moving bodies out of bounds.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the strength of Jeff Dow, but also the court is tended to be a little slippery. But
a little bit of a slick surface. Great bump pass from Halmerl, trying to go over top, and
not quite able to execute, but it looks like it will still be New Brunswick ball.
Tipped, I believe that was off of the hand of Johnny Berziuk for Alberta. Let's see if he goes for it again. Hal
the Mad Dog
surveying
here.
his options, does not go for the bump this time. Safe pass in the hands of Courtney Keenan, who makes a less safe pass straight out of bounds. Alberta ball.
And a big part of creating that turnover there was number 24. Casey able to pick out number 8, Austin, and prevent him from getting to that pass.
Digging that bumper in there so deep that we have to call an equipment.
Maybe?
Maybe not. It appears that she just had a very strong pick. Those big biceps of Casey Aiello holding on tight to the wheels, and Austin could not get off it.
And a nice chase down of the ball there from Johnny, number 21, and he's able to come around the corner and score the goal just beside the cone.
Another equipment call here.
Looks like we do have an equipment.
Jeffrey Dow is on top of the bumper of Courtney Keenan. They're doing a little interpretive dance out here.
Yeah.
And referee Cam to the rescue.
Sometimes the chairs like to talk just as much as the athletes. And the ball comes in here, and a nice strip from Jeffrey Dow. And it looks like it's going to bounce off the hands from New Brunswick here and be Alberta ball.
I think that was a failed handoff between Willis Hare and Courtney Keenan.
Guess who's a 1.0? Guess who's a 1.0?
Oh, breaking news. Kalen McDougall just drove by the media booth informing us that he has been classed down from a 1.5 to a 1-pointer for the Team BC Division 2 team.
And coming by with a smile on his face. That's
big little smile. Kellen has been playing as a 1.5 classification player for many years now.
not quite as long as Hal Merrill, but yeah, that's always a welcome sight for an athlete.
Great deep pass there from Austin to Courtney Keenan, streaking down the court, and Alberta had nobody there to do anything about it.
And the inbound here to Andrew Chung.
Nice pass to Johnny.
Austin
Andrew
McClellan chasing him down.
looks for his high pointers, finds Jeffrey streaking up the left side of the court.
Good patience
little
there.
Donut, a little pirouette from Jeff Dow.
Oh,
quite graceful for a large fella. And Hal Merrill, the big hand of Hal, knocking that ball out of bounds.
Big hand of Hal, not taking any breaks here, even with 6:40 left in the game.
Oh, no breaks needed. He's been playing for 40 years, and I think he might have another 40 left in him.
Yeah, if he keeps playing at this rate, that's for sure.
No sign of slowing down for Hal Merrill.
I hope that we'll be here to call his 20,000th try. Don't know if I've already made that joke, but
no, that's a first for that one.
And we got Alberta converting a try there. Is Hal's going to inbound the ball now?
Commonly referred to as the LeBron James of wheelchair rugby in Canada, Hal Merrill.
Yeah, he takes care of his body the same way LeBron does too, it looks like, if he's playing like this at this age. And Hal, right on cue, trying to score, just getting blocked there by Casey, but a little dish back to his fellow New Brunswickian.
Maritimer. That's a little easier.
I don't know. I don't mind New Brunswickian.
We'll roll with it. I'm gonna stick with Maritimer.
Yeah.
I won't tell you what to say though. I'm not putting words in your mouth, Joel.
That's a lot of syllables for me personally.
You already had word of the day. We don't need to one up yourself.
And Andrew Chung able to take that inbound right to the house to put another try on the board for Team Alberta. Hal inbound on the ball to Austin McClellan.
Pushing up the left side of the court, but Casey Ello is there to intercept him, forcing a pass, and Courtney Keenan, the lucky recipient of a great pass from Austin. Giving that ball a little hug as he caught it.
Yeah, that's one of those passes where, you know, you just throw it to the right area, and the receiver is able to push onto it rather easily. As we got Jeff Dowd up the sideline, able to make a nice pass to Casey, number 24.
Sliced through the contact and made a great pass because of it. Oh, the quick hand of Hal Merrill.
Yeah, that's a wily veteran move there from Hal Merrill. And
another quick hand from Austin McClellan.
And yeah,
a much longer arm.
That's what we call a stuffed turkey. As Austin McClellan able to convert.
Hal yelling at his bench that he needs some water. It looks like we have some substitutions lined up in the sub box for New Brunswick, hopefully giving Hal a well-deserved water break. Timeout called by Alberta. They got in a little bit of trouble there in the backcourt. And Hal eagerly looking to the bench for some hydration.
And it looks like Alberta may have been out of timeouts, or that was their last one.
I think they're taking it, so they must have had at least one left. And some new players coming in for New Brunswick. A couple of twin brothers, it appears here, Jeremy McDonald and Jake Woods. A little CP connection coming out of the court for New Brunswick.
Always good to see the fellow CPs in the sport. Uprising. It's an uprising.
Who would you say your favorite CP athlete is in wheelchair rugby currently?
In wheelchair rugby currently.
Are they all your favorite? You can't pick just one?
Yeah, it's like asking you to choose between your kids.
It's like a brotherhood,
yeah.
a bond.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a favorite kid.
But,
parents say they don't, but
I definitely lean towards my fellow BC CPs, Josh Holton and Nathan Bragg.
Oh, yes, your young apprentice, Josh Holton.
Yes,
Taught him much of what he knows, I imagine.
It's fun to see your flowers bloom after you've watered them.
Provide the right nourishment, and that boy has sprouted right up. I remember when he was just a young, small fellow.
Well, and the New Brunswick sun outside is also helping the flowers bloom here in May. As they say, Joel showers bring Josh Flowers.
The P in CP, photosynthesis.
There we go. That's another big word. Photosynthesis. And
That might have more syllables than fortuitous, but again, I don't think I can count that high. Ooh, some excitement going on the far court. It appears the match between Ontario and Quebec has concluded, and they just announced MVP over there. Can't quite see who won that one. Oh, ball in. Back to our game. Jake Woods gets the ball. Throws it off Jeff. Back into his lap. Off of Jake Woods, I believe there. It's going to be Alberta ball. Looking to get it back, though. Straight to defense for Jake Woods.
Yeah, that's the mindset you got to have in wheelchair rugby. You just got to have that next play mentality. Speaking of next play, Casey, number 24, takes the ball over the line here for Alberta.
Converts the next play. Courtney Keenan inbounding to Jeremy McDonald, number 4 for New Brunswick. This is the first time we've seen him this game. And I couldn't quite see what happened there because they fumbled it. Courtney Keenan collects the ball right on the baseline. Moving up court. It's going to be close for time on the 12 here, and he calls a timeout. Smart play from Courtney Keenan, the longtime veteran as well for New Brunswick.
Yeah, you can't take those timeouts home with you, so it's always nice to use them up.
Courtney, a bit of an honorary Calgarian. Many years ago when I was in the infancy of my rugby career, he came and played for the Calgary Inferno, my local club team, for several tournaments.
As a large, strapping individual, it's hard to imagine you in your infancy, but
even when I was a baby, I think I was a large, strapping baby.
Must have been that Alberta jerky from the Alberta cattle, not cows. As Reese Kettler with the ball here, we're having fun in the broadcast booth. Reese Kettler over to Austin McClellan and over to Jake Woods.
I think we have to have set some sort of record for the most bovine-related content.
And Jake Woods scored a try, and
hometown hero.
He is celebrating right into the pole.
All the way into the wall, and that is one of the biggest celebrations I've seen in wheelchair rugby this weekend. Jake Woods very, very pleased with himself after that try.
Yeah, it's awesome to see moments like that in tournaments where athletes who don't get the opportunity to score lots being able to convert.
Big hit from Reese Kettler on Cody Krebs.
Almost impressively, Cody's able to hold onto the ball.
Nice pass over top. Ooh, from Jeff Dow off of the wheel of Casey Aiello and out of bounds. It is New Brunswick ball. I think Kristen Cameron may have been just close enough to apply some defensive pressure. Casey heard her footsteps coming. Proverbial footsteps, I suppose. But on this floor, you can't hear those chairs rolling up behind you.
Yeah, it's
Jakey Woods.
It's a noisy floor.
Wide open deep.
Jake Woods again looking for back-to-back tries here for
turns towards the goal line. Alberta defense coming up behind him. Ooh, and pushes him right over the line.
He rides
another try.
Back-to-back tries, and he doesn't like to give that ball away too much when after he scores a try.
He's gonna hang on to it and keep celebrating. Big smile on the face of Jake Woods. Nice try there. Jeff Dow pushing over half. Looking for outlets. Finds Cody Krebs, who is stopped at the goal line by McClellan, number 8. A little shake and bake. Gets his dribble in.
20 seconds now on the shot clock for Team Alberta.
He needs help. Finds Jeffrey Dow.
As they look to
Kyle
attack
Riva
the key.
still in the key back door. He gets out before that 10 seconds in the key violation is called. Kristen Cameron with the defensive stop, and Jeff finds Casey hiding behind Jake Woods there.
Yeah,
he definitely had the height advantage on her.
What a catch by Casey, or either a catch or seeing eye pass, but either way, they're able to get the ball, and Austin McClellan working the ball up here.
A little bit of pressure at half. Nice hit by Kyle Riva. Finds Keller, and over the head of Kristen Cameron, who was looking to pick, and Austin thought she was leaking out for the pass. Well, miscommunication there from New Brunswick. Kristen Cameron looking to get it right back, trapping Cody Krebs in the corner on the inbound. He is able to push through that. She buys some time for her teammates. Jeff Dow looking up court. Finds Casey Aiello. Bit of a bobble here. And a jump ball is called. Too many hands on that ball, and the ref did not want to let them fight for it for too long.
2:04 left in the game here. Reese
Little smile and nod from Reese Kettler. I think you can hear us talking about his, oh no, Jeffrey Dow pushing Kristen Cameron out of bounds, but the ref
Austin McClellan decided to go backwards here.
Austin going backwards.
Oh, and he got it.
Scores the ball at full speed in reverse.
Yeah.
And a roaring applause from the hometown crowd here in Moncton, New Brunswick.
Backwards, not usually the direction of choice in wheelchair rugby, but McClellan's able to make it work there.
It's often better to see where you're going. But every once in a while, if it's only 1 or 2 pushes, ooh, Jeffrey Dow bobbles that ball into, the hands of Austin McClellan. I don't know who's going to get this ball. It's bouncing off everybody here.
But
Reese Kettler.
We have a winner.
We have a winner. He worked for that one, and a well-deserved try from Reese Kettler. We have a whistle here.
And it looked like it was a bench timeout before the inbound.
Bench timeout after the inbound is called, and the refs give it to them.
Yeah.
New Brunswick bringing it in. Let's see if they have some more change in personnel here. Johnny Berziuk back in the game for Alberta, as well as Andrew Chung, number 23. And we need one more Alberta player here. Jeffrey Dow, still at the bench, grabbing a little sip of water, it appears. And Jeremy McDonald covering him. Tight defensive coverage while he drinks his water.
Yeah.
Great defense here from number 4. Oh,
and it looks like
the ball is in, and Jeffrey is still drinking his water on the court.
Ready to go, though, as the ball comes into him, and Jeremy McDonald guarding him.
Smart play by Jeffrey, drawing that defensive coverage deep while drinking his water, and he opened things up for his Alberta teammates to score.
Yeah, there's creating space, and then there's drinking water on your bench.
I can't say I've ever seen that play before, but it worked out.
Able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone there.
I may try that in our next game here, Joel. You see me with a water bottle in my hands. Still have to cover me.
But you just gave up the element of surprise.
Oh, well, maybe I don't like surprises.
Rookie mistake there from Zach Mandel. telling me the strategy for the next game.
12-second violation for New Brunswick. I believe they may be out of timeouts.
Yeah, I think both teams have used all 4 timeouts, which is good because you cannot take them home. You can't redeem them for cash. You can't do anything.
Run and gun rugby. It's kind of fun to watch when no teams have timeouts. Sometimes you just have to fire the ball and make plays.
And then you see some cool stuff happen.
Jeffrey Dow, head of steam, tries to move Willis Hare out of bounds, and that he does. Poor Willis in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Willis talking to the ref about that one. I think he thought he may have stayed on the court. Cam, the referee, seems to think otherwise, and he will go to the penalty box. Look of disbelief on the face of Willis as he enters Alberta's penalty box. We'll see if they. Oh nope, they're going to let him stay in Alberta's penalty box. That one does look a little nicer than the other one, anyways. However, oh, here we go. He's coming around now. He just wanted to see what it was like on the other side for a minute.
There's Jeffrey Dow able to convert.
Just about a penalty goal on Howe, and Willis would have had to stay in the box, but Jeff got over the line just before. Oh, big defense on the back of Casey's head. Casey just a little bit too tall for that pass to get over her.
It's going to stay New Brunswick ball here.
Ball's in to the waiting hand of Jeff Dow, but goes out of bounds, and another New Brunswick inbound.
47 seconds left in the game here.
Oh boy, another one into the hands of an Alberta defender. However, Jeremy McDonald squeezes the orange. Strawberry? What fruit are we? I guess orange is basketball.
Yeah, well, I would say that is not the shape of a strawberry, so I think orange is...
Orange is more accurate? The red orange?
Is there a white circular fruit? What about I don't know.
We'll get back to you on that one.
We'll get back to you on that one. We'll do...
Fruits and math are not my forte.
We got lots of studies coming up here, and we will try to keep you guys informed on the results. Is Jeff Dowd able to pass the ball to number 21, Jonathan, and he's able to score the try with 16 seconds left for Team Alberta.
What about the right cantaloupe? I feel like you can get some white-ish colored cantaloupes.
This is not my field.
Not your expertise. You're not a fruit doctor.
Yeah. more of a fish guy. You can ask me any fish, and I will tell you the species. As we see Andrew Chung able to turn the ball over here.
And makes the pass deep to Jeff Dow. Oh, unable to score a last-second goal. That concludes our match here, 48-31 for New Brunswick. Stay tuned, folks. We will have a most valuable player ceremony coming up. However, I believe Joel and I have a game of our own to get ready for, so thank you all for tuning in. Thank you again to our sponsors, 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco, Metalcraft, Tango Medical, the City of Moncton. And that is all from myself. This is Zach Medell signing off.
And this is Joel Ure signing off. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and yeah, I hope you enjoyed the rugby game today.
It's weirdly quietly take those off.
These are really big headphones. Okay, we pass the paper towel.
My ears are sweaty. There was a bit of a misunderstanding during our discussion at halftime with we're fired. I'm tangled up here.
Uh-oh. All right, I'm going to grab a quick towel.
I'd help you, but I'm playing against you if you get stuck here. Yeah. I was quoting Elf. They asked us at our last training camp our favorite movie was. Okay. That was the first thing that came to mind.
Grab some paper towel.
Clean up our sticky situation here. We got Jakey Woods for MVP, 2 big tries. Special heroes from a baby. Plus Corey. Some curly hair. Bruce Cutler.
Keller won last 2.
Jake Woods. Yeah, all there. That's all. Established 1981.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between Will's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With Will, a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got our roster 12 when we go to events, and on court we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey! 5 seconds. Go eat it up. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in every chair?
Yeah, so when we're with a trainer, so most of the out is just finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So, because we don't have the core, stuff like this is like fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So,
Well, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about similarities and differences, and yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on, and good luck going towards the. Yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest of your season.
Appreciate it.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Team Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So, with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff, so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like And I feel that as a new parent that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with their organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sport medicine staff. And then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what it means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. All right, so my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and getting practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system, a lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus is quickly turns to recovery. So helping the athletes with their recovery for the next session as quick as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends with, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength and conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today, and some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada and others throughout the Copston network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the ISD and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific. I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology and really loved the challenge, constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with and the athletes, and really involving the athletes in the process and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth.
You like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows. Get Dax. Do you like Dax?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend.
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something Denzel Washington's. Wilson!
Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I got it.
Shake and bake! Shake and bake, baby!
Shake and bake.
Shake and bake, buddy! Shake it before you bake it!
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on streaking! Bring your hat! We're going streaking! Yes!
Favorite movie line? Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky IV, baby. No pain. No pain. Rocky IV. No pain. No pain.
No pain. No pain. No pain. Not a big movie guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah, lots of room for activities.
Look at all the sports space. We do aerobics in here. So many activities.
Favorite movie line quote? What's in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
Tap it in. Happy Gilmore.
Tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, tap-a-roo.
I'm trying to think. But the movie is
Dirty
done.
Dancing.
Have you seen Dirty Dancing?
I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Ali Govier, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Wheelchair Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care. They're responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists and compared to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind this working with Wheelchair Rugby Canada is the amount of integration, collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very close with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition. The physiologists we work closely with, we make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-beings are all taken care of. And that encompasses requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning to work on stability of certain joints and muscles. We'll provide them with plans for flexibility just to improve their overall physical being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up, there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with, different varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses, making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or a game day. Whereas today's things are slow and quiet, I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning routine before heading over to with the medical team. The medical staff aim to be some of the first staff on site at the gym, so when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Some wound care, taping, we will provide maybe some pre-game, pre-practice stretching, assisted stretching, and or any type of muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, preventing some of the athletes move from day chair to game chair, as well as we will tying at belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter and jam sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars, to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as you'll see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and provide athletes with assisted stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see a game-ready modality as well, Armatech modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high-performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point in my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high-performing athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport, any therapist in general, to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my life is knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay, and yeah, it's a weird sentence too. Okay. I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one word that I'm going to say.
Well, we're here today to see the differences and the similarity in wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
Wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. Our roster is 12 when we go to events, and on court we play our game is 4-on-4.
34, 35. Hey, 35 seconds. Let's go beat it up. There we go. Let's go. So usually you just go straight back in the rugby chair?
Yeah, so when we're with the trainer, so most of work is finding an adaptive way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have core, stuff like this is most of it just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press. So.
Right. Well, I just want to hear, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about what you play and similarities and differences, and yeah, look forward to cheering you guys on and going towards the Paralympics, and yeah, hopefully see you there.
Best of luck with the rest.
Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is, remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation to getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that that you have the problem skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high performance environment. Being flexible but also being nimble and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I had finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent, obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full-time. I've had a wonderful support network of family, my mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I, have time with my family, making sure that I complete my my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen, and I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada in making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on and perform my best as a performance service manager and supporting the team in a high performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they've provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with their organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name is Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right, my role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for Integrated Support Team. So, with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program, and the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So, that it could include, but doesn't limit us to, nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength and conditioning coach, sports analytics, so performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athletes perform and stay healthy. So sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. The sports are always evolving, athletes evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within Wheelchair Rugby, the coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations and how we can apply it to the sport itself. All right, so my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine before a practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration, helping with their protocols for nutrition and hydration and physical preparation going into sessions, and getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practices and training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes and the coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling and hydrating, and a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system. A lot of my role within competition and training is to help with the cooling strategies. Following competition or training, The main focus is quickly turns to recovery, so helping the athletes with recovery for the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training session and competition. So that usually ends, my evenings usually end with data analysis, so downloading all the data information from those practices and analyzing it and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work within strength conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have some really incredible mentors and leaders who challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today. And some of those are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and others throughout the Copson network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and medicine. So given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create the research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by really great mentors and other experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training. Going into college, I went into athletic training as my background, as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself, and so the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport work. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and what things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at Canadian Sports Institute Pacific, where I learned a little bit more of that applied side of physiology, and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in, learning the sport that you're working with, and learning the athletes, and really involving athletes in the process, and the coaches in the process of any data collection or testing, doing any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would say, have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of the other areas.
Favorite movie line quote? Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why, oh why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be, "You can't handle the truth."
You can't handle the truth.
You like Dax?
Lark's looking after cows.
Okay, Dax. Do you like Dax? Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote?
Good afternoon, everyone. So the game Quebec versus Ontario is just started. Let's spend some time together and watch that game. If you have any comments, or if you're watching and want to ask questions, I have the chat open, so feel free to ask them. My go ahead is supposed to meet me at some time, but right now it's just you and me, Melanie Labelle. Dave Gagne just threw an inbound to Alexis Macias. Testing the range. I think there's a good deny on Ontario's part. Here we are, Ontario inbounding, the Reed Mulligan, and right back to the inbounder. Ian Crow flowing up court. Alexis Macias is not stopping the flow. There he is. Erika Schmitz is able to get to the corner to receive that pass. And there we have a try. Hello, Mike Whitehead, how are you?
Oh, so good, so good. Sorry I'm late. I got chit-chatting there.
It's okay. I told everyone on the chat that you were going to meet us if you could.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a great opportunity. We got a little turnover here, and then another turnover. Oh my gosh.
I call it chaos. It's turnover after turnover where everybody's disorganized and you can capitalize on it.
Yeah, that's rugby. A little bit of organized, disorganized chaos.
It's sport, I think.
It's,
right?
Yeah,
right?
rugby it is sport. Little inbound here. Reed again.
He's got some height, so he's an easy target for the inbounder.
Great number, 33 all the way.
You like it?
Love it.
Yeah.
Oh, what a pass.
Erika for the win for sure.
Always. Oh, we got a stuff. Low point stuff.
Yeah, call that
Guillaume.
Guillaume just stuffed Crow. A 0.5 on a 2.
Can we get a replay? Someone deep. Masting all the way to the house. Oh, we got a close one here. 3-2, 6:18 left in the first. Has there been a timeout? No timeouts yet?
No timeouts yet.
Deep one. Easy peasy.
Good range.
Lemon squeezy for the breezy.
Kevin showing some range.
Ian Crow, best smile in the league, some say.
I'd say it's yours, but
well, Ian's hair
door was
is
open.
what.
Yeah.
Ian's hair takes the cake. If I only.
Alexis Macias flowing up court.
There we go.
Dave Gagne trying to gain position on Erika Schmitz. I think he's finding his match in Erika.
Yeah, he
Let's
is.
compare Dave and Erika for a little bit. The
All
same classification. Both have been on the national team, a lot of experience, so we're going to see a good matchup there.
Oof. True. They're always looking for the big fish. They're experienced folks.
Yeah,
there we go. Kevin
see
McEwen.
the vision of Dave. He's already there. When
nice. Wheel position.
We like it.
Nice. Oh, almost a stuff. Here we go. Ian Crow. He's a patient fellow, this guy. Reed with some space.
He's a heavy fellow. I'm not going to call weight. I'm going to call when he hits hard.
Oh, unreal. Great family, too. Great family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know I've had a couple warped wheels from Crow.
Oh, yeah. He's the only guy left, I think, on 26s. He's a big man.
26.
Oh, but first time out. Is that what we got? There we go. I think that's Zach Medell's brother refereeing.
I think it is. We call him the other Medell.
The other Medell.
Yeah, he lost his name once Zach was born.
Good timeout.
Brother
Good
love. Brother love.
It is. He's a great guy. Mel, what do you think is going to happen here towards the later part of this first quarter?
Well, I'm looking at the bench. Looking at the bench from Ontario. Looking at the bench from Quebec. Quebec's got a rotating sub. So it's going to be a stamina race for them, and experience and vision. So no panicking, please. But if that happens, it's forced, I think, by the Ontario.
We got a little swipe. Fight for the ball. Who wants it?
Go for it, Steve.
Oh.
And Alex for the win.
Let's see what the call is.
Timeout. Yes.
Okay,
I called it for him.
You're a good rugby player.
No, so exactly. So if the stamina goes down, the decision-making fails, I think it's due to the defense and aggressivity of Ontario. And Ontario's got a very deep bench. A lot of good players I'm seeing. Sofa, I'm seeing Natasha, a new woman.
Yes.
I can't wait to analyze her play right there with you, Mike.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we see her on court.
I've been getting to know her. We're getting in our rugby chairs side by side, and good Southwestern Ontario young girl.
I see her classification is TBD. Do you have more intel on that?
I think she's playing classed as a 3, playing as a 2-5. And we
yes,
got
classed as a 3.
Quebec running their half-court offense. We're going to have a little swing play, a little seal. Eyes up, all the way pushing. Pass, what?
Alexi.
Cash money.
Crossing that line.
Cash it.
Oh, leaves it on the cone.
No, he's such a stylish young guy.
Yeah, let's applaud that.
1-4-14. Here we go. Here we go. Reed Mully.
Again, the easy target of Reed.
Yeah.
He's
Good
a little
vision.
bit low, so it's tough for them to start that low. Let's see if they can do it.
Nice. Ian Crow with a good play.
Space.
Steve Mustaines. Ooh, he's having a rip here. Oh, with a little love tap at the baseline. Oh.
Change of direction from Reed on this was.
Reed has some chair skills. He was a big draw down in D.C. Played in the U.S. League this year.
Yes,
they almost made nationals. It was great to play against him.
Every time I called him to pick him up on our team, he said no. He was playing in the USA.
Oh, yeah.
I lost my Reed.
Reed's a big deal.
Another point from Dave. Space is always a good thing. So here we had horizontal spacing.
Nice. Is it going to be a given? No. Erica makes some space. We got something deep. Crowbar.
It's a quick one. So.
Attaboy.
If I may speak from the Quebec coach, I think he told them to keep that back door closed, and that back door wasn't closed on this play.
Who is the Quebec coach these days?
His name is Michael Lapointe.
How do you pronounce his last name?
Lapointe.
Okay. And how do you know Mike? Mika? Mike?
Mika.
And how do you know him?
I've known him for a couple of years now. Yeah. He's my best friend.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. Great heck of a euchre player. I played euchre with him a couple of times.
Don't bring it back.
Champion euchre player.
Well, you're going to have to tell that story if you bring it back. And
we got another timeout here, right?
Yeah.
Ontario's commiserating at half court. Erica's listening to Ian.
So I'm sure the Quebec coach just told them to keep that back door closed.
There we go. You would know. You would know. Have you ever used rocket printing? A friend of mine at Sally Hutt, Parasport, New Brunswick, told me rocket printing is the best she's ever come across.
What are you printing with rocket printing?
The sheets that we're reading from.
Oh, there we go.
They're going to play half court. Oh, is he dribbled? Yes, he has. 15 on the clock. Something deep. What a catch.
Oh!
Is he?
Spin called.
Pretty play. Steve Mastine.
How did he stay in his chair? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Those buckles.
Especially that he's leaning so backwards.
With those huge arms, he almost tipped right over. Here we go. Eyes up. Little pass. Gums is going to catch it. There we go. Kevin McEwen for another one. That guy, Kevin McEwen, used to race speedboats. Believe it or not.
Are you?
Yeah, he's crazy speedboats.
Storytelling time here with Mike Whitehead. You have been, it's the 40th anniversary of Nationals, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Does he get it? Oh, all the way down. Nice hustle.
He can get it. 40th anniversary of Nationals. Have you played them all? Put you on the spot there.
I feel like sometimes my body says, yeah, you have played. And at other times it feels like 5 years.
Yeah.
My first Nationals.
Wait, were you there at the first Nationals? Because Hal from New Brunswick was.
Yeah, and he just took MVP. No, Hal is, he has a trading card, Hal, of javelin, I believe, from the Barcelona Games and Paralympics. Oh. Rare card, rare trading card. My first Nationals were 2000. Mike Bossy was there. Heck of a hockey player. Hall of Fame.
Oh, almost.
In Montreal. and he was there watching, signing autographs. I was watching as well because I was newly injured. Little turnover. Ooh, could be a momentum swing. Let's see what Reed calls. Stuffs the ball in. There we go. Little swing action. See if we got that post. There's his eyes. Oh, crowbar in. We have a little momentum here. Yeah, rocket printing.
Sally said they're the best. Vouched by Sally.
Vouched.
Yes, we also
take
have
off. They just take off.
I'm guessing it's local gay hen house hub city.
I heard that's a good spot too. Oh, want to play deep? Does she get him? Oh, nice play. Alexei has been playing so well these last 2 years. It's so good to see.
I know. I commented the game New Brunswick, Quebec, and Alexei had a very good game.
Look at, he's playing on top.
Yes.
Playing on top. Nice.
Position, try. Needed some help there. Didn't get it. He got it from Stein.
Yep.
And then Gagne for the corner. Backing up.
Yes. Oh, Dave Gagne, another solid play. I think he's showing his national team experience.
Yeah, tell me more about Dave Gagne, because I know
he's a world champion, Dave Gagne, from 2002.
And 2015 with you guys in Pan Am Toronto.
Oh, no.
Is he on the roster?
2002 was in Sweden, the World Championships. And we beat the U.S. in the finals, and that's when Murder Ball filming started.
Oh, really?
Murder Ball came out in 05, but Dave was on the 02-03 team. I went to Sweden, went to Worlds.
Wow.
And I think we were ranked 4th and ended up winning.
Wow. So he's an OG.
Very much so. And a great guy. And here we go. Steve Mastine in the box. I'm not sure what that was for. Like, he might have been saying something or doing something he shouldn't have.
So Steve's going to inbound this. Erica was sealing the trap.
Here we go. What's the defensive strategy here? It looks like we got a double, single.
Seeing that long ball, Alexei was gone for it.
Reed reached.
Oh.
And it bounced right under his hand, and Alexei made a great play.
Good communication there from Mastine to Macias.
We got Quebec with a double. Okay, a little bit of flow. Good communication from Molly. Ooh, we got it. We're gonna have something interesting here. A little chase down. Oh, watch the fingers. Oh, what's next? Ooh, a turnover. Look at this.
It is a turnover, but
and then another turnover, and then a triple turnover. I was thinking Quebec all the way, and then it was turned into a triple turnover.
I hope there's a closed caption on all the faces that were happening. We had some intensity there.
Absolutely. Here we go. Good little rip down the sideline. Steve Mastine, there might be a little hit coming. Oh, David Gagne, what a push. He still has it, folks.
So it's a close game.
It
10-11, 1:30 left in that quarter.
Exactly.
So
what do you see the differences? I see a timeout difference. Am I reading those timeouts wrong?
There's a timeout difference. I am seeing a transition from Ontario a little bit more organized and less organic. It's organized. Quebec is a little bit more reactive, but they're getting there. It's just taking a little bit more time. But I like the communication between the Quebec guys right now.
Well, we're going to have a game here. We got lucky. We got a good one. Kevin McEwen with the inbound. Cash money Kevin. Here we go.
Guillaume cutting the screen, taking in the inbounder. He was there. He was there.
He was there.
He made it work. He tried to go for the ball. I would say, would you say, Mike, push your chair a little bit more and make sure you get there instead of going for that ball with your hand?
I don't know. I've been in both situations. You just don't know. I think Alexei gave it a solid shot. Reed had an underhand pass with inside spin. It's kind of pretty. I think he's a bowler or curler.
Did you see the flow that Dave Gagne was offering Alexei?
Yes.
I hope he took it there because he would have been gone on that side.
I would question, is Dave communicating with Alexei to let him know that he's got a clear path?
Yeah, Communication goes both ways, Mike. Communication goes both ways.
What do you mean I'm not listening?
Exactly.
Here we go.
So this was a
Quebec
timeout.
coach is
Second
getting
timeout.
Quebec coach is getting into it. He's getting into it, folks.
What would you tell them?
You're doing great. Just a couple little tips on offense,
Yeah,
like we were just talking. Because Dave, use Dave, right?
Cool your
Dave's
head down.
gonna
Right
let
now
you
it's
know.
just a timeout to cool your head. And then reset.
Stick with the positives, folks. Here we go, a little inbound. Let's see where Dave goes. Erica knows what to do. He's going to create some flow, and here we go.
It's a good
Over
matchup, Dave,
half.
Erica. I like it.
Very good matchup. Oh, boy.
Yeah, Erica knew how to get in the way, but
Yeah.
it was just too much space, and my team was able to get in. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds,
It's
12-13, here we go.
very close
13-12 for Ontario. Looks like they might be wanting to drop in the key. Get a little dribble, 26. No shot clock, here we go. Let's see what they run. To the Mully, 33, big gun, big stick. Here we go, 15. We're down to 10. What's next? Oh, he
And
goes
he
right
pushes
so well.
through. And so a quick inbound here could have been fun, but we're not getting that, and I think we're just going to run the time down.
Here we go.
Because Reed Mulligan is there for first touch, and
Here we go,
I'm not
6, 5.
He's pushing it. 4, 2. You just hold it safe.
Ooh,
Yes.
all right, here we go.
So,
Okay.
and
Quarter. That went by quick.
Yes.
What do you think? What were some of the highlights?
Remind me who started with the possession on the first quarter? Oh, you weren't there. I'm sorry. I think Ontario started with the possession, so
They won the
Quebec
jump?
should start, and they'll close that little gap.
Yeah, it looks like it's Quebec arrow up by the clock there.
Exactly.
Let's see if Garrett Hickling, he used to play rugby, and then he stopped, and then he played again.
So now he's coaching and playing.
Garrett Hickling.
He's a mentor out there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has played rugby.
He has.
He has played rugby
He
before.
was there, murder ball.
He
filming.
was there. He's been around.
Um,
What a great guy. So he's coaching Ontario. Let's see if he makes any changes. We got a couple guys out here warming up.
Yeah. I'm just going to thank our sponsors real quick. 49 Bespoke, Gahan House Hub City, Rocket Printing, Macron, Ontario, Vesco, Mike Whitehead, Tango Medical, and the City of Moncton. Have you been around in the City of Moncton?
I have. I've been here a couple times. I coached a wheelchair rugby camp here in 2016 or 17.
I was throwing flowers to the development of New Brunswick wheelchair rugby. The development from last year to this year is unreal.
Yeah.
Possibly thanks to Sally Hutt and you and the organization of Parasport New Brunswick.
Absolutely. People like Sally and her staff, Simone and Celeste, I believe, are such strong people in the community. They keep growing every year. Super supportive of all their sports, and yeah, it's the gold standard for provincial parasport organizations. It's really impressive what they've done here. So I've been honored to be a part of coaching them on and off, and running some camps, and come to Moncton and try out the food, and the people are so friendly. And you know, in New Brunswick, the joke is everything's 2 streets away.
It is on the main street. It's on the main.
Exactly.
I'm seeing 2 women on the Ontario. 2 women on the Ontario D2 team, and I think in D2 there's 6 female total. Couple on BC's.
Really?
Right?
Amazing.
In D1 there's 3 total, which makes it 9 female and the Canadian and wheelchair rugby national.
I'm curious. You played. We got an inbound here from Quebec, so they can make it 14-13. How was Paris in the women's tournament?
I'm being asked that a lot, and it was everything you could think of. When you say proud of the growth of each individual out there, from the coach to staff and every player, I was overwhelmed with emotions.
We got a goal here, folks. Dave Gagne coming through again, 14.
Good asset
13.
in the key, Dave Gagne. He knew where to go.
I was following you, the whole crew in Paris, and I couldn't have been prouder. Oh, we got turnaround.
Look at him
Dylan's
push.
going, having a rip here.
The confidence in him just
Attaboy.
changed every year.
Talking about improvement, eh?
Yes,
Dylan
yes.
has improved. We're staying at the same hotel, and I saw what he was eating for breakfast. I was pretty impressed. He's a young, budding professional athlete.
Yeah.
Setting a pick. There we go.
What about rookies this year?
Okay.
You know any rookies this year? There's 2 on Ontario, so there's Tash for sure, and we've talked about it. And I think there's a .5 that I'm seeing. I don't know his name. What's his name?
His name?
Connor.
Connor.
He's
yes.
another rookie, so 2 on Ontario. One on the New Brunswick team that I've had the chance to meet. I can't remember. And he's been injured a year ago.
Yes,
He's already
Dave.
playing at Nationals.
Dave scored a goal yesterday.
And one on Alberta.
Amazing. It's so good to see new faces out. Yes, Connor, pretty newly injured. Pretty impressive what he's up to out there. He's been
I think
classified.
he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah. He's full of spice, that one. He's got a little mouth on him.
I don't know that much yet. Let's see what he comes up with.
Oh, we got a tough play. What a Ooh, Dave Gagne almost pulled that ball in, folks. That would have been a gorgeous play. He was over half, and he had to reach.
I think his glasses got the best of him.
He has a great strap, though, so that's good.
Yeah.
Reed Mulligan around the corner. Oh, couple little reach, couple little swipes.
So we're seeing Eric Lavoie on court right now, and I just want to say this. You know, we talk about like playing and longevity in the sport. Their sport accepts or like
the community,
the age group. We see Eric is possibly late 40s. He's been playing for a couple of years, like over 20 years, possibly.
Longer than me.
And he's here, and now he's saying he's going to give 100%, but he wants to play the 4 minutes. He doesn't want to play the full court anymore. But when he's out, he's giving you his 100%. And I love seeing that. I love seeing that.
That's been his goal. And he shared that with you.
He did. He's like, at my age, 4 minutes is enough. I'm going to give you all of my 4 minutes.
I've seen Eric improve so much over the last couple of years. You can tell his commitment has changed, which is great.
Yeah.
There might be a penalty goal here. Nope. And then a turnover. We have a 3-on-4.
Surprising how tall and tiny he is.
He is very tall. Here we go. What's the call on this?
White ball.
I thought that would have been swiped out. And it's off his knees, so it's back to white ball.
We're going to get some, we're going to miss some.
That's exactly what happens. They go both ways, folks. Here we go. A little inbound. They do want to avoid a penalty here, like a baseline or a penalty goal. Looks like that's the case. Guillaume's out of the sin bin.
Erica is blocking him.
Of course. Oh, the ball. Okay, what do we have here?
He called for inbound. Guillaume called for inbounder.
But I saw the ball was already in Dave Gagne's hand.
What's it going to do? What's it going to be?
Already in his hands.
Yeah, if I was Guillaume, I don't think I'd go inbound. I'd keep Erica. The mismatch is already good there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you there.
Yeah.
Let's see what Erica does. She's got choices to make. She makes a good one there, and Dave. Eric's giving it a rip. Eric's giving it a rip. He's going to make a nice little pass here.
Carnage. Throw showing up in between the masses.
He got the big right mitt out and backhanded that ball down.
Yeah.
Oh, and we almost have a baby on the court, and that was with Steve Mastaine's son. Wanted to go say hi, folks.
Yes.
And
seeing Dad play.
exactly.
Families. There's a lot of families here.
Oh, so many babies. Big, small, amazing. Such a community thing we got.
Yes, and we watch them grow too. It's crazy.
We got some turnovers here, and looks like the momentum has
shifted.
Yes, 19-14 Ontario.
Macias is in the box to come back on court. It's now 19-14 for Ontario, and there's 5 minutes left to play in the quarter.
Alexi Macias.
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 There's just a comment. I'm keeping track. If ever anybody comments out there, we can talk with them.
Oh.
Yeah, have been. Thank you.
So I'm a little confused. What do you mean by that? Oh, like a chat?
It's a chat. So people are
Is
watching
it
on
real
YouTube.
time?
It is real time.
On the internet?
On the internet.
Right now.
My whitehead. The internet exists in real time.
And then people make comments.
They can comment.
Is that a Faisal Barali?
Yeah,
all the way
from
Africa right now?
He was, but not on this game. That was the previous game.
Oh, wow. Faisal, if you're listening, we want to say hello. We miss you.
He was watching, I think it was the Ontario-Alberta game earlier.
What a gem. Here we go. We got a Quebec inbound. They made a little substitution. Back to work.
Steve is out.
Eric, good little push. He's going to work through it. Eric is smooth. And then, there we go. That substitution paid off right away. And Alexei's going to give it a rip.
Look at that.
All the way around. He's got that Vesco moving today, folks.
Hey, he's not tired.
Ball's in. Demoli working up the court. Oh, looks like there might be some trouble. Ooh. Stripped off. Still Ontario ball. We got a substitution. Got Tasha.
Oh, there
and
she is.
the Bulldog. There we go.
Yeah, let's witness this together, Mike.
Exactly. Jamie Sofa.
Sofa's in. The Crow. Erica Schmidt's looking to flow up court with Ian.
There we go. Good little push. Back to Sofa. Sofa's going to get half, it looks like. 12 seconds.
And the first turnover.
Solid defense.
First turnover of Quebec of that quarter, I think.
3 minutes in, almost 4. Here we go, Quebec. So what are one of the
big
little turn
back.
of events?
Oh.
Sofa giving it a rip. Almost had a jump ball.
Dave is there.
Let's
Dave
see.
is there.
There we go. Nice little pop out. Lexi.
Good on
Gonna have it
Sofa
a
to
push.
try to push Alexi out too, right?
Yeah, smart move. Guillaume. Erica comes around. That's some good team defense here. Here we go, Quebec. Clock's getting a little low. About 10 left on the shot clock. Let's see what we got. Let's see. We got a little lob pass. Dave Gagne again.
We got some Natasha crowd in the chat. Hello, Natasha from her team.
Oh, isn't that amazing?
I know.
Right in the live chat. Chat
Right in the
live.
live chat.
It happened.
We got
Isn't that
cheers from
amazing?
Natasha.
Amazing. She is in position to score a goal. Here we go. She's going to get out of the key because she knows the rules. Little pass, Sofa.
Yes, easy
To the
target
crowbar.
to
Here we go. Let's see what Natasha's up here. She's going to
I've pushed
put a
against her.
chair.
She's pretty quick.
Nice, nice. Yeah, she's in the London, Ontario system, so she's going to progress fast.
I hope so.
We got a pass up front. Something might happen here.
That was a kill pass. A little
Yeah,
bit.
it was.
I've
Jamie's-
lived one of them earlier on. I was almost killed today.
Yesterday?
Today, it was just like 15 minutes ago by a certain big guy.
You were exposed, and I saw this player coming right at you, and then he backed off because it looked like you. There was a little weight mismatch, but you made the play, and.
You were trying to get in my head. I'm pretty sure on a very serious game, I would have been killed.
It was a possibility you might land on top of the cone on that play. Alexei with a nice push. We got some momentum going on here for Quebec, and they put another one on the board. It's 2018. Natasha inbound. Nice solid
Coming-
inbound. Let's see her
coming on court.
decisions.
On court
Nice
with
pick.
speed.
Another nice pick. We got Natasha and Erica playing really well, picking out there. Sofa. Nice play. And Jamie Sofa, folks, is on the scoreboard. No better guy than Jamie Sofa. Big, big football fan. He runs the pool, and the guys love it.
A couple of people cheering for Natasha.
Oh, isn't this great? Look at that.
Crazy good. We're cheering for her too.
Absolutely.
Want her
One
to
thing
do
that a
good.
lot of folks are impressed with Natasha is her tape. The pink tape, it stands out and it matches the pink straps on her legs to keep her legs attached to the chair. And I think she made them herself, somebody said. Let's see if Erica Schmutz is going to chase this down. Too easy.
Oh, she is.
Atta girl.
She is, for sure.
All day long. Erica Schmutz, bronze medal winner from the Paralympic Games in 2008.
She was the first woman in Paralympic wheelchair rugby ever. She's
Oh.
now 50 years old.
Oh.
And she was first co-captain of the first Canadian women's team.
Amazing.
No, Erica Schmutz, I asked of her to play as a high pointer in Paris, and she didn't. She did it. All of that woman in a high pointer.
She is amazing. Originally from Windsor, Ontario, which is my hometown, so we always had that connection, which was great. Such a hard worker. I saw her work so hard for so many years, and now she's still working hard as a mom.
Working
And,
hard for her community. She's,
exactly.
That's, yes. So I want to be that woman when I'm 50. I keep saying it. I want to be Erica when I'm 50.
Absolutely.
I wanted to be, when I first got injured, I was 30. She was 40.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to Mika, I said, I want to be Erica when I'm 40. Now I'm almost 40 and she's 50.
She's impressive.
She is.
A little fun fact, I was riding on a bus one time with Erica Schmutz and we got chatting. And come to find out, my first cousin, Eugene Davis, used to babysit her.
No way.
Mm-hmm. Way, way back when everybody was walking. Mastine with a little rip. And another goal. Look
Natasha
at this,
almost
folks.
got him on the corner there.
Tasha with an inbound. She's using a court vision. Chewing that gum, making decisions. She's going to pick this ball up, folks.
Yes.
And she's going to make a play. There it is. That's a play. Look at that smile, folks. That's what it's all about. And what might that be?
This?
Yeah.
Oh, let's find out. It is.
Steve Mastine. Here we go. Inbound to Dave Gagne. Nice little turn. Oh, he's going to give it a rip here, folks. He's going to make a little pass.
Sofa,
Sofa. Oh, it's getting Sofa's getting fired up. Got a little reach here.
There was a lot of hand on his hand, so I'm guessing
Nice
he's-
little hack.
Yeah, maybe get your head cool, but Eric's going to the box. We're losing, Quebec is losing a high pointer for the next try.
Mm-hmm. And that's why they call him the Bulldog. Just like that.
That's his nickname?
I think I got it close. I might have messed that up. It might have been Mad Dog.
Sofa's Mad Dog or Bulldog. Erica's the general.
Erica's definitely the general.
Yeah, who else's nicknames here?
Kevin McEwen is Gums.
Is he?
Oh, that's his name. That's his nickname. We got a push. Smash thing.
Oh.
He's going to pass it.
We're going to ask the chat here.
Here we go.
Everybody cheering for Natasha. What's her nickname?
Yeah, we need to learn more about Natasha.
Give us her
by
nickname.
her real friends, not her new
Please.
friends.
Exactly. Give us some intel.
Her old real friends, new real friends. Here we go. Natasha to crowbar. Crowbar. Oh, this is going to be a drag race. He cuts back. Eyes up to Natasha. Nice catch.
What a catch.
That's a nice play.
Guillaume
A little
with the
decision
kicker.
making here.
Yeah, she's going to come around those kickers
Nice
very
choice. That's some London rugby. Good choices with the ball. Garrett and Dave will teach you how to play this game. Erica's, oh, she's going to back in,
Of
folks.
course she is.
Oh.
Of course. But now she's trapped in the
There we
key.
go. Crowbar with the push in. Very nice.
We got Steve Master and his family here.
Aww.
Commenting
we
on
have
the game.
we have friends. He's about 2.
He's a tiny toddler. He's just started learning to walk. He
Amazing.
looks just like Steve.
Mom is working hard to make.
Oh.
Oh, we got a turnover. Natasha with a swipe. Off of Quebec, off of Dave, the world champ. Natasha just made a stellar defensive play. Presence of mind to flick that off, and then Dave touched it and went out of bounds. Amazing. Here we go, ball's in.
Oh, almost dropped it from your
Yep, we might have to make a
Secures
decision.
it.
One.
Erica's trying to pass. There's a reach.
And
right
what was
in
the
Erica's
call?
face. There's Steve's hand in Erica's face.
We have a penalty goal.
Penalty goal. Oh. So I have some intel on Natasha.
Oh,
she goes
Urini.
by
May I see?
Smitty.
Smitty, are you serious? Chatham, Ontario says hello to Smitty.
Or Wheels.
Or Wheels, okay.
Okay.
Oh, Smitty, like DD,
Smitty, yeah.
not TT.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So, okay.
Jeffrey Fanuff says Natasha goes by Smitty, all right.
So let's make a sign now and say go Smitty. You
Yeah,
wanna
we
do
should
that?
make a sign.
You
We
wanna
need
do
a
that?
Sharpie.
You need a
A Sharpie would be good. And then we'll make a sign, go Smitty, and we will be off to the races. So, folks, we got a halftime, 28-1 Ontario, up by 7 with 4 timeouts. They're looking like they're in control here.
Yes, we are. WRC is having an auction, Mike.
Tell me more.
Proceeds are going to nationals via our WRC Linktree and Instagram. It's powered by Win with Dash.
Win with Dash.
Items being auctioned are the Baytech Mini 2.
No way.
Sponsored by 49 Bespoke. The current bid is at 4,000.
That's a steal.
Those go by around 11,000 normally, so it's a steal. Equipment management kit sponsored by Vesco. You can talk to us more about this, but the current bid is at 425.
That is a great deal.
And you
We'll see where
just
that goes for. The management equipment kit is quite an impressive thing that Tom, Paul, and Charlie put together down in San Diego.
Yeah.
I saw them for the first time, and it has everything you ever needed to do work on a wheelchair, rugby chair. It's amazing.
Maybe I need one. Maybe I should go bid.
It's so impressive. I know all the details.
Wow.
So that's really cool. What else do we have going on here?
There's a couple more items, but you have to go on the Instagram page. There's a link there. It's called Linktree, and it shows you you can make a donation directly to Wheelchair Rugby Canada, which will help programming and nationals. There's also items being auctioned, so there's an auction link, and then there's Women Board. There's more to learn about Wheelchair Rugby Canada. So
Right
all the
on
links,
the web link.
right on the web link, Instagram. So
And
just
Instagram.
go browse, learn more about the sport, more about the community, and then go bid on the auction.
And that's is that a .com or a .org or a .ca?
The Wheelchair Rugby is wheelchairrugbycanada.ca. But Instagram is Instagram Live on the internet, Mike.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Got it.
It lives on its own.
They're separate. Wheelchair Rugby Canada and Instagram are separate?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm learning here.
It's
Thank
okay.
you.
I'll show you on your phone.
Okay, good. I'm still learning. And this is part of it.
I have more intel on Natasha.
Please share. Mr. Fanuff sounds like a yes.
Yes. She helps coach rugby back at her high school. Yeah. Where we call her Coach Wheels, which has to do with her driving.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I need a
Smitty's
Sharpie.
driving.
I need a Sharpie.
Yes. She was mentioning she had a lead foot, so now a lead hand,
Well,
pulling down
okay,
on
so
that
let's
control.
tie that to her character on court and
Okay.
keep the Wheels name going.
I've had a few conversations with her, and I can kind of, it's all fitting together here.
The things we learn. We see the live chat.
And she gives back to her community.
She does.
Look at this, folks.
She's been involved
Too much.
way before.
Too much. This is wonderful stuff. What it's all about.
So we've had a newly injured player a couple of years ago in Quebec, and when he hits his first note, one of our team guy, he said, "Hey, I'm really glad you got injured." And our guy just wasn't ready to hear it.
Yeah.
But sometimes the silver lining is perfect addition to a wonderful community, and we're happy to have her. Thank you for cheering for her in the
It's great. It's so great to have this intel, and yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit to adjust, but when you get involved with a community like this, it seems to speed it all up.
It sped my process for sure.
Tell me more about that. What year was your injury, if you're willing to share?
Oh, it was 2016. 2016,
No.
yeah. A couple of years back now. I'm aging.
2016, and do you call it your quadversary? What day did you break your neck?
Luckily, I broke my neck on Tony's birthday.
This
now
is
you
glorious.
Know. Now
Tony
you know.
Letourneau's birthday is your quadversary.
Together. Yes, exactly.
I'm sure there's cake involved.
Yeah, I brought cupcake to INS. You'll get it next year.
I look forward to that. Great training center in Montreal. Kevin McEwen's on the floor. Mr. Gums is going to make a little inbound. Ontario scoring towards their bench. Reed Mully Mulligan.
Is that his nickname?
The Mully Mully.
The Mully Mully.
Mulligan.
Yes. So they all have a nickname. I like it.
They do. Got some spacing on the court. Got a little push. Erica's working hard. Ooh, Quebec's defense is looking strong. They got a switch, and there's 4 in the key for a little bit here. And now we got the call. Here we go, folks. So Leadfoot Wheels Smitty, rugby coach. This is what's going on. Mr. Mastine's coming over here to say hi to his kids while he's in the box.
Kid is going to the box with him.
I heard Mr. Mastine is he's a father of 2, right?
He's a father of 2.
Okay. All right.
Dad at home.
Unreal.
Mom's gone back to work.
Amazing. So we got 4-on-3 action here. Let's see. Quebec's gonna not want to reach. Got a little seal. Reed Mully Mulligan. Erica with a trap. Let's see Erica's decision from here.
I have never shared the court with Erica more than in Paris with the Women's Cup, and she keeps you accountable. She is the general for sure. She will tell you where you're out of place. I like it. And
on and off the court, she will correct your behavior.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Keep you in check.
She is a leader.
She had not made a comment to me all tournament. I was so proud of myself. And then I messed up. I let her hanging, and she told me. And I was like, you are very right.
And that's what makes her a national team level player. She's willing to communicate clearly on.
Oh, there's passion there.
Here we
I
go.
respect it so much.
Dylan with the ball. He's going to have a little rip here. Eyes are up. Eyes are up. He's got a choice to make and a nice little handoff to dish.
I don't know if you saw the move. I like low pointers. Guillaume was sealing the door. He didn't let Dylan take that line at all.
With his wheel, I saw.
Yes.
Less bumper, more wheel. He owned that position.
I'm going to give you the low pointers perspective always, Mike.
Yeah, you know, I live in a high pointer world, and it's sometimes often all about us.
When you don't, when it looks like you're not working, it's because we did well. Right?
I know that feeling. I'm very fortunate to have played with a lot of great low pointers over the years. Here we go. Kevin McEwen with inbound. Dylan's got.
Those unforced errors are to the profit of Quebec right now.
Dylan's hands are quite closed. It's pretty impressive what he does with those types of hands.
Yes.
It's impressive. Much different than Travis Morales. Travis are stuck open, and Dylan's are kind of stuck closed.
I have one of each.
Look at those hands on you. One of each.
Yeah, one of each.
Wow. You are quadriplegic.
Need more glasses. Better
That's why I have glasses on, to see how mangled up your hands are. Inbound, back to Kevin McEwen. Eyes are up. Up the floor he goes. There's going to be a little sideline play here. A little pass to the back. Oh, that's a tough little pass to the back.
Yeah, Yeah, those angles.
Now we got, ooh, are they going to hit and turn? They hit and turn them, folks. That is some national
Never
team
stop
stuff.
working. Never
Off the
stop
bumper. Turnover, back to the Mulimo.
So,
33 with another goal.
But how on task were Reed and Erica on this?
Right away after the
So
turnover.
and they were turning him around to make it the pass as difficult as possible, and it was hit the bumper of Mustang, and they were able to cross that line.
Hitting the wing and hitting the wheel to turn his chair. Oh, we have a drag race, folks. A little reach, little action. Oh.
And yes, she knew the space.
Yes, she did.
Just
she
missed
was,
the catch, but she knew the spacing.
Quebec is not giving up, folks. They are fighting. I love it. Look at these folks.
Dave Gagne's on the bench right now.
And they're doing it without Mr. Gagne. Oh, pump fake.
Oh,
What a
it's
play.
the Whitey move.
No,
the
no.
Whitey move.
I was taught by David Jenkins one time about how to pump fake.
Oh, yeah?
Great player, yep. Carolina boy.
Any,
Back to Reed.
Any family traits with Matt Jenkins? Matt?
I'm not sure. I think you're right. I think they're related. Here we go. Have you checked the online live chat lately? Is there
I've checked. There's no more.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Maybe we could ask.
Mastine up the floor. If we have a couple folks listening, we're doing well. More than 2, it looks like. That's not too bad. Here we go. Steve Mastine's patient with the ball. A little dribble. Gums with the reach. Dylan's going to work his butt off here, which I like. It's great attitude.
Mastine following Guillaume's pick. So Guillaume's
10 on the clock. What a pass into the key. They got him turned. Is he going to power out of this?
5,
Erica Smuts.
4, 3.
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Folks, with 2 seconds left, Guillaume.
The trust from the team to give that to Guillaume.
That looked like a 2-pointer if there was ever one. Yeah. Ian Crow's in the box. Dave Conley's in the box. They're going to sub in.
So we're going to see
Reed.
Connor, I think. Connor coming in.
Connor coming in, folks. I bet you he has a nickname we're unaware of as well.
We could actually make one up, too.
Yeah, yeah.
The
he's a pretty confident young man.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was having a little chat with him, and I liked his attitude.
Kevin McEwen.
Oh,
Alex's
boy.
hand is trapped there. I like it.
Yeah.
Watch
Nice play by Kevin. Little pass. Off the hand. Back to Erica for a try. Nice work, Erica Schmutz. The general with the try. We've got an inbound. Alexei. Oh, nice cutback. Oh, what a play. Communicates deep. Too easy. Another try. Here we go. Eric Lavoie is having a game.
Bench timeout from Ontario here.
Tell me more about a bench timeout. How does that work?
Oh, it could be used tactically, or it could be used like this for a sub. I think that's what he wants to do accomplish here.
It looks like he's doing both. I think he's got some tactics.
Tactics and sub, yeah. Sometimes the game dynamic is not going your way and you want to bring your players back, so the coach will have 1 minute to talk to them, and he could execute some subs at the same time.
Great
Players
stuff.
get water, cool their heads down, they cool off. You could get some ice sometimes if it's too hot. And then if you have a player trapped somewhere and you want to get him away from that trap, you could also call a bench timeout. Could be used for that.
Amazing. Now you hit all the boxes. You're a student of the game.
Would you hit every sponsor for these nationals, Mike?
All of the sponsors I'm a big fan of. Macron, Ontario, Vesco, Tango Medical, City of Moncton. Have you been here? The restaurants already have been glorious. Rocket Printing. We have Game House, Hub City, 49 Bespoke, all of them.
I'm going to say it like you. Amazing.
Amazing. Here we go. Gums with the inbound, 7 to 33. Ontario's going to work up the court. There's a double team on Reed. Oh, and he cuts back. That's the shortest chair for the biggest man I've seen in a long time. I think that's a 16 long. Really fits him well. Reed Mulligan is going to put it over the line for a try, kill a couple seconds. And here we go. Let's see if they keep the intensity up. And we have Connor out here in his debut nationals. think it's his second tournament. There was a turnover. Reed again. Let's keep an eye on Connor and pick out some of the positives he's already doing now.
So he's
as a low
keeping-
pointer.
He's keeping his chair moving. That's what I'm liking. He's not stopped his legs. So every time you have to start again is tough. See? Him getting his movement, momentum is going to be tough. So if you keep your chair moving, which he's been doing, it's a good way to start.
I like it. I like it. Coming from a true low pointer, quadriplegic.
Yes. And his counterpart, you are a quadriplegic. Deluxe one maybe, but you are one as well, Mike Whitehead. His
I did break my neck back a few years ago.
His counterpart on the court will be Guillaume,
Yes.
which is number 10 from Quebec. And so if you watch them push, they are pretty similar, right? So Guillaume has a lot more experience, and he's gaining that speed that Connor's going to get. It's probably going to get even faster. So it takes years to build a low pointer. And so let's see where and how he evolves, but I'm already very excited to see that.
Yep.
And what I like to say is get them on court, get them playing, get them equipment that's fitted for them, and let them have fun for a couple of years.
Oof. Fun for a couple of years. The cheat code to happiness. A little bit of rugby, a little bit of fun. We have a equipment timeout. Steve Mustaine has got a little equipment issue, and Eric is going to fix that quickly for him. There we go. We're back into the action.
So Kevin in for the inbound. That was
50-50 ball.
Oh, Kevin showed some range on there. He was
Oh,
almost.
back to Ontario.
He was on target. Alex's hands were there, but that range was on target.
That was an impressive pass
Yes,
from
it
Kevin
was.
McEwen. He must be working at that at home.
Every night. He says every night.
I think he might use a basketball sometimes to work on that strength. Somebody told me that one day.
Does he have children?
He does. He does. He's
So I
a
think
married
he's playing
man.
with
Oh, we have a play.
Let's
And
see
what's going to happen
Connor.
here?
Connor's
Connor.
sprinting.
Oh, Alexei beats him to the ball.
But I like that the ball goes there. 'Cause it gives him
Some
the incentive
trust.
to go and try and
Very
get it.
true.
I like the trust that high pointers will show us sometimes.
When the high pointer throws the low pointer the ball, you're a fan of that. Tell me more.
On the right occasion, yeah. I'm a fan of all players being an asset out there. I'm a fan of using all four.
Such a good point. When teams do it well, they win medals at that level
The
of
low pointer,
confidence.
you got to know what you can and cannot do as well. So, and be your best asset. So not out of position, not in critical places.
So well said. We got a little pass in for a try. Ontario working the half-court game. Connor's got those wheels moving again, and I can see his mouth moving quite a bit. He's just chirping away. Imagine that, his first nationals, and he has lots to say.
Can we mic him up?
He's catching up with the play to open his mouth again. Oh, so good. So good. We got a stoppage in play. Looks like we might have a contact.
I would like Ian Crow to use Connor's spacing right there is correct. I would like Ian to space a little bit more on court from Ontario. You're watching the other game, Mike?
No. Actually, that's a lie. I am watching the other game. I'm trying to see the score. A little bit of Alberta, BC action in Division 1.
So
Up the floor, Reed Mulligan.
1 minute 20 left in this quarter. It's 35-31 for Ontario.
Reed Mulligan dish off to the crowbar. A little 360, another 360, back to Reed. Let's see if they, little clock management here, what happens. 102, a little pass, all right. 57 seconds, Quebec ball. Ball's in, Mastine up the floor. He's gonna dish it deep to Mr. Gagne. Mr. Gagne, he might go for a 2-for-1 here. Let's see what happens. Ball, 48 on the clock. Ball's in to Crow. Quebec has got great position on this play. There, I'm sensing a turnover. But Crowbar gets out, and he's got the face. He makes the dish.
A little dish pass.
And here we go, 34 on the clock. And 20, there's like a 4-second difference.
So I'm seeing Connor was already in the key over there. There's 30 seconds left. What would you do to Connor if it was me in the corner there? 30 seconds left.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to put you into the cone or over the end line or trap you in the key.
Those danger zones.
The red areas.
You made me learn that too in my humiliation a couple of times.
It took a couple tries, and now you really are good at not getting hit in those situations. In those crucial moments at the end of quarters is exactly the time some experienced folks will look to hit those Mel LaBelles who weigh 90 pounds.
Hey, I gained weight.
93, sorry. Oh. Which is great. So the 40th anniversary of Nationals and the second time in the Maritimes. Yes, it was in Halifax quite some years ago, back when there was international players allowed at Canadian Nationals.
Yes. Would you like to see international players allowed in Canadian Nationals?
Reed Mulligan makes a play to the left, and he's going to score a try, folks.
7 seconds left. Let's see what Quebec can do.
Here we go. Inbound. He's going to give it a rip. Reed.
I would keep it safe.
Okay.
Oh, the time hasn't started.
Now it started. They got a couple extras, and I think they're going to make,
So in the chat, we have a question, Mike, and maybe you can answer it. What is a low pointer and what is a high pointer?
That is not a question I can answer at this point, but
so
Mel, please help me.
Let's start. I am a low pointer, which means that in wheelchair rugby, there are a variety of classifications. They start from 0.5 and go all the way up to 3.5. The higher your class, the more functional of a player you are. And by function, I mean motor function, so physical function, not necessarily strength. And so Mike Whitehead would be a 3.0 player, and I will be a 1.0 player. So the players playing from 1.5 and down play in a picker chair. So they have a little basket in front, and they are defensive players. Look at me. And then Mike Whitehead would play in an offensive chair, and they have no basket in front. They have more agility, sometimes core agility, sometimes more strength in their arms to power the chair and propulse around. And they want to, since they are ball carriers, have more responsibility with the ball. They want to be able to wiggle between the chairs so they are as lean as possible and as slippery as possible.
That's a great explanation of high and low pointers, and you have mid pointers. So you have folks that are like 2s and 2.5s, and their hands will be kind of stuck open because of their spinal cord injury, and they'll have no core function, limited core or no core, and they'll have some great delts and traps and chest, a little bit of chest, some triceps.
What is important to know about that sport, and which is very inclusive, is that there is a limit of 8 points on court at all time, which means that you have to pair a high pointer with a low pointer, and sometimes 2 mid pointers together. So there's a couple of varieties of lineup that you can get, and all of them go and face each other. So sometimes you'll have, let's say, a balanced lineup, which would look like 3-5. 2.5, or you'll have a high-low, which will have 2 high pointers, so 3-3-1-1, for example. And those combinations don't give the same results. So the variety of lineups will give a different style of game, and that's what we're looking at.
What a student of the game. Great explanation, Mel LaBelle.
I did comment in Tokyo, Mike. I didn't have to learn to explain this. Did you know?
I did know, and thank you for the reminder. I heard they're going to have you back.
No, hopefully.
But what will be different is have you back to play at the Paralympics, young lady. I have a feeling it's going to happen for you one day.
Well,
you keep going.
Goal. It is the goal. But if not, you turn it into a silver lining and go cheer for you guys on national television.
That's what we love about you, Mel LaBelle. Quebec's going to inbound. It's still a tight one, folks. It's still a tight one. Anything could happen. We got Ontario playing some D. A little pop pass is going to happen. It's getting close to the 12. The ball. Oh! Timeout. The ball was caught on half, and Reed Mulligan had the presence of mind to avoid the over and back.
So importance of having and keeping timeout later in the game. What would you talk about the strategy of using the timeouts?
Yeah, so it's really interesting. Sometimes you'll play against a team that comes out strong against you. And sometimes you got to burn those timeouts early to get out of jail free if you're getting stopped on defense, if they're stopping you. But the goal is to kind of save them as you go to be in control when you really need them in the second half.
Yes,
And
when
sometimes
you're
you're forced.
tired and when the focus is down and stuff like that. And also you could use them as time management. So to keep them in your back pocket would be an asset, but you don't want to leave them in the play either and make unforced errors and not call your timeouts. So
Exactly.
basically each team has 4 timeouts, and sometimes it is a strategy to force the players to use their timeouts.
Yeah, it just adds pressure to the team, the opposing team. And anytime in wheelchair rugby you're adding pressure to them, you can cause some mistakes.
Yeah. So let's say on a gold medal game, if a team was to use 4 timeouts in the first quarter, they have to do an error-free game for 3 quarters, and that's a lot of pressure.
Exactly. Oh, a little pass to Alexei, and it just slipped through. Here we go. Looks like Ontario's going to make a sub.
So
and the Mad Dog's going to be back in with Tasha. That rotation again. It's 39-33 for Ontario.
6-point gap. They're
with
increasing
the ball.
the gap with the ball.
Inbound to Reed.
Quebec's not letting go, though. They're still very aggressive.
They're going to
very
fight.
out there. Yeah, they have been.
They're going to fight. It looks like we might have it. Oh, can he get to it? Kevin McKeown, what a play. 2 taps.
Gagne is getting there, though.
Ooh, because he's a hustler.
He is.
Little cut back. Nice little pass. Crowbar with some D. Oh, Kevin with some D. Let's see, Alexei's got options.
12 seconds. So here, Quebec didn't have a timeout left. And so it had to be an error-free.
We were just talking about that, Mel, and you're 3 steps ahead. How's the chat live chat?
We're told by Melanie Smith that it's such a great game, and I agree with her.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, I agree with her. It's a very good game on both teams.
Tasha for the inbound here. Pink on the gloves, ready to go. Nice pass in.
As we watch the key offense, I want to ask you the importance of equipment and fitted equipment. What a difference does it make to a player's game?
Yeah, so it's kind of like if you have a hockey skate or a hiking boot that's 2 sizes or 3 sizes too big, and you try to go through something important that requires agility. If it's not fitted right, you're going to lose strength, performance, maneuverability, all of it.
So. It is an equipment sport, so equipment costs a lot. There's a turnover here.
Yeah, we have a penalty try. Yeah, penalty try on Ian Crow. He made a play on the arm, and he's playing a little rugby.
A little tough rugby?
Yeah, he's playing a little aggressive, and it looked like it was going to be a flagrant or a technical, and Jill Breer was helping the young ref out here learn the difference. Ian Crow up the floor. He's got that look again. Going to give it a push. Nice little pass. Tasha is going to make this catch, and she's going to score a goal in wheelchair rugby. Here we go.
Did you see?
Smitty Wheels. Here we go.
Did you
Big
see?
one. Big one on the board, on the game sheet.
And I saw Erica's face saying, go, score.
Exactly. Oh, Erica's going to hustle down and make a play again because of her hard work.
I think we got one more karaoke player, Mike. I have one more fun fact about Tash Smitty.
Let's go.
She, not only is she an aggressive competitor, she has a beautiful singing voice. Gotta use it.
Oh my gosh!
Screenshot
all these comments because back in the changing area, we're gonna have a conversation. So please,
fun fact live.
Yep.
We here at Wheelchair Rugby have a good karaoke game. So it is something that we do together because Funnily enough, some of us quads cannot breathe very well, and it's fun to hear us sing.
Tasha with a turnover and another play. She is having a fourth quarter for the ages. Pass deep to Erica Schmutz. The general is going to take it home. And yes, karaoke game. Some of the folks in this community will travel with their own karaoke machine.
For sure. It is
I've
a
heard
thing. It is a thing.
It's impressive. At the drop of a hat.
So now we have
Call
another
me maybe.
karaoke player.
We have another karaoke player in the mix. Hit and
Welcome
turn.
to the mix.
I wonder what Tasha's song, her karaoke go-to is. If we could learn that, that would be a 5-star commentating extravaganza for us today. Can we learn on the chat live? Tasha's favorite karaoke song, folks. Can we learn this? So when we have a chat with her after the game, she'll be very surprised that we learned all these fun facts.
May be posted on Wheelchair Rugby Instagram.
We may have something for the Instagram page. Tasha with the inbound. Here we go, Smitty. Nice inbound. She's going to give it a rip up the court. Crowbar is going to have a push. And we're going to go here to Tasha. Nice catch.
Oh, what a catch
and a
on
play.
that midline too,
well,
right?
Deep.
Good release.
An apple.
Good release.
Goals, assists, and Erica's given the business out there. Quebec will not stop grinding, though. I
So we
love
have
their
a
resilience.
bench time out here for a coach sub.
Here we go. Mr. Mastine
The
is back
4-minute
in.
clock. Look at Eric Lavoie, 4 minute. He's out.
Look
he
at
gave
that.
it his all, and it's respected, and it's, yeah, I love it.
You
I
were
love it.
just saying that, and look at that. The coach is giving all the respect to his athletes. This is what I love seeing.
Yes.
Keeping people in a position
You
of
want-
success.
Yeah, exactly. You want to help them perform.
Turnover for the crowbar. To Tasha, another
Oh,
one,
look
folks.
at
Here
that
we go.
Catch
The
and score.
karaoke lead foot, Smitty.
Wheels.
Wheels.
Smitty.
Smitty.
Tash, the karaoke machine.
The karaoke machine with another goal. I try, folks. Another try for Tash. Oh, Alexei. Oh, look at this. Erica.
Oh, yeah, General. Oh, yeah,
The general with the play.
I may have been loud.
Oh, and then underhand pass. Can
Will they
Tasha
score
get
it? Yes, she can. Yes, she can. No.
What just happened? I think there was a call on the floor.
Almost, Tash.
We got timeout on the floor.
She
and
had
she's,
her hand on the ball. She had her hand on the ball, and there was a timeout left.
yeah.
She's laughing.
Yeah. Wheels
that-
was about to score another
What
one.
a team effort, though. So Smitty, Wheels, has the hand on the ball. And because she's in control of that ball, another player on court is able to call a timeout to save her from fumbling that ball.
Amazing.
What
That
a
just
team
happened.
play. What a team play.
The presence of mind to make that timeout call to make them pay.
So I heard she's a big fan of Disney songs.
Ah.
And so maybe her and Rio duet.
So maybe Disney karaoke.
Rio knows all of the Disney songs. And he
Rio.
used to sing in a choir. So,
Okay.
yeah, Rio
There we
and
go.
Tash duet.
A couple Ontario folks.
Yeah.
And imagine that, how much we could learn in just 90 minutes about some folks.
Did
It's
I
really cool
amplify your
support.
experience by opening up the live chat?
The live chat brought a lot to this experience, and it's just so cool that there's friends and family that are supporting from all across Canada right now. Pretty special times. Ian Crow with a huge effort.
Okay, another fun fact about Dash. Keep her away from jerky. She has a small addiction, apparently.
Oh my goodness.
That was a reach on Crow.
Crowbar with the reach. She's got a penalty.
That's tough because the more time you spend away from the court, the more pressure on the other players.
Absolutely. Mr. Crow is all smiles, though. He's playing it cool, even though he's been in the box a few times. We have a substitution, and here we go. Connor's back on the floor. Here we go. Alexei with a little rip. Let's see if we can get a little hit here. Okay.
Dave was making sure that Alexei was going to take the right, like his right side. He was like, just go the other way, go the other way. I'm going to block for you.
It's a great hit. It's a great hit. It's what keeps us coming back, the hits. Inbound from Ontario, we have a little equipment here. Alexei's got a flat tire on the left, and their equipment guy is one of the best in the world. Mr. Eric Teratier.
Yes, so how...
One of the best in the world.
Let's time it, let's time it. He does equipment for the national team.
Their team.
And I think his goal is to do a major game once.
He did do World Low Pointers, and he was a superstar there.
Yeah, he was.
And that is coming up as a major game.
How was that, Mike Whitehead, to coach the low pointers?
What a
Being a
honor.
high pointer.
What an honor. And I loved so many things about the low point game and that experience, and coaching my teammates was a true gift.
So for everybody on the chat, there are a couple of versions of wheelchair rugby. This is a 8-point rugby. So with 8-point rugby and co-ed rugby, you are allowed 8.5 on court if there's a woman. And also age, you have an age deduction as well. But there is low point rugby, whereas 3.5 is allowed on court. And there is also women's rugby since a couple of years ago, but we made a women's team, a Canadian women's team this year for the first time. And we went to Paris and competed internationally and did get home the bronze medal. And I think now there will be a junior division or junior camp is coming up soon. So a couple of versions of wheelchair rugby, and I think in Great Britain they have started rugby fives, which is a version that has more functional motor function on court as well.
Look at our community grow.
Yeah,
people having fun, making friends, evolved. And getting exercise.
It is a sport invented in Canada.
1977.
Duncan Campbell and a couple of more people.
Yeah, Duncan and the Buds. 4
quadriplegic by a quadriplegic, and he was sick of staying home and he wanted to move, so he said, let's make a sport for us. So
I love talking to Duncan about the first times in the gym. And imagine that, inventing a worldwide sport.
And imagine him seeing how much it grew over years. So it was invented in 1996. And
rugby was invented in 77.
77? And played for the first time in Atlanta in 96, was that it?
Trial games in 96.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Oh, look at you checking me on history.
Well, that's the beginning for me. Anything in the past 10. It's the old world. Steve Mastain to the house for another try, friends. Here we go. Kids are clapping for him. Special times here this afternoon in Moncton, New Brunswick.
1 minute 35 left to this game. 7 points ahead for Ontario.
They're in control.
They kept increasing that gap.
Please break down why Ontario did so well. Give me a few highlights there, Melanie.
I would say again, like asset management. So the coach did a lot of change-ups, where Quebec only has one change-up, and then they knew they were on task. So Coach Garrett is doing a good job at giving them cues on what transition to execute, and when everybody's on the same page and effort is going the same direction, it goes so well. So they did execute the transition a little bit faster than the Quebec team. Transition, eh?
Well, you impress me. Every time we talk rugby, we got a deep pass to Alexei. Quebec will not go away, folks. They will not go away. Mel, tell me a little bit about Montreal. What's one of the favorite things you like about Montreal? I heard Montreal's fun in the summer, and summer's around the corner. What's I've heard there's some great people there, and I heard summertime is a great spot. Check out Montreal. Any tips for the tourists out there that like to visit Montreal?
Well, you got to do festival season. It starts in June.
June, festival season. Then one after another.
One after another. And you got to do just for laughs. You got to do just jazz.
Okay.
Jazz is crazy. And if you can catch.
Laughs, jazz, and.
If you don't know this about me, folks, I was a dancer before. And I did the jazz festival dancing on jazz music. And it was improvisation on stage by a musician and improvisation on the dance floor by dancers.
Is that contemporary jazz?
No, that's swing dancing.
Look at that.
And that was Lindy Hop, danced on jazz music. That was awesome.
Amazing. I would have to see a photograph of that because I'm not quite believing you.
Well, I could show you.
Okay.
40 seconds left.
We got to pass to Kevin McEwen. Nice little dribble. Oh, no.
Look at the hit on the middle line.
They will not go away.
Yes.
These guys.
Alexi staying
12
intense.
seconds. Another
Staying
turnover.
intense in the last 40 seconds. That's like, you got to give respect to Quebec on this. Who
What
is your
battlers.
MVP of this game?
You know, it's difficult, but not difficult at all. It's Tasha all day. 3 goals. Very clear winner of the MVP.
I hope she gets it. So the formula of this tournament, this nationals,
Yeah.
cross arms. So every game, there's a player that gets an MVP of the game, but it cannot be the same player twice. So I don't know what's the history here. So we will see. An MVP is awarded every game.
It looks like there might be another turnover, folks, and that will bring it to 4. Is it Quebec ball? Whose ball? Ontario ball. Wow. What a change of events. Quebec will not go away. Well, this has been a very memorable experience commentating. You're obviously a pro, and thank you for helping me through this.
I'm not a pro. I'm just having fun, Mike. We're just having fun.
Can he get it? Reed Mulligan, what a goal! What a fine.
He did
last
catch it. He did catch it, but it's
goal.
denied. It's denied by a little. He crossed that line before catching it.
And what a game.
What a last-ditch effort,
Game. What a game.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Ontario
Folks.
by 5. And it was a crazy game up until the end. What a show. And I love that about rugby. It's always been a show. I find that it's one of the sports that you could really appreciate the effort and the intensity, and like you gotta hear the sounds
A
too.
true appreciation of all the emotion, all the hitting of the chairs, and look at the smiles. Folks. Back smiling, Ontario smiling. What a honor to play a beautiful
So
game.
MVP will be awarded in a couple of seconds.
Who is it, folks? Who is it?
Reed Mulligan.
Of course, it's the Mully.
With a picture-perfect catch at the end.
He really gave his effort. He played in the U.S. League, folks, this year. He's a superstar. He's a legitimate superstar, Reed Mulligan.
Well, thank you everyone in the chat. We had a blast having you, and we had an honor to comment with you on this game. I hope that you guys have a terrific evening, and see you tomorrow.
See everyone tomorrow. Thank you for the support, friends.
That was fun. Good job. We know what this is.
We're here today to see the differences and similarities between wheelchair rugby's training and what ours look like, so I'm going to take you through it today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-body rugby. We got our roster of 12 events, and on court, we play our game as 4-on-4.
35. Hey! 35 seconds. Go eat it up.
Let's go. You just go straight back in the rugby chair.
Yeah, so when we're with the trainer, so most of working out is just finding an adaptive way to do it. So because we don't have the core, it's most of it's fighting just to stay balanced versus putting it. So
Well, just from everyone here, we're really grateful for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about the sport you play and similarities and differences. And look forward to cheering you guys on. Good luck going towards the Paralympics. And if you see you there, Appreciate it. Thanks so much, guys.
I'm Nancy Long, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with performance service management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is remote work and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on site, it's just making sure that all of the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff, so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smooth and covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation, getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on court, from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up with the IST so that their jobs and roles and responsibilities are supported from a logistical standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that they have problem-solving skills and also critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that can come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those in different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver club team. And from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team. And from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had. And I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the performance service manager. And that was over a decade ago. So here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I couldn't have imagined, and I love being with Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent. Obviously, transitioning back into my role as a performance service manager full time. I've had a wonderful support network of family. My mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one, from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I have time with my family, making sure that I complete my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada and making sure that I have everything that I need, and that I can continue on my best as a performance service manager, supporting the team in a high-performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laura leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, that this has been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that have really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's that leadership and forward-thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with their organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name's Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. My role with the team is lead IST and lead physiologist. IST stands for integrated team. So with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program. And the IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So that could include, but doesn't limit us to nutritionists, paramedical, athletic therapists, or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength conditioning sports analytics, performance analysts. We really want to work together as a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together, solving problems or helping the athlete perform and stay healthy. So for science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. Sports are always evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athlete as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collecting as much as possible, but I also realize that data is just numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Within wheelchair rugby, coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers and really having those conversations, how we can apply it to the sport itself. So my daily routine as a physiologist starts with P and ends with numbers and or data analysis and reporting. What that means is often in the morning before training sessions and my routine before practice or competition would be to help the athlete prepare physically as best as possible for those sessions. So that could be from measuring hydration with their protocols for nutrition, hydration, and physical preparation going into sessions, getting all of our technology ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During practice sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of things with fueling, hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some impairment to their thermoregulation system. A lot of my role within competition and training is to help strategies. Following competition or training, the main focus is quick returns to recovery. So helping the athlete recovery for the next quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training competition. So that usually ends with data analysis, so downloading all the data and information practices and analyzing and creating reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've fulfilled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work with strength conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to do the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have incredible mentors and leaders challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner I am today, and some are within the program here at Wheelchair Rugby Canada and others throughout the network that I'm a part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports collaboration with the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So given that there isn't a whole lot of research for sport athletes, it's really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and experts that continue to help me grow and push me. And growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training to college. I went to athletic training as my background as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself. So the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process sport worked. And then from there, that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just the injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had that opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at CBC Sports, where I learned a little bit more about applied physiology and really loved the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I'd give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with, and learning the athletes, and really involved in the process, and the coaches in the process. Any data collection, any data testing you're doing, any type of intervention is always learning the athletes and that relationship piece. And then I also think as a practitioner, it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having small areas, but really understanding what all the other areas of sports science and medicine. That's where I would definitely say have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can of other people.
Favorite movie line quote. Why didn't I take the pill? Matrix 1.
Why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie line would be You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. Like Dex.
Knocking off the couch.
She likes Jack.
Say hello to my little friend.
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know. Something Denzel Washington. Wilson!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
The first rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody's baby in the corner.
Nobody's baby in the corner.
I got it. Shake it, bake. Shake it, baby. Shake it, bake.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Go on, streak it! Bring your hat! We're going streak Bye, buddy. Hope you find Dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Normal. Bye. Elf. Rocky 4, baby. No pain. Rocky 4, no pain.
Big guy. Probably something funny. Oh yeah. Lots of activities.
Look at all this more space. So many robots in there, so many activities.
Favorite movie line quotes. What's in the box?
Because I am your normal life. It seems there's been endless myself.
Oh, what's in the box? Happy Gilmore. Frankie. Movie. I was in Barn.
Hi, my name is Ali Gobier, and I'm the national team athletic therapist for wheelchair rugby. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care, responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists who work closely with, make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-being are all taken care of. And that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intakes, or we're making sure that they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strengthening, conditioning, to work on stability of certain joints, muscles. We'll provide them plans for flexibility, just to improve their overall physical well-being. Specifically with wheelchair rugby, something that you don't see is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies greatly each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for varying issues, whether it's injuries or health and illnesses. Making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's for practice or game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet. I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aims to be the first staff on site at the gym. So when the athletes arrive, we can get right into whatever that is that they need. Wound care, taping. We'll provide maybe some pre-practice stretching, and any type of muscle activation. We will also help with transfers, helping some of the athletes from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying up belts and helping with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, peanut butter, jam sandwiches, granola bars to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, see us on the sideline, observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up any wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as see us flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and then provide athletes with stretching. We'll make ice packs and ice bags so the athletes can properly recover. If you come to the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work being done on the table. You'll also see game ready modality as well as tech modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high performance sport, the use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery between events and the difference it makes on outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point and aspect of my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman or any athletic therapist in general to get involved in parasport. It's such an untapped area. It has a level of complexity that is super unique. Something that parasport has brought into my knowing that I'm always going to be learning. I always need to be on my toes and be open to trying new things and utilizing and building new skills. Gameplay and yeah, that's a weird sentence too. Okay. I don't know how I started that sentence. I keep forgetting this one word that I say.
We're here today to see the different similarities between wheelchair rugby's training schedule and what ours look like. So today.
With wheelchair rugby, it's a bit different from able-bodied rugby. We got a roster of 12 when we go to events. On court, we play our game is 4 on 4.
34, 35. Hey! Go eat it up.
Let's go. So usually you just go straight rugby chair and
yeah,
rugby.
So with the trainer. So most of working out way to do it.
Yeah.
So because we don't have like the core. Stuff like this. It's like most of it's fighting. Most of it's just to stay balanced versus putting it towards the bench press.
From everyone here, we're really great for you guys coming out. It's been great learning about and similarities and differences, and look forward to cheering you guys on. Good luck going towards the Paralympics. We'll see you there. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
I'm Nancy Wong, and I'm the Performance Services Manager with Canada. Well, with Performance Service Management, there is kind of two aspects of it. One is remote work, and one is on-site work. So with being a team manager on-site, it's just making sure that all the logistics is covered for the players and for the staff, so that we can run efficiently and smoothly and get on the court. So what is team management? It's making sure that our logistics is smoothly covered from the players' perspective on making sure that they have everything that they need to get on court and do their job, as well as the staff, making sure that they're logistically supported to do their roles and be able to fulfill their responsibilities to support the athletes in a high-performance environment. Day-to-day routine as a team manager starts right early in the morning, ensuring that the players have access to nutrition right from breakfast, lunch, and dinner, logistics from transportation, getting from the hotel to the venue, ensuring that they have everything that they need to get on from clean jerseys to snacks to water, and that they're set up the IST so that their jobs and responsibilities are supported from a logistics standpoint. Time management and priority management are probably my top two that I always have to keep in mind when it comes to team management, ensuring that you have problem-solving skills and critical solving skills to basically manage all the hiccups and scenarios that come into any high-performance environment. Being flexible, but also being nimble, and to work with what you've been given in order to support the players and the staff. It all started off with a volunteer opportunity. I met with Duncan Campbell many years ago, and this was after I finished my program at SFU as a kinesiology student. And I wanted to seek more experience with working with those different populations, and this was something that I had the opportunity to do, and I started off as an equipment manager, volunteering with the Vancouver Club team, and from that, I was introduced to volunteer with the national team, and from there, I was just provided an opportunity to really showcase what I had, and I had an amazing team at Wheelchair Rugby Canada that believed in me and offered me a position as the Performance Services Manager, and that was over a decade ago, so here I am, starting from a volunteer position and into a role that I could not imagine, and I love being Wheelchair Rugby Canada. It's been a really fun roller coaster ride. This last 2 years has been an amazing experience being a new parent. Obviously, transitioning back into my role as a Performance Services Manager full time. I've had a wonderful support network of family. My mom, my husband, and obviously Wheelchair Rugby Canada that has supported me right from day one. from the exciting news of being pregnant and then having our little daughter Betty. So it's been a fine balance of making sure that I have time with my family, making sure that I complete my goals as a performance service manager, but I couldn't do it without the support that I've had so far with both Team Canada and my family. We are being forward-thinking and supporting new parents like myself in making sure that we feel supported but also seen. And I have so much gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada and making sure that I have everything that I need and that I can continue on perform my best as a service manager supporting the team in a high-performance environment, but also being the best mom that I could be to my little daughter Betty. With Kathy and Laurel leading Wheelchair Rugby Canada, they provided an excellent example of what inclusion looks like. And I feel that as a new parent, that this is been a really important step for me, but also the policies that are in place that really supported me and future parents in our organization. I've had many other women in the sport, in parasport, approach me and say, how is this possible? And it's with that leadership and forward thinking, and I encourage any new parent out there to really speak with the organization and ask about what can they do to provide that same support. And I have the most respect and gratitude for Wheelchair Rugby Canada, and I'm forever thankful.
My name is Melissa Lacroix. Most of the team calls me, or I go by Mel. First mistake. All right. My role with the team is lead IST and lead geologist. IST stands for integrated team. So with Wheelchair Rugby Canada here, we have a wide range of IST involved in the program. The IST is there to support the program, the athletes and the staff in all areas of sports science and sports medicine. So that could include, but doesn't limit us to nutritionists, paramedical, so like athletic therapists or physicians, sports medicine staff, and then we have mental performance coaches, strength conditioning coach, sports analytics, performance analysts. We really want to work together as what we call a transdisciplinary team. So what that means is essentially the staff as a whole is working together, collaborating, have a really strong understanding of each other's areas of expertise, but we're working together on solving problems or helping the athlete perform and stay healthy. Sports science, the way I see it is that we're constantly evolving. Sports are always evolving. So we need to be able to stay on top of research and innovation and being able to analyze and test if and how we're improving as a team, as athletes, and why we're improving and where we can make adjustments and help the athletes as a whole. So I do think it's really important. I obviously love data and collect as much as possible, but I also realize that data is numbers on a spreadsheet or numbers on a paper. The real impact of those numbers and that information that we collect really comes through that relationship with the coaches, the relationship with the athlete. Then Wheelchair Rugby, coaches and athletes are the experts in their sport. So for me, it's about taking those numbers, having this conversation, how we can apply it to the sport itself. So my daily routine as a physiologist usually starts with P and numbers and or data analysis and reporting. So what that means is often in the mornings before training sessions and my routine for practice or competition would be to help the athletes prepare as best as possible for those sessions. So that can be from measuring hydration, helping their protocols, nutrition and hydration and physical going into sessions, and getting all of our ready for those sessions as well to help with monitoring training loads throughout those competitions and practices. During training sessions, the focus is still on performance, so really supporting the athletes, coaches within the performance. So that again goes to the physical prep side of fueling and hydrating, and given a lot of the athletes in the program have a spinal cord injury and have some sort of impairment to their thermoregulation system. A lot of my role within competition and training is to help with cooling strategy. Following competition and training, the main focus is quickly turns to recovery. So helping the athletes recovery the next session as quickly as possible, and helping the coaches with preparation for the next training competition. So that's the end. My evenings usually end with data analysis. So downloading all the data, information, practices, and analyzing it, and reports for the coaches. So I'm coming into my 10th season with the program. Throughout my career with the program, I've filled different roles. So starting as a physiologist, and I've had the opportunity to work conditioning, lead different research and innovation projects, and most recently the opportunity to lead the IST. Through my career, I've been fortunate to have really incredible mentors and leaders challenge me and help me develop and grow into the practitioner and leader I am today. And some of those are within the program at Wheelchair Rugby Canada and others throughout the network that I've been part of. I think we have a really great culture overall that supports the collaboration within the IST and supports the innovation within sports science and sports medicine. So given that there isn't a whole lot of research for parasport athletes, really important for us as practitioners to be the ones to be innovative and create research and continue to analyze and push boundaries within sports science. So I've been surrounded by some really great mentors and experts that continue to help me grow and push me. Growing up as an athlete, I was always really interested in training to college. I went into athletic training as my background as my undergrad. So had gone through a lot of injuries as an athlete myself. So the athletic therapy side was really interesting to me to learn how the rehab process and return to sport worked. And then from there, I think that training side was even more intriguing. So beyond just injuries, how to return to sport, and was always interested in the internal systems of how things work and why things work. So I continued on with my master's in physiology, and then had the opportunity after my master's to work in sports science lab at CBC Sports, Pacific, where I learned a little bit more about applied physiology and the challenge of constantly learning and being innovative. The advice I give to any young practitioner coming into sports science and physiology, I think the biggest thing is coming in and learning the sport that you're working with, and learning the athletes and really involved in the process and the coaches in the process of any data collection or doing any type of intervention is always learning the sport and the athletes, that relationship piece, and then I also think as a practitioner it's important to have a wide range of skills. So not only having your small area of expertise, but really understanding what all of the other areas of sports science and sports medicine. That's where I would definitely say have your area of expertise, but then go on and try to learn as much as you can.
Favorite movie line quote. Why didn't I take the blue pill? Matrix 1.
Why didn't I take the blue pill?
Favorite movie would be You Can't Handle the Truth. You can't handle the truth. You like that? Knocking off the couch. You like that? Say hello to my little friend. Shut up to my little friend!
Favorite movie line or quote? I really don't know one. Something that Wilson! Well done!
You gotta change it.
The first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club.
First rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Nobody baby in the corner.
Nobody plays baby in the corner.
I got it.
Shake it, baby, shake it, baby, shake it, baby.
Shake it, baby.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
One streak in. Bring your hat. We're going
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal. Bye.
Elf.
Rocky Four, baby.
No pain.
Rocky Four, no pain.
The big guy. Probably some money. Oh yeah. Lots of group activities.
Look at all the workspace. We do robots in here. So many activities.
Favorite line quote. What's in the box?
Because I am your normal life. Seems that the enemy is my sister.
Oh, what's in the box? Happy Gilmore.
I'm trying to.
Movies.
Dirty dancing.
I was not even born.
Hi, my name is Sally Govia, and I'm the National Team Athletic Therapist for Rugby Canada. Athletic therapists are medical professionals who are responsible for emergency and acute care, responsible for injury prevention, rehabilitation, and as well as injury assessment. There's a difference between athletic therapists in comparison to other medical professionals, with the fact that athletic therapists are seen on-site at the time of injuries. Something that you don't see behind the scenes working with Rugby Canada is the amount of integration and collaboration that happens between the IST. We do work very closely with the rest of the IST to ensure that the athletes have care from a holistic approach, making sure that we work together to address their nutrition, the physiologists we work closely with, make sure that their mental, emotional, physical well-being are all taken care of, and that encompasses and requires us to plan one-on-one meetings where we do health intake, or we're making sure they follow specific prehab programs, which would entail them doing strength conditioning to work on stability of certain joints, certain muscles. We'll provide them plans for flexibility just to improve their overall physical well-being. Specifically wheelchair rugby, something that you don't is the community. I love the environment that I walk into every day when I'm working centralized and decentralized with the team. I think it really provides an environment that makes me want to be here, want to work with both the athletes and the staff. The medical team's game day routine varies each day. Some days I wake up and there's 6 or 7 athletes that I need to connect with for different issues, whether it's injury or health and illnesses, making a busy morning before heading over to the gym, whether it's practice or game day. Whereas some days things are slow and quiet. I wake up and I can just do my own personal morning before heading over to the gym with the medical team. The medical staff aims to be some of the first staff on site at the gym. So when the athletes arrive, we can get right into tending to whatever that is that they need. Wound care, taping. We will provide some free stretching, or any type of muscle activation. We will also help transfers, helping the athletes from day chair to game chair, as well as we will be tying belts and help with any other equipment that is required. We help with nutrition by providing snacks like bananas, butter sandwiches, granola bars, fruit bars to ensure that all the athletes have the fuel they need throughout the games and all the tournaments and practices. Once the game starts, you'll see us on the sideline observing and ready to go for any assistance that may be required, whether that's covering up new wounds or providing any type of assistance to equipment adjustments, as well as flipping athletes up in their chairs if they're hit and knocked over. After the games are finished, we will help pack up the benches and then provide athletes with stretching. We'll make ice packs, ice bags, so the athletes can properly recover. If you come into the recovery room, you'll see a few things happening. We'll have massage and soft tissue work down on the table. You'll also see game ready modality as well. Modality, which basically are machines that help promote healing. Specifically with high performance sports, use of athletic therapy has increased tenfold. People are starting to see the benefits of encouraging body recovery in events and the difference it makes on people's outcomes and their performance and their ability to succeed. I chose athletic therapy because sport has always been a central point aspect of my life. As a kid, I played multiple sports across different disciplines, and it was a huge impact and made a huge difference in my life. I always knew I wanted to work with high-performance athletes. However, parasport kind of took me by surprise. I would encourage any woman in sport,
Sally, does that look right, what I said? Sorry? I have to go through I haven't looked at the updated score. Can't these games affect it? Or else we would have figured it out? Oh, I see. I haven't looked up at all. So it's looking like you in Quebec right now. Who's the higher seed? Yeah, it's gonna be a tough turn for Quebec. Certainly not Corey. So it was the missing Corey's doing it for this team. It's missing Corey is what's done.
Which I get again why they
Oh, yeah. both would have won their tournaments. Do you think Corey would have changed that? Yeah, so they would have won both divisions.
But you know what? I think that Corey's
He looks good.
she's playing up, and she looks good. I think she would have. I was glad to see her play D1, but she looks good on the field. I haven't really watched her.
I've had my head down this entire game.
Yeah, you're working because you're gonna are we gonna actually make it for 8?
Sorry?
We're gonna actually make it for 8.
I was like, I want to be out of here like at 8. I don't know how reservations can get me. Like it's the same time as yesterday. I don't.
I only got back to the hotel.
Exactly. We didn't sit down till 9. I gotta charge it. I got screensaver. That's a once in a lifetime experience to be there.
I was just saying that to Cody, like that is still by far the most amazing thing
I would agree. Like I've been around the national team my entire career. That's way different. Sure they like support and supply all the things. See you tomorrow.
Yep. As always. That's gonna be a lot easier though.